Don't Tell, written by Karen Rose, and read by Jeff Harding. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by Isis Publishing Limited. Prologue. Asheville, North Carolina, 9 years earlier. The sounds were soothing. The gentle beep of the monitors, the quiet scrape of nurses' shoes on the tiled floor, muted voices in the corridors. She was lulled away from the pain into a restless sleep. Safe, she thought as she drifted away.
"Where's my wife? I have to see my wife."
The frantic voice startled Mary Grace from her doze. She tried to open her eyes, then remembered they were still swollen shut. "He's here." Someone had detained him, someone with a deep voice that carried across the small room. Perhaps the doctor.
"Yes, that must be it."
"You need to go slowly, Officer Winters. Your wife needs you to be calm."
"What happened? Let me go. I've got to see Mary Grace."
"Your wife has had a serious accident. She doesn't look very good."
"What?"
She heard him clear his throat.
How bad is she hurt?"
Mary Grace strained to hear. How bad was she hurt? The sharp pain in her head and arm threatened to fill her consciousness. The rest of her body felt numb.
"Probably the painkillers,"
she thought, battling the fog that loomed. "She has a broken arm. So severely broken, we had to pin it in 2 places. Her right leg is broken. We had to pin it as well, right above the knee. Multiple contusions on her face and to the back of her head. She has a deep cut over her eye, a fraction of an inch lower, and she might have lost her eye." Mary Grace fought the shudder. It hurt far too much to jar her head, even involuntarily.
"But she'll be all right."
She heard the desperation in her husband's voice. The long pause set Mary Grace's heart racing.
"She'll be all right, won't she? Damn it, doctor, tell me the truth."
"Yes, please do,"
Mary Grace thought.
"And hurry."
The numbness was already enveloping her once more. "Your wife fell down a flight of stairs, Officer Winters. She fractured her back at the 9th vertebra. She lay there unconscious a long time, her spinal cord pinched."
"Oh, my God!"
Her racing heart went still. It was a moment before she took another breath, and that one was forced. "She has, there is some paralysis."
"Oh, my God,"
Mary Grace thought.
"Oh, my God."
"Is it permanent?" "That's hard to say at this stage. We need to let the swelling subside, then we'll get a spinal cord injury specialist in from Raleigh to take a good look at your wife."
Can I see her?"
"Only for a few minutes. I'll just wait here." She could hear him shuffle into the hospital room, his cowboy boots rasping against the tile. Then she could smell him, that intense aftershave he'd always worn. Then she could feel his heat as his large body hunkered down.
"Gracie,"
he said sorrowfully.
"Mary Grace, what have you done to yourself, honey?"
His big fingers brushed over the back of her hand, sending chills up the back of her neck. Then he was leaning forward, his lips brushing against her cheek. His mustache tickled her skin as he kissed his way from her cheek to her ear. Then it came. She'd been waiting, knowing it would come. The knowing never lessened the dread. "One word," he breathed into her ear, so low no one would be able to hear. "One word from your idiot mouth, and next time I'll finish the job, I swear to God." He nuzzled, his lips seemingly caressing her outer ear. "Understand?" Mary Grace managed to tilt her pounding head enough to please him, and he straightened, his hand passing over her hair, imperceptibly tightening to yank. Nausea rolled through her stomach. "Oh, Gracie, darling, I just can't stand to see you this way." Her body instinctively shrank from his mournful tone, aching with every clench of her muscles. "That's all the time you have today, Officer Winters. Why don't you just go on back to the station, and we'll call you if there's any change. Or, better yet, go on home." "I will." His heavy sigh rent the air. "Where's the boy?" Her racing heart jittered to a stop once again. Robbie? Where was Robbie? A dim memory mocked. Robbie, holding her hand, begging her not to die, begging her to wait for the ambulance. Was that this time, or the time before? She struggled against the mind-numbing effects of the medication, needing to know who had her son. "He's with the hospital social worker. He found her, you know. That kind of shock can cause a great emotional trauma in a boy his age." Rob's harsh voice carried across the room.
"He's standing by the doctor now," she thought. "He's leaving. He'll be alone with my son."
"He's a strong boy. He'll survive."
Mary Grace felt her hands grip the sheet, twist it until her fingers ached. Detached. She felt detached from her own mind, helpless in her own body.
"He'll survive. He has to. Please, Robbie, just hang on till I can get home. And then life will be different."
She would protect herself. She would protect her son. She vowed Rob Winters would never hurt them again. But how?
"I'll find a way."
Chapter 1. Present day, Douglas Lake, East Tennessee. Sunday, March 4th, 9:30 a.m.
God, I hate this part of the job. How the hell can you possibly eat at a time like this?
Hutchins looked out at the placid morning calm of Douglas Lake, thought about the body they'd inevitably pull out, and the stupidity of the waste. He finished the rest of his donut with the even keel of the veteran sheriff he was.
"Because I won't feel like eating when they pull out that kid. Might as well not starve."
He threw a sympathetic glance at the green face of his newest recruit.
"You'll get used to it, boy. Unfortunately, you'll get used to it."
McCoy shook his head.
"You'd think they'd know better." "Kids don't ever know better. You'll get used to that, too, especially when they're on spring break. I expect to pull another couple out of the lake before the whole season's over."
"I suppose I'll need to tell the parents when it's over." Hutchins shrugged and lit a cigarette.
"You started it, boy. You might as well finish it, too. Not my favorite task either, but you have to learn to break the bad news."
McCoy focused on the boat slowly pulling the grappling hook across the lake floor. "They're still hoping we'll find him alive somewhere. I swear to God, Hutch, how can parents hold out hope like that? Those other boys told it clear enough. They were drinking and fooling around, and the kid wrecks his jet ski. They watched him sink." Hutchins dragged on the cigarette, let out the stream of smoke on a sigh.
"Kids are stupid. I keep telling you this, but parents—"
He shook his gray head.
"They hope. They'll hope until you make 'em identify his body in morgue."
"Whatever's left of it," McCoy grumbled.
"Hey, Tyler."
The words came crackling from McCoy's radio.
"Hey, Wendell,"
McCoy answered, swallowing the bile that rose at the thought of what Wendell's hook was about to bring up.
What you got? Well, it's no body, that's for damn sure.
Hutchins grabbed the radio.
What are you talking about, boy? It's a car, Sheriff.
Hutchins snorted.
There's enough cars down there to fill a used car lot. My great-granny's house is down there, too.
All that shit was left over from the TVA's flooding of the area when they built the dams in the 1930s. Everybody knew that.
Yeah, all Model Ts. This one's newer. Looks like a late 80s Ford. There's a little kid's backpack in the back seat. One of those Mutant Ninja Turtles things. We're bringing it in.
Damn. Hutchins ground his cigarette under his heel.
If it's not one thing, it's another. Bring it in, then keep looking for the boy.
Asheville, North Carolina, Sunday, March 4th, 11:30 p.m.
Motherfucker,
the boy gasped.
Son of a bitch!
Rob Winters stared dispassionately at the young boy whose eyes had already begun to roll back in his head. Shame, that. He'd thought the boy would have more spine. At 14, he himself had been able to take his old man's beatings with his head held high. He applied more pressure to the dark-skinned hand he had trapped in a vice grip. Just a hair more. The boy moaned again, sagging back against the alley wall with enough force to produce an audible crack when his woolly head with its ridiculous braids struck the brick.
I don't know nothing. I told you that already.
The boy sucked in a breath, tried to yank his hand away.
You can let me go. I swear I won't be going to no cops. I swear it, man, on my mama's grave.
Winters's lip curled derisively.
I'd bet a month's worth of your mama's food stamps that she is very much alive, and if you want to stay alive with her, you'll tell me what I want to know.
Winters's voice was still low and calm, a striking contrast to the gasping cries coming from the boy's swollen, bloody lips.
Alonzo Jones, where is he?
The boy struggled, but Winters held him firmly against the alley wall. He whimpered, but Winters only tightened his bone-crushing grip. Winters leaned close to the boy's head so that his lips grazed his ear.
Listen, boy, and listen real good, because I only plan to tell you this once. I need to know where to find Alonzo Jones, and you need to keep the use of your hand. If I tighten just a little more, you'll have permanent nerve damage. That'll cause you problems next time you decide to knock off an all-night convenience store.
The boy's eyes grew wide, the whites of his eyes shining bright in the darkness.
I didn't do no store, man. I swear it. God damn it!
The last came out on a shrill note as Winters tightened his grip another notch.
You did it all right. We have you on video, boy. You and that gang you run with headed by one Mr. Alonzo Jones. Now you can come along with me to the station and tell us all about sticking a knife in a 62-year-old unarmed white man. Or you can tell me where I can find Alonzo Jones. I want him more than I want to see your sorry ass rotting away in jail.
The boy licked his bloody lip, and his eyes went narrow with hate.
You're a cop? Shit, man. I don't need to talk to you. I don't need to talk to nobody but my lawyer. Police brutality. I know you white cops like to beat on us black folk.
He leaned back against the wall, sweat beading on his upper lip as he tried to pull his hand free.
Your ass is gonna roast.
Winters smiled and took pleasure watching the hate in the boy's eyes swing back to fear. He squeezed, hard, and cocked his head to be able to hear the sound of popping cartilage over the boy's shrieks.
Motherfucking son of a bitch!
Some vocabulary that sainted mother of yours lets you keep.
Jones, now!
The boy sagged again, his knees hitting the asphalt.
With his woman,
Winters released the boy's hand and clamped his fingers around his dirty, scrawny neck, pushing him face forward into the street as the boy cradled his injured hand in his good one.
Her name?
I don't...
A strangled cry of pain cut off his pathetic denial. Winters lifted his thumb from the boy's larynx.
Shaniqua,
he gasped. Winters's boot connected with the boy's hip. The boy rolled into a ball, crying like a baby.
Last name, you worthless.
He kicked again, the tip of his boot catching the boy in the gut and flipping him to his back.
Spineless piece of shit.
A faint moan floated on the air.
Pierce, Shaniqua Pierce, cuts hair downtown.
Winters grimaced as the boy lost the contents of his stomach all over Winters's boots.
You disgusting.
Rage rose to mix with the disgust, and he kicked the boy again, and again, and again.
Now you know how that old man felt curled up in a ball on his own floor, dying in a pool of his own blood.
He wiped a boot on the boy's dirty pants, transferring most of the filth where it belonged. Then he aimed and kicked again, savagely. The boy's scrawny body hit the brick wall, and his eyes rolled backwards, blood flowing steadily from the corner of his mouth. A final kick to his head finished the job, and the boy shuddered out his last breath. Winters drew a deep breath and wiped his other dirty boot on the boy's shirt. One less punk on the streets. He considered it a job well done. He peeled the thin latex gloves from his hands and tossed them in the third dumpster he passed. One could never be too careful with street punks. Nasty diseases all over the damn street. By the time he'd walked the quarter-mile to his parked truck, he'd pulled the cotton from the gap between his cheeks and molars, the false overbite from his upper palate, and the gray wig from his head. Nobody could tie him to that punk, even if anyone cared enough to call the police. He cast a brief look up and down the street before carefully putting his wig away. He changed his boots, stowing the fouled pair in the back with a frown. They were his best ones. Then he shrugged. Sue-Ann would clean them later. He swung up into the driver's seat, 10 feet tall and bulletproof. It was time to pay a visit to Ms. Shaniqua Pierce. He'd driven less than 5 minutes when his pager buzzed against his hip. He glanced at the number from the corner of his eye, while keeping his gaze pinned to the lowlifes that skulked about in the hours most decent people were in their beds. Damn it to hell, couldn't that bitch leave him alone for 5 minutes? He pulled his phone from his pocket with a snarl, punched in her number.
Ross.
Winters ground his teeth. Ross, as in lieutenant, as in Quota, written in big black letters, as in the bitch that stole the job that should have been his. He injected as much oozing sincerity into his voice as he could muster on a semi-full stomach. Winters, what's up?
The same thing that was up the last 6 times I paged you in the past hour. What seems to be more important than returning my calls, detective?
Winters drew a breath. She'd written him up for insubordination once already. Insubordination. The very thought made his stomach burn as rage ate at him. He'd been warned. Warned, goddammit, by some incompetent bitch with an ass the size of South Carolina. He managed to control his tone, barely. I was with an informant, Lieutenant.
Did you find Jones?
No, but I know where he is.
Care to share it with me?
So she could send in one of her hand-picked ass-sucking favorites to make the bust? No fucking way.
I'd prefer to wait until I'm certain.
I guess you would. I prefer you to tell me now.
Bitch.
He's with his girlfriend.
There was a short, tight silence on the other end. Small victory, he thought.
Does this girlfriend have a name, Detective? And please don't play games with me again. I want answers, and I want 'em now.
Winters bit down so hard his teeth hurt. Her name is Chaniqua Priest. Pierce. The kid was gurgling there towards the end. He could have said Priest.
You have a location?
Just downtown.
Helpful, Detective. Keep your informant available in case we have more questions.
Winters swallowed the chuckle. His informant was now answering questions at the business end of a fiery pitchfork.
Yes, sir,
he said, knowing the sir pissed her off more than anything else, but technically was not something she could get him on. Did you have a particular reason for paging me, Lieutenant Ross?
Yeah. You got a call from a Sheriff Hutchins, Sevier County, Tennessee. He says it's urgent you call him.
She rattled off the number, and he memorized it instantly. He had a good memory for numbers and names. He'd been through Sevier County on his way to Gatlinburg, but he'd never heard of Hutchins. Winters pulled into the first convenience store parking lot he saw and punched in Hutchins's number. The sheriff was available, his assistant told him, if he'd please hold. Winters grumbled as he waited. This had better be important, he thought. He was using up cell phone minutes waiting on this yahoo. Finally, the illustrious sheriff came to the phone, huffing and puffing.
Sorry to keep you waiting so long, Officer Winters,
he said, as Winters could hear the creaking of a chair in the background as the sheriff apparently sat down.
It's Detective Winters, he corrected sharply.
Didn't Ross tell him that? Bitch.
Oh, sorry. Your lieutenant told me you'd been promoted. My brain's a little fried at the moment. We've been dragging Douglas Lake all day looking for an accident victim, and I just had the pleasure of telling his parents.
That's a shame, Winters offered, rolling his eyes.
But what does that have to do with you, huh? Listen, Winters, when we were dragging the lake, we came up with something else. I thought you should know before the bureaucrats get involved.
Winters listened, and suddenly Lieutenant Ross and Alonzo Jones were the last things on his mind. They'd found his car. 7 years of helpless fury came rushing back with the force of a freight train. They'd found his car, but his boy was not inside. Neither was his wife. Chapter 2. Chicago, Monday, March 5th, 7 a.m.
So what's the occasion?
Caroline jerked, sending her mascara wand skittering up her forehead, leaving a thick black line in its wake. She turned her head deliberately, mouth bent down in a frown, eyes narrowed. She hated the nervous reaction time had failed to diminish. Made her feel like a stranger in her own skin. She drew a breath and slid the wand back into the mascara tube.
You know not to do that.
Dana leaned against the bedroom door jamb, arms loosely crossed, one eyebrow elevated.
Sorry.
One corner of her mouth turned up.
You look like a lopsided raccoon.
Caroline blew out a sigh as she surveyed her ruined makeup in the mirror.
I don't need this today, Dana. I'm stressed enough without you sneaking up behind me.
She fumbled in her drawer for a tube of eye makeup remover. Dana stiffened.
I didn't sneak. I called your name when I came in the apartment and talked to Tom for 5 minutes before I came back here. You just weren't listening. Oh, for crying out loud, Carol. You don't have to make such a production about it. Just wipe it off.
Caroline closed one eye and scrubbed.
I can't. It's waterproof. I hate that waterproof stuff.
Dana leaned over Caroline's dresser and picked up the tube of mascara.
Since when did you start using waterproof mascara?
Caroline took the tube from her hand and focused on redoing the job.
Since Eli died.
Dana's face fell.
I'm sorry, Caroline. I didn't think.
Caroline closed the drawer with a snap.
It's okay. You'd think I'd be over it by now, but I can't seem to get through a day without at least a sniffle or two. It's only been 2 months, honey. 2 months and 12 days.
Eli Bradford had been her teacher, her boss, her friend. Besides Dana and Tom, Eli had been the only other person in the world to know her deepest secret. Her throat tightened in the now familiar response to any memory of the man who'd been the closest thing to a father she'd ever had. Now he was gone, and she missed him more than she thought possible. She made herself think of something else.
Well, now that you've invaded my space, how do I look?
Dana pursed her lips and tipped her auburn head to one side, playing along with Caroline's need to change the subject.
Your roots are showing. You need a touch-up.
Caroline leaned forward to stare at the top of her head. Sure enough, a thin ribbon of gold ran along the part in her hair in stark contrast with the coffee-brown waves.
Darn it, I just did my roots 2 weeks ago. I told you not to choose such a dark color. But did you listen to me? No. Smart ass. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time.
Quickly she braided it back, hiding most of the telltale gold. Dana shook her head.
It's too dark. It's always been too dark. You should lighten it. Dana.
It was a sigh of exasperation Caroline didn't even try to hide.
Caroline.
Dana mimicked her tone, then sobered.
After all this time, you still think you need to hide behind that hair color? Better safe than sorry.
It was her stock response.
How true,
Dana murmured, her eyes downcast for just a moment. She looked back up, still serious.
You could lighten it just a little. The contrast makes your face seem so pale, especially this time of year coming out of the winter. Thanks a lot.
Dana grinned, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly brightened.
Don't mention it. But I do like the sweater. The blue matches your eyes. Too little too late, my friend. And I do use that term loosely.
It was the farthest thing from the truth, and they both knew it. Dana's unique combination of laughter and sobriety had pulled Caroline through many a dark day. They were best friends, and having gone so many years so totally alone, Caroline Stewart was fully aware of the value of a best friend like Dana Dupinsky. They didn't come any better, smarter, or more loyal. Caroline slid her feet into a pair of low-heeled pumps.
Can you tell these are $10.99 pay less specials?
Dana squinted, looking down at Caroline's feet.
No. Why all the fuss this morning? And to bring us full circle, what's the occasion? My new boss starts today. I just want to make a good impression.
She turned sideways in the mirror, inspecting the final package.
I want to look professional without overdoing it.
She peered more closely.
Do you think these earrings are too Saturday night?
Dana snorted.
Those earrings are the closest you've ever come to a Saturday night, girl. Don't nag me on my love life now. Just answer the question. You don't have a love life, Caroline, and they're fine. Don't worry, you look wonderful. You are a terrific secretary. Your new boss will be impressed.
Caroline sighed.
I hope so. I got so used to working for Eli. I knew what he wanted before he even asked for it. I really need to keep this job, just until graduation.
After graduation, she'd be off to law school, the day-to-day worries of managing the Carrington College history office a thing of the past.
You'll be fine.
Caroline glared mildly from the corner of her eye.
You always say that. I'm always right.
Caroline smiled.
You're such a fathead. But I'm a fathead who's right. That you are.
She stepped closer to the mirror and pushed the turtleneck collar of her sweater aside, inspecting the side of her neck.
You can't see them,
Dana said softly.
Stop worrying.
Caroline let her collar spring back into place and straightened her spine.
Then I'm ready to meet Dr. Maximilian Alexander Hunter.
Dana laughed.
That's his name? He sounds like he should be a 400-year-old history professor. He is a history professor. My point exactly.
Caroline shrugged.
He's probably no older than Eli was. As long as I don't have to work for Monica Shaw, Hunter could be a 400-year-old stuffed kangaroo and I'd still be a happy woman.
She started for the kitchen, Dana at her heels.
How's old Shawclaw taking it?
Caroline snickered, then her face went serious as she saw Tom sitting at the tiny dinette eating Cheerios. He must go through a box a day. At 14, he was growing more and more, truly eating her out of house and home. She put on her mom voice.
You must stop calling her Shawclaw, Dana. Give it a rest, Mom,
Tom said, his spoon pausing mid-lift.
I saw you laughing.
Dope. Caroline ruffled his wiry blonde hair. Cut short in a crew cut, it felt like a scrub brush, tickling her palm.
Busted. You need to hurry, or you'll miss the bus,
Tom finished. He shoveled another 4 spoonfuls in his mouth before grabbing his backpack.
Gotta go. I got practice after school, Mom. I won't be home until 5. Be careful,
he finished with a saucy grin.
You too. Good luck with Hunter today.
His smile faltered.
And be careful with Shaw, okay?
Caroline reached up to cup his cheek. At 6'1", Tom's cheek was almost out of her reach.
I will. I told you not to worry. Shaw can't hurt us. She's mean and vindictive, but it's more likely I'll win the Nobel Peace Prize than that Shaw will take the time to dig up our family secrets. Don't worry, honey. Please.
Tom frowned, his blue eyes stormy with a mixture of fear and anger.
Don't you ever worry at all?
Caroline studied his face, a replica of her own. Fate had been kind to them that way. If he'd looked like him, he would have been so much more difficult to hide.
Yes, I worry,
she replied honestly. They'd been through so much together, he deserved nothing less than the truth.
Sometimes I get through a day without worrying he's going to jump out from behind some bush and drag me back. But those days are few and far between. There are days I wish we could go back and hide at Hanover House. But I know Dana would kick our butts out on the street.
She saw the glimmer of a smile in his eyes and knew humor had taken the edge off his fear, as usual. Dana moved to Tom's side and slung her arm around his shoulders.
I would. I'm a scary witch that way.
Tom managed a weak grin.
Yeah, I remember. Eat your peas,
he mimicked.
Do your homework. No Nintendo after 8:30. Man, was I glad to move out of that prison.
He hadn't been. Caroline remembered the day they left the shelter of Hanover House for the big bad world of downtown Chicago, with nothing more than a suitcase filled with clothing donated by others more fortunate. She remembered his silent tears, the expression of abject terror on his small face, the way his eyes had darted back and forth looking, always looking. But he'd obeyed, slid his little hand in hers, and walked out without a single look back. He'd come a long way in 7 years. They both had.
Tom, honey.
Caroline shook her head, looking for the words.
I'm afraid still. But I'm not terrified anymore. He could find us, that's true. He could jump out from behind any bush and try to drag us back to North Carolina.
It wasn't home anymore, for either of them. It was always him never father or husband. They never ever used the names they'd left behind. They were as vigilant about those little things now as they'd been 7 years before. Attention to those little things had kept them safe. And it was way, way better to be safe than sorry. Sorry equaled dead. Caroline stood a little straighter.
But we're stronger now, both of us. We have weapons at our disposal that we didn't have back then.
Dana squeezed Tom's shoulders hard.
Yeah, like me.
Caroline smiled.
And she's a scary one, don't forget. But there's more. I have an education now. I know my rights.
She hesitated.
And I know how to run.
Tom squared his jaw.
I don't want to run again. And we probably never will again. But if he comes, I won't leave you.
Caroline sighed, then shrugged.
Honey, we've discussed this 1,000 times.
I won't run, he asserted. I won't leave you alone. Suddenly, he looked so much older than 14. Her son was fast on his way to becoming a man, she realized. And she knew what she needed to say, even if the words stuck in her throat.
All right. If that day ever comes, we stick together.
She reached up again to touch his face.
But for today, don't worry. And same goes for tomorrow and the next day.
One day at a time, he murmured, as if to himself.
You taught him well, Caro.
Caroline looked from her son to her best friend. They had taught him well. Together, she and Dana. And stick together or not, Tom was equipped to survive, whatever happened. She'd surrounded him with friends who would care for him in an instant, should anything happen to her. It was a comforting assurance.
It's time for school. Have a good day, honey.
I'll try. He hesitated, then dipped down to peck her cheek.
Bye.
The door slammed on his way out, and the little apartment trembled. Caroline stood still for a moment, then shook herself back into motion.
Want some coffee? No, I had some already. What brought all that on? Oh, Tom's worried that Shaw will exact revenge against me because I was on the committee that recommended Hunter to take Eli's position as department chair. She had her eye on it, huh? From day one. I think she was counting the days until Eli retired. And then when he had that heart attack...
She cleared her throat before her voice could break, forced her hands to steady as she poured herself a cup of coffee.
You should have seen her at Eli's funeral. I did.
Dana retrieved a carton of half and half from the refrigerator and added some to Caroline's cup.
She
held the carton by its bottom and turned it toward the overhead light.
Like the proverbial cat and cream. Well, I'm so glad I don't have to work for her. Hunter would have to be one step up from Jack the Ripper to make me dislike him as much as I dislike Monica Shaw. Dislike?
Dana stopped pouring Cheerios in a bowl to look over her shoulder with a grin.
Such strong words from the lady this morning.
Caroline grinned back.
Okay, I hate her. She's a mean bitch. Satisfied now?
Dana's husky chuckle filled the little kitchen.
I am. Nothing less than the truth will do.
Caroline looked pointedly at Dana's full cereal bowl.
I thought you didn't want breakfast. No, I said I didn't want coffee. I'm starving to death. My cupboards are bare. Dana,
Caroline sighed. They sat down at the table.
What? You gave it all to the kids, didn't you?
It wasn't even a question. Dana lifted her chin defensively.
Yes, I did.
Then her shoulders sagged.
We got this family in yesterday, from Toledo. They were starving, Carol, literally. Mom was so bruised you couldn't even see what shape her face was supposed to be. Her back.
She shuddered.
It still gets to me, even after all this time. That's because you're human. If you weren't, you wouldn't be nearly as good at what you do.
And what Dana did, Caroline reflected, was to save lives. Literally. Dana managed Hanover House, a shelter for abused women and their children. It offered a safe place to stay, medical attention for those who needed it, and most quite certainly needed it. But best of all, Hanover House offered hope and the promise of a new start, and the means to make that start. Caroline wasn't sure where Dana got the new Social Security cards and birth certificates, and she'd never asked. She'd been so grateful to get a birth certificate with her own son's new name that she'd cried. She remembered the moment as if it were yesterday instead of 7 years before. Tom Stewart. Live birth at Rush Memorial in Chicago, Illinois. Father unknown. The last name matched the birth certificate she'd borrowed for herself. Caroline Stewart. There were even some days she could go an hour or two without remembering who she really was, where she really had come from. That Mary Grace Winters was just a bad nightmare. That Mary Grace was gone. Caroline Stewart held her future, and Caroline intended to make the most of it.
Caroline?
Dana tapped her spoon against the bowl. Caroline sighed.
Just remembering my own first experience with Hanover House.
She reached across the table and squeezed Dana's hand, studied the dark circles under her friend's brown eyes that she hadn't noticed before.
And with you? How about you, Dana? Are you okay? You look so tired. I'll be fine with a few hours' sleep. I came over straight from the house. One of the new kids from Toledo has strep, and you spent the night taking care of him. He's only 3 years old, and so damn scared.
Dana's brown eyes filled uncharacteristically.
Damn it, Caroline. That baby had scars, worse than his mother's. I held him because he couldn't lie down on the bed. His back was one big black bruise. He screamed every time I touched him. His father...
The tears spilled over and down her cheeks.
His father burned him with cigarettes. On his feet, damn it.
She choked on a sob, pushed the half-eaten bowl of cereal away. Caroline squeezed Dana's fisted hand tighter with one hand, the other creeping up to the side of her neck to touch her own scars. Makeup and high collars covered them so that they weren't visible to anyone's eyes but her own. In her own mind's eye, she saw them as they'd been when they were fresh. Still felt the paralyzing fear. Still smelled the acrid odor of burning flesh.
The scars on his feet will heal, Dana. You need to focus on helping them heal the scars on the inside.
Dana shook her head.
I don't know if I can do this anymore, Caroline. I'm so tired.
Caroline bit back a frown. Dana never got tired. She'd never once spoken of giving up. Even when funding was non-existent, and she had to give herself pay cut after pay cut. Even when there were more women and children than beds. Even when the women themselves gave up. Dana was always strong. But not today.
I suppose everyone has her limit,
Caroline thought. Any words of inspiration were stowed for another day.
Then go to sleep, honey. Things will look better when you're rested. Use my bed. Help yourself to anything here. Although my own cupboards are a bit bare.
She pressed a paper napkin in Dana's hand.
Hurricane Tom and his friends descended last night after their basketball game. What didn't move, they ate. I think I may even be missing a fork and 3 spoons. I hope they don't set off the metal detectors at the school.
Dana managed a small chuckle and dried her eyes.
Thanks, but I can't. I've got to get back and check on Cody. The little boy? Well, I can go by on my lunch hour, Dana. I'll check on him. If he needs a doctor, I'll call Dr. Lee.
Dr. Lee was a retired pediatrician who volunteered his time to the shelter. When Dana opened her mouth to refuse, Caroline held up a warning finger.
Don't even think of saying no. If you push yourself, you'll get strep. Then you'll have Dr. Lee sticking one of those things down your throat.
Dana's shoulders sagged wearily.
You're right. I think I will stay here for a few hours. Will you see Evie today? Probably. She works this afternoon in the office.
Evie was their latest joint project, a teen runaway grown into legal age. Evie roomed with Dana while she took classes at Carrington College, where she assisted Caroline in the history department's office.
Then tell her I'm okay. She gets worried when I don't come home. I will. Now I need to go to work. I certainly don't want to keep Dr. Maximilian Hunter waiting on his very first day.
Asheville, Monday, March 5th, 8 a.m.
Sue Ann cleared her throat. Are you all right, Rob?
God save him from stupid women. Winters sat on the edge of his bed in his jockey shorts, head in his hands, and Ms. Brainiac here wanted to know if he was all right.
Do I look all right, Sue Ann?
She paused a beat before answering in her whiny little whisper.
No, Rob. Can I get you something? An aspirin?
He thought of the empty bottle on the nightstand. Another drink. Behind his hands, he clenched his eyes shut even tighter.
My son. I want my son.
But his son was never coming home. He knew that now.
No, you may not get me anything, he answered bitterly. Just get the hell out of here and leave me alone.
The floorboards squeaked, and he could smell her cheap perfume as she moved closer. The scent overpowered him, sickened him. She sickened him.
Rob, I know you're upset, but...
Her cry of pain was followed by a long moment of silence.
What part of leave me alone don't you understand?
He gritted, flexing his fist. Slowly, Sue Ann picked herself up from the floor, gingerly testing her cheekbone.
Do you want breakfast?
Winters felt his stomach roll at the mere mention of food. Savagely, he brought his fist around, narrowly missing as she jumped back a foot.
What I want is for you to shut your fucking mouth. What I want is for my son to be here and not at the bottom of Douglas Lake. What I want is for whoever touched a hair on his head to die.
He watched his own hands clench and release. What he wanted was to track down whoever took his son and kill the son of a bitch himself.
You don't know he's dead, Rob. They didn't find any.
She cleared her throat again, pushed a straggling hair back into her tired old bun with one hand.
Maybe you could have another son. Ours.
A red haze clouded his vision, and he slowly rose to his feet.
You think any whelp of yours could take his place?
Warm satisfaction washed over him at the feel of her jawbone against the back of his hand, at the muffled sound of her body hitting the wall, at the strangled sob she tried to hide as she crawled into a corner.
Stupid bitch.
Just get out.
But it would be your baby, Rob,
Sue Ann whispered from the corner.
Your son.
Damn it, don't argue with me.
He winced as his toe vibrated against her leg bone.
Don't you ever argue with me."
Then he straightened, walked over to the bed, and laid himself out flat.
"Leave me alone."
He heard the sound of her dress rustling as she levered herself to her feet. She'd been acceptable once, even pretty if you squinted hard enough. But the years hadn't been kind to Sue Ann. She could still cook and clean, true. But the thought of marrying her was enough to make him even sicker to his stomach. And he'd have to do that. Marry her. If he were to have another son, he'd have to be married to the woman that bore him. Nobody would say that Rob Winters didn't do what was right by his boy. Nobody. He turned his head enough to see her retreating for the door.
"Sue Ann?"
Yes, Rob?
"Call Ross and tell her I had the flu. I'm not coming in today."
He caught her glance at the empty bottle and narrowed his eyes at her, satisfied to see her moon face pale even more.
Yes, Rob.
The door creaked as she pushed it open.
"I left some boots out on the back porch. They need cleaning."
Yes, Rob.
He waited until the door closed. Slowly, he rolled over to his stomach and picked up the framed picture from his nightstand. As always, the little tow-headed boy with the serious blue eyes looked up at him. And as always, Rob Winters closed his eyes and visualized punishing the man that had stolen his son. But today was different. Today, the punishment would be infinitely more severe. For before Hutchins had pulled up the car, there'd been the smallest shred of hope that Robbie would come home. Now, Winters knew Robbie was never coming home. Chapter 3. Carrington College, Chicago, Monday, March 5th, 10:15 a.m. The world claimed Mondays were supposed to be hell, but to Caroline they brought a welcome sense of routine. There had been so few constants in her life. Somehow the budgets, the filing, the constant questions of clueless students all seemed to bolster rather than bore. This was her world. A small one, and some might say insignificant. But it was her world, and she thrived here. A sad smile tugged at her mouth as her gaze happened upon the framed picture of Eli on her desk. He'd been her first professor here at Carrington. Her first and best. He had the uncanny gift of creating a three-dimensional picture of history, one that lived and breathed and called out to Caroline from the beginning. She'd been considering many majors that would support her pre-law program. One class with Eli Bradford made her decision a piece of cake. She remembered that first week of night school, the unfamiliar feeling of sitting in a classroom again after so many years. She'd been a young mother with a 7-year-old son, a grueling full-time job, and so little time to enjoy the only class she'd been able to afford that quarter. Eli had taken notice and asked her to remain behind when their third evening class concluded. He'd noticed her scared rabbit fear at the prospect of remaining alone with him, and she could see the compassion in his kind old eyes. "You eat up my class, Miss Stewart," he'd said. "I like that." Then he'd offered her a job as his secretary, complete with the deep tuition discounts Carrington College provided to employees. He'd been flexible, allowing her to fit her work around her class schedule, allowing her to bring Tom to the office during school holidays and the weekends she worked. Thanks to Eli and Dana, she'd never had to hire a babysitter, not once in the 7 years since arriving in Chicago with little more than the shirt on her back. And now he was gone. Eli was gone. Regret speared like a lance. He'd never see her graduate, and she was so close. Only one more quarter and she'd have her degree. It was still hard to believe. She, a high school dropout, would soon have a college degree. Deep in her heart, she thanked Dana for pushing her to get the GED high school diploma. Deep in her heart, she thanked Eli for giving her the chance to achieve so much more than she'd ever dreamed possible. Her hefty sigh rattled the papers on her desk. And now he was gone. Caroline glanced at the clock, determined not to grieve the day away. She had only another hour before Dr. Hunter was due, just enough time to finish the payroll report. It was the shuffling sound that drew her from her concentration on the payroll. She'd heard that sound before, so long ago. It was the sound of hospitals, of patients dragging their feet against tiled floors, walkers and canes supporting them as they took on the agonizing task of learning to walk again. It was still a sound that could make her shudder. But she didn't shudder. It was an unwritten law in rehab. You never showed pity or revulsion for those around you. It was a very strong ethic amongst the broken and recovering. Digging deep and finding a true smile, Caroline looked up from her paperwork as the shuffling ceased to find a smooth, wide hand with long fingers clutching the end of a curved wooden cane. She shifted her gaze a bit higher to find a trim waist and very broad chest covered with the coat of a double-breasted suit. She swallowed and looked farther up. Her eyes continued upward until they reached the face of the man standing before her desk. He was tall, taller than Tom. He was dark, but certainly not menacing, his jaw strong and square, his dark brows slightly bunched. His hair was thick and black, trimmed close to his nape. A lock fell over his forehead, giving him an almost boyish look. His suit was navy and tailored and fit his broad shoulders very well. His tie was paisley and emphasized the strong muscles of his neck. Smoky gray eyes looked back at her, a serious mouth showing no trace of a smile. He abruptly hooked the cane on his belt at his back, hiding it with his suit coat. Inexplicably, Caroline's heart beat a little faster. This was a man with a capital M, as Dana would say. Now Caroline understood the meaning of sex appeal. He all but exuded it from his perfect pores. Mercy. She cleared her throat. She stumbled over the syllable and felt her face heat in embarrassment. Although a man who looked like him probably left drooling, stuttering women in his wake every day. She cleared her throat again.
Can I help you?
I hope so. I'm looking for Caroline Stewart. The woman's eyes widened, and Max felt the room grow suddenly smaller. Her smile had been genuine, almost enough to tug him from the stern facade he wished to portray on his first day. Her dark brown hair hung to the middle of her back in a loose braid, a few curls escaping to frame her face. It was a nice face, all the features in the requisite places. A nice medium nose, full lips, dainty brows arched in question. But it was her eyes that drew him. Blue as the sea in the Caribbean and readable as a book. She was impressed with his face. He got that a lot. She was surprised but not put off by his cane. That reaction was less common and meant quite a bit more. Then she stood, extending a steady hand. Nice, neat, unpolished nails were consistent with the simple makeup barely dusting her face. The top of her head wouldn't reach his shoulder. Just looking at her made him feel larger, stronger. She spoke again, her voice dripping with honey. A strong, deep, sexy drawl.
I'm Caroline Stewart.
Her smile had brightened a notch, drawing an answering twitch of his own lips. His secretary. Well, well, life was finally beginning to roll his way, he thought as he shook the hand she offered. I'm Dr. Hunter. She blinked, her mouth dropping open. Her small hand went lax in his. You were expecting me, weren't you? She swallowed hard and regained her composure.
Yes, of course I was.
Her lips curved, and a dimple appeared in one cheek.
I just wasn't expecting you. Exactly.
She shook his hand heartily. Who were you expecting, exactly?
A 65-year-old man.
She tilted her head to one side, those eyes of hers narrowing slightly.
That old sneak. You've met Wade Grayson, one of the other professors, haven't you?
He nodded warily. Once, at my interview with the dean. His secretary chuckled, the sound rich and full of rueful merriment.
He's let me go on and on since the dean announced you were coming, thinking you were a senior citizen bachelor.
She looked up and her dimple deepened.
Not to worry, he'll pay sooner or later. So you are my new young boss. Welcome, Dr. Hunter.
Pretty and charming. This is growing better by the moment, he thought. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Miss Stewart.
I'm Caroline to everyone around here. What do you prefer to be called?
Her deep blue eyes danced at him.
I'm hoping you don't want us to use your whole name.
This time his grin broke through. It would serve you all right if I did. He hesitated, then decided. He'd start this new phase of his life without the old barriers. No more Dr. Hunter. You can call me Max.
A marked improvement over Maximilian Alexander.
She shook her head, her eyes still filled with amusement.
Your parents had big hopes for you.
He appreciated her sense of humor. Isn't that the whole point of having children? Caroline thought of Tom and everything she'd sacrificed, would continue to sacrifice for him.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
She stepped from behind the desk and stood before him, her head still tilted back.
I'll show you your office. Then you need to tell me how you want to proceed.
She walked towards a closed door, and Max stood where he was for 5 hard beats of his heart, his eyes locking on her round hips, swaying gracefully as she moved. The very fierceness of his body's response took him by surprise. Don't be insane, he chided himself. Don't make up for Elise by falling for the first female that crosses your path. He wasn't listening to himself, he knew, his gaze still locked on her round rear end and its modest black skirt. He swallowed, barely wrenching his eyes upward in time when she paused, her hand on the doorknob. She looked over her shoulder to find him rooted in the same spot.
This is your office,
she said, her eyes gone sober. The change was as abrupt and unmistakable as the resulting prick of sadness at his own heart. Her voice said, your office. Her eyes said it would always belong to Eli Bradford. She'd loved the old professor, that was clear. Retrieving his cane, Max followed her into an office covered in wood paneling with rows and rows of built-in bookcases. Plush wine carpet covered the floor, contrasting well with the wood. The tang of lemon furniture polish mixed with the pleasant smell of old books and the leather of a long-worn sofa, perfect for an occasional nap. Framed prints covered the walls, an eclectic medley of Monet, Warhol, and O'Keeffe. A model airplane fight was taking place in one corner of the room, a British Spitfire and a German Me-109 hanging from thin wires. With a smile, Max noted the Me-109 going down in flames. It would seem the good guys won in Dr. Bradford's world. A large old mahogany desk dominated the room, accompanied by a matching chair, lit from behind by a large picture window that looked out onto the snowy courtyard, where an occasional student braved the early spring cold snap. It was a very nice office, he thought, pleased. But the desk was worn, pitted, and quite bare. He raised an eyebrow at the sight. The rest of the room was filled with books, making the empty desk stand out. Caroline crossed the room and adjusted the blinds, cutting the glare of the morning sun.
This is one of the best views on the campus. You'll be able to see the flower gardens at the School of Agriculture in another month.
She turned and saw his pointed glance at the empty desk.
That was Dr. Bradford's. I wasn't sure if you'd have your own, or if you'd want to use his.
Her hand brushed the worn surface, an unconscious caress.
I have a catalog you can use to order any supplies you want to fill it, if you choose to keep it.
She raised her eyes to meet his, and he wasn't certain if she was even aware of the entreaty that filled the blue depths. It was more poignant than the smile from a few minutes before. Dean Whitfield had told him how well Bradford had been loved. It was obvious his secretary held one of the strongest attachments. She swallowed and turned her head, but not before he caught the glimpse of sorrow in her eyes.
If you choose not to keep his things, please let me know. There are so many of us who will be happy to take them for you.
The hand that brushed the desktop trembled, sending a pulse of compassion through him. Unfamiliar, the feeling caught him by surprise. He had a desk, one he'd had custom-built to accommodate his height years before. But the very idea of putting more sadness in her eyes was suddenly untenable. I'd consider it an honor to keep the office as it is, Caroline. Her relief was a tangible thing. I may, however, require some additional furniture. He turned and took in the square footage. I have a footstool, for my leg, he added, his brows drawing together slightly. To her credit, she didn't flinch or look uncomfortable in the least. His opinion of her inched up another notch. And a computer table.
I'll take care of it. Are they still in Denver?
No, they're in my house in Wheaton, about an hour drive from town. Caroline looked up at him, surprised.
You have a house in Chicago already?
My grandmother's. She left it to me a few years back. But one of my nephews has been living there, keeping the place up. He was offered a job on the East Coast and moved last week. Hearing from Dean Whitfield was, providential. He thought of Denver, of the pain of leaving behind what he'd never really had. Coming to Chicago now was providential indeed.
Well, fine. If you give me the address, I'll arrange for the furniture and anything else you want to be moved here.
She hesitated, those eyes of hers blurting uncertainty.
What else would you like me to do for you today?
Max lifted his eyebrows. I've never become chair of a department after its founder died unexpectedly. What would you recommend? He watched her draw a relieved breath. What kind of man had she expected him to be? It was unlikely his reputation could have preceded him this quickly.
Well, I have personnel files and the department budget for you to review.
She started ticking the items off on her fingers.
And you have to sign payroll today or the natives will revolt. I have your schedule prepared. You have your first class tomorrow morning at 9:30. Eli had notes prepared for the whole semester. You can use his or your own, of course. You have meetings set up with your staff beginning at 1:30 today, ending at 5, and a dinner with Dean Whitfield at 6. He'll send a car for you. Then all the student files, of course, and—
Whoa, stop. Max held up a hand in mock surrender. First things first. Is there any way I can get some coffee? I'm still on Denver time. Her dimple returned.
I'll make us some. How do you take it?
Cream and sugar. Lots of sugar. If you order me a coffee maker, I'll make it myself and not bother you with it. He moved to sit behind the desk, taking pressure off his hip. And Caroline? She turned at the door of his office, and he looked, unable to keep his eyes locked on her pretty face any longer. She was as appealing coming as she was going, he decided swiftly. Clad in a casual black skirt, She was the picture of uncontrived femininity. The color of her blue turtleneck sweater brought out the deep blue of her eyes and gently molded what appeared to be very nice breasts. The palms of his hands itched as his eyes measured. She was the perfect size, enough to cradle in his hands, but not too large. He'd always preferred women with rounded figures. Caroline Stewart's figure was simply perfect. The skirt hugged slim hips and fell to mid-calf, where sheer stockings covered the rest of her very nice legs. Her shoes were sensible, with not a single zing of flash, yet they showcased her calves to perfection. He abruptly yanked his eyes back to her face. She was watching him steadily, interest sharpening her expression by degrees. And it was interest he saw in her face. The good kind. He'd been out of the mainstream a long time, but not so long that he didn't recognize the look of a woman aware of a man. Sincerely, honestly, wholesomely aware. Wholesome. The very word startled him as it appeared in his mind. A decision snapped into place, one he'd probably analyzed to death later. But it was a new start, a second chance, and he'd begin today to honor his self-made resolution to meet life with spontaneity. Caroline's personnel file would be the first he'd read, her marital status the first line he'd search for, and if she wasn't married, he would ask her out. It was as simple as that. Caroline felt a rush of heat slide up her neck as he looked her up and down. She realized her mouth was watering, and she swallowed hard as the passage of time became clear once more. She'd been standing there staring at him for at least a minute. He'd addressed her, although what they'd been talking about suddenly became a fuzzy memory.
Yes?
She knew his smoky gray eyes were sizing her up, and the knowing made her tremble deep inside as she wondered about his conclusions. He was a very attractive man. She bit back the frown. And he was her boss. Tricky and very dangerous waters. Pour yourself a cup of coffee and join me. The first thing I want to do is to get to know you. Caroline found him 20 minutes later sitting at Eli's desk, surrounded by stacks of Eli's books. No, she corrected herself, feeling the pain of loss once again. Sitting at Max's desk, surrounded by stacks of Max's books. It was an important distinction, and she would need to remember it daily. Clearing her throat, she set the tray on the corner sideboard.
Here's cream and sugar. I'll let you add it yourself this time, then I'll know for the future.
Max's brows drew together in the first full frown she'd seen. I meant what I said about the coffee, Caroline. Your job is not to fetch my coffee. I'm perfectly capable of getting it myself. She blinked and sat down in the chair opposite his desk, cradling her own cup in both hands. She had the distinct impression his desire to get his own coffee had nothing to do with secretary's rights and everything to do with proving the cane was not an obstacle. Either reason would be fine with her. She certainly understood the drive to prove a disability was not disabling. With a shrug, she said,
Works for me. But will you reject my cream puffs, too?
The frown faded abruptly. Cream puffs? From scratch? She hid her grin behind her coffee cup. Evidently this gorgeous man had a weakness for sweets.
On the tray. From scratch.
Pure appreciation dominated his features as he took the first bite. I'll make you a deal, Caroline. I'll bring the coffee, and you bring the pastries. He licked his fingers, the motion sending little pulses through Caroline's body. They were similar to the pulses she'd felt the first few times she and Dana drooled over the Diet Coke Guy commercial. But these new pulses were a whole lot stronger than that. And the way his smoky eyes focused on her face. She took a gulp of coffee, wincing when it scalded her throat on the way down. So, he leaned back in his chair and studied her face. "Tell me about yourself." Caroline shrugged again, uncomfortable under his scrutiny.
There's not much to tell, I'm afraid. I've been here for almost 7 years, working as the office manager and Dr. Bradford's secretary. I do what needs to be done and work on my degree in whatever time's left over.
So you're a student, too?
I'm one of your students. Constitutional monarchy. I hear you do a great Magna Carta.
You'll have to tell me once you see it. Con Mon is a graduate-level course. He leaned back in his chair. So you're a grad student, then?
No, still working on my bachelor's. Con Mon was just for fun, and I'm just taking it as an audit, not for credit.
She grew wistful.
I wanted to have Eli for a teacher one last time. I graduate at the end of spring quarter.
And then what will you do? Her chin tilted up a fraction of an inch.
I've been accepted to law school at U of I.
His head angled slightly to one side. University of Illinois Law School. Good for you. Will you continue working here once you've completed your bachelor's? His simple praise made her want to blush, and she never had been able to control her tendency to blush. It was just her cross to bear. She shifted in her seat, crossing her legs, noting his eyes quietly following her every move. Mercy.
Well, our plan was for me to work part-time and Evie to pick up the slack, but Eli took care of that.
She caught her voice wavering and swallowed hard. The very notion that Eli had remembered her in his will was still enough to move her to tears. He'd given her so much over the years. And now...
He left me enough to pay for school and my expenses. So Evie will take over all my responsibilities when I graduate.
Evie?
Yes, Evie Wilson. She's my aide now, but Eli agreed she'd be ready by the time I graduate.
Max watched her eyes warm at the mention of her aide. There was fondness there, no doubt, but he spoke his mind nonetheless. No offense against Dr. Bradford, but I'll need to decide that for myself. Then, in fascination, he watched her blue eyes flash, matched sapphires against her ivory skin. And a little temper she has, too, he thought, finding the notion rather stimulating. I did say no offense, Caroline. The flash immediately quieted, and she dipped her head, drawing an uneven breath.
I'm sorry. Of course you will.
She straightened in her chair, lifting her gaze again.
So, what else do you want to know?
Will you go out to dinner with me tomorrow night? He wanted to ask, but held the question back. Given her attachment to Dr. Bradford, he'd give her a little time to become accustomed to his presence. Then he'd be spontaneous, he promised himself. Where do you come from? Caroline controlled the urge to flinch, blinking instead. As prepared as she was, the question still threw her. She despised the need to invent a past, but it was necessary. Still. Always.
I was born in St. Louis.
So the information on her borrowed birth certificate maintained.
But my parents moved around a lot while I was growing up.
It helped explain away the North Carolina twang that she'd never been able to completely annihilate. Your father was in the military? Caroline shook her head.
No, they just moved around a lot. I ended up dropping out of school before graduation.
That much was true. She'd been pregnant with Tom and so scared at the time.
So when I came to Chicago, I got my GED and got a job working in a warehouse while I improved my secretarial skills at night.
It had been so hard working in a warehouse, lifting boxes weighing nearly as much as she did. Her back injury still plagued her in those days, and she used a cane to get from her little apartment to the bus stop and then on to work. So many nights she'd cry herself to sleep from the pain. It was only sheer determination, Dana's constant pushing, and the thought of her son growing up in poverty that made her practice her typing in shorthand until her back ached and her eyes burned.
Then I met Eli. He offered me a job, and I've been here ever since.
Max opened her personnel file on top of his stack. She waited until his eyes widened, knowing he'd found the mention of Tom.
And I have a 14-year-old son.
His gray eyes registered surprised interest as he did the mental calculations. Thus the dropping out of school. You couldn't have been more than... Her chin lifted.
I was 16 when he was born.
He held his gaze steady to her face. And soon you'll have your degree. I hope your son appreciates what he has in you. She immediately softened.
Tom is a good boy. I'm very proud of him.
So was Dr. Bradford from these notes. Max closed the file and picked up his cup. So, you'll be a lawyer. He winced in mock dismay. Gonna be a corporate shark? Caroline laughed out loud, startling a smile from his gray eyes.
Oh no, not me. I'm going to practice family law.
She'd represent the battered women, the women whose successful husbands left them for younger women, leaving them no visible means of support. She'd represent them, and she'd win. You'll never be a millionaire.
No, but I'll have my self-respect.
His eyes flickered for a moment, then dropped to the next file. So tell me about the rest of my staff. I'll start with Wade Grayson.
He helped Eli start the history department here at Carrington. He's a U of I...
No, I can read all that for myself. Tell me about him. Caroline regarded him soberly for a long moment.
Wade's a good man. Kind, gentle. He'd give you the shirt off his back if he knew you had a need. He's brilliant and totally unassuming. He and his wife still live in the apartment they had when he first earned his tenure. They play canasta every week with friends they've had for years.
Max made a note on the inside cover of the file.
What did you just write?
Max looked up, meeting her sober expression with equal reserve. That he's loyal. She nodded, pleased.
You are correct.
He lifted his brows. That's why I'm the department chair. It had the desired effect, making her laugh aloud again. She had a beautiful laugh, and he wanted to hear it often. They reviewed 3 more professors and 6 grad student assistants before he reached the last file in his stack. Now, how about Monica Shaw? The smile abruptly disappeared, Caroline's face going still as a stone. Well, that was telling, Max thought. She sat there, obviously choosing her words with great care. He sat, waiting patiently, curious as to how political she could be.
Dr. Shaw is...
She hesitated, sighed, then began again.
Dr. Shaw is very thorough.
He waited, then frowned when she folded her hands in her lap, her full lips pursed in a thin line. And?
That's about all.
That can't be all, Caroline. She frowned back, going rigid in her chair.
That's all you're going to get from me.
Then that says quite a lot. Her tight-shouldered shrug said even more.
Please, Dr. Hunter. Max,
she added when his mouth opened to correct her.
Please don't ask me to add any more. Just like with Evie, you'll have to make your own assessments about all of us, me included. I don't want to be bearing tales on your first day.
He wondered if she was aware that her speech thickened when she was agitated. She practically twanged. Under other circumstances, he would have found it charming. But now he could only hear her dismay. All right. He fought the wave of disappointment that threatened when she rose. That's enough for one day. When do I meet her?
Who?
Dr. Shaw. A myriad of emotions played across her expressive eyes. The anger and resentment he fully expected, but the self-doubt in her eyes threw him. Monica Shaw made Caroline feel inferior. It was plain to see. Somehow, that made Max very angry.
You'll meet her at 2:30. If you need anything else, just call.
Sevier County, Tennessee, Monday, March 5th, 3:30 p.m. Winters approached the Sevier County's police garage slowly, every step harder than the one before. He had been in Asheville's garage hundreds of times, maybe thousands over the course of his 14-year career with the Asheville PD. But always before, it had been in the line of duty. Today, he pushed open the heavy steel door, his heart rate taking an upward spike. Today, he'd see the last place his son had been before he'd been taken from him. Winters couldn't bring himself to say the words that marked the finality of his Robbie's fate. The smell of oil hit him with full force. How did the mechanics manage to stay conscious in this place? Ventilation was non-existent. He took one last deep breath of semi-fresh air and made his feet move. 4 cruisers sat in a row, waiting for maintenance. The rest of the place was filled with a dozen assorted vehicles, from a classy red Corvette to the mud-covered Ford he recognized the gut-wrenching instant his gaze landed on it. The head mechanic's name was Russ Vandalia.
Vandalia,
he called, hoping the mechanic wasn't here, hoping he'd get one shot at examining the car before anybody else. He wanted evidence. He wanted clues. He wanted the bastard that had kidnapped his precious son and sent him to the bottom of Douglas Lake.
Yeah, what do you want?
Vandalia responded in a quiet voice, emerging from behind a car 10 feet away, grime covering his wizened old face, one grizzled cheek bulging from a wad of chew.
Can I help you?
Vandalia turned to discreetly spit in an old Maxwell House can.
I'm Detective Rob Winters, Asheville PD.
Vandalia studied him for a long moment, then nodded.
Thought you might be showing up soon.
He turned without another word down the aisle between the parked cars. A few Chryslers, a minivan with the front smashed in, an assortment of Japanese cars, the fire-engine red Corvette. Vandalia patted the Corvette as he passed.
Drug bust up I-40, he commented. I'm gonna be front row and center when they auction off this lady.
Finally, he came to the dirtiest car in the garage. The license plate had been wiped clean, but Winters didn't need to look. He knew it by heart. That license plate had been on the APB list of every force in the Carolinas and 3 states over. He himself still looked for it every time he was on the road. Of course, he never would have seen it. Nobody would have seen it. It had obviously been at the bottom of Douglas Lake a long, long time. He stood looking at the car until Vandalia cleared his throat.
85 Tempo. It's yours, Detective. Sevier County ran a check on the plates and the serial ID yesterday morning as soon as they fished her out. Rolled in here yesterday afternoon.
Did you find anything inside? He heard himself ask. Vandalia shrugged.
About a ton of mud, a boy's backpack.
Winters felt his throat constrict. Mutant Ninja Turtles? He asked hoarsely.
Yeah.
Winters forced back the knot in his throat that threatened to choke him to death. He'd given it to him. For his 7th birthday. Robbie had been so proud of that backpack. He remembered the way Robbie had inspected it, sober and careful. The way he'd straightened like a soldier when he hauled it onto his back the first time. The way he'd said,
"Thank you, Pa,"
respectfully, the way boys didn't behave anymore. His boy had been special. His hands tightened into fists. "What else?" Vandalia shifted on his feet uncomfortably. "Detective, you really shouldn't even be down here until the primary." Winters advanced a single step, directing a harsh stare at Russell Vandalia's spindly body in his grimy coveralls. "What else?" he gritted from behind clenched teeth. Vandalia stood quietly, not moving a muscle. Winters hated him. Hated the way he moved at his own damn speed, not caring about the important things going on around him. Then Vandalia shrugged again, turned once more to spit in his damn coffee can. "Your wife's purse." "Her wallet?" "Still there. Her driver's license, no cash, no credit cards." She hadn't had any credit cards. He'd never allowed it. Mary Grace couldn't be trusted with more than $20 at a time, much less a credit card. Her wallet was still there, but empty. She'd been robbed. His gut churned. His boy had been killed over $20. "What else?" "Her walker in the back seat, a set of jumper cables in the trunk." He paused, shrugged again. "A statue on the floorboard, driver's side." Winters sharply inhaled, every hair on his neck raising. "What?" The garage and all its sundry contents faded to the distant background as he focused on the old man, who remained stubbornly silent. Winters took another step forward, shoving his hands deep in his pockets, the urge to throttle Vandalia almost too strong to resist.
"What did you say?"
"A statue." Vandalia regarded him warily. "About 8 inches tall. One of those cheap statues you put in your garden. I've seen 'em for about $15 at Carolina Pottery. I'm not Catholic, so I can't say for sure who it is. Maybe the Virgin Mary."
"Where is it?"
Winters asked, making his voice steady, impersonal. He didn't want to make the old man suspicious. He needed to get a good look at that statue. He followed the direction Vandalia's shoulder jerked, turning to a table next to the car. Unable to believe his own eyes, barely able to control the feral roar of murderous wrath that flooded him, Winters approached the table. There it was, that damn statue. She'd given it to her. That motherfucking nurse's aide that couldn't keep her nose out of everybody else's business. The young one, the one that looked at him like he was pond scum, a bottom feeder that didn't deserve to live. The one that coddled Mary Grace like she was some kind of victim. The only kind of victim Mary Grace had been was of her own stupidity and disobedience. The very existence of that statue was stone-proof. Winters stared in disbelief at the cracks in the clay, vividly remembering the day he'd hauled her sorry ass home from the hospital. The head nurse, the old one, said his wife needed to stay another 3 months, maybe go to some fancy rehabilitation center. Bullshit. What Mary Grace needed was to be home. She'd been lazing in that hospital bed for 3 months while he did her chores at home, while he kept Robbie clean and fed. He was tired of ordering takeout from the chink place down the street, tired of the macaroni and cheese Robbie made every single meal the boy cooked, tired of dragging his clothes to the corner cleaners to be laundered, tired of the sorry way Robbie picked up the floor and made the beds, tired of his boy having to do women's work. She could move, enough to do her chores. Mary Grace needed to be home. It was her place. So he'd brought his wife home. She wanted to keep the statue, actually thought he would allow her to keep it, to remember that nosy home-wrecking nurse that treated him like he was a monster. The ugly Catholic idol had sat on that table next to her hospital bed for so long, it left behind an area of clean outlined by the dust the nurses never bothered to wipe up. That hospital had been a pigsty. The minute she dragged herself through the front door behind her walker, he grabbed her bag from Robbie's hands and held the statue for her to see. He told her to forget everything she'd heard in the hospital. She was home, his home, where he was in charge. Where he, not some holier-than-thou doctor or do-gooder nurse, made the decisions. He'd expected a little resistance, but she'd surprised him. Her eyes had blazed with hate. So vivid and unexpected, he'd been momentarily taken aback. But the back of his hand wiped her attitude away, and by the time she'd dragged herself back to her feet, the damn statue was in pieces on the kitchen floor. He'd ordered Robbie to sweep the floor, and Robbie obediently picked up the pieces and put them in the kitchen garbage can. And that had been that. He'd never had to look at that god-awful thing again. Until today. The cracks in the clay were wide, the edges chipped. The statue had been reassembled, glued. His eyes narrowed. Kept. Mary Grace had secretly kept the statue against his strict orders. And now there it sat, next to Robbie's backpack and the other things Russell Vandalia found in the car. He felt a rush of cold, cleansing fury. It could mean only one thing. She and Robbie hadn't been abducted, as he'd feared all these years. The conniving, manipulative, lying bitch. She'd planned this. Mary Grace had deliberately run, deliberately taken his boy. But how had the car ended up in Douglas Lake? Why hadn't she taken the statue in her purse? Where had she gone? How had she lived, supported his son? She was a cripple, a gimp. She wasn't capable of any sustained physical effort. She'd never be able to hold a menial job. And she sure as hell wasn't smart enough to get anything better than scrubbing floors. She'd need assistance. Public assistance. Welfare. The thought of his son on welfare was enough to make him sick to his stomach. But that's what she must have done, or they would have starved. But to get assistance, she'd need her license, her social security card, some identification. She'd need those things. So why had she left them behind? Unless... A notion took root. Unbelievable. Impossible. Unless she'd planned to disappear, to become someone else. Stunned, the thought rocked him. Mary Grace wasn't smart enough to stage such an elaborate plan. She wasn't strong enough to carry a laundry basket more than 6 feet at a time. She couldn't have pulled this off alone. She must have had help. It was the only explanation for how she'd completely disappeared. The fury banked as a tiny ember glowed, fanned to life. Hope. If Mary Grace had run away, truly run away from him, she'd taken the boy. She never would have left without the boy. His son was out there, somewhere. He'd find him, and he'd bring him home. And God help Mary Grace, because when he was through with her, only God could. He'd find her, wherever, whoever she was. And then, God damn it, he'd finally finish the job he should have finished years before. Chapter 4. Chicago, Monday, March 5th, 6 p.m.
So how did it go?
Dana asked. Caroline looked over her shoulder as she hung her coat in the closet. Dana lay sprawled on the lame excuse for a sofa Caroline hoped to replace someday. Tom lounged on the floor below her, sharing a fast-dwindling bowl of popcorn. How had it gone? Up until 2:30, everything had gone like heaven. And at 2:30, after Monica Shaw got one look at Max Hunter, well, everything went south in a big-time hurry.
She was hurt, humiliated, and she didn't want to talk about it.
You're still here?
Caroline narrowed her eyes suspiciously.
Are you sick? Are you coming down with that little boy's strep? No, Mommy, I'm not sick. See?
Dana stuck her tongue out.
Ah.
Caroline rolled her eyes.
Gross, Dana. Next time swallow the popcorn first.
Tom chuckled and held up a hand blindly to be high-fived.
Good one, Dana. I thought so.
Dana smacked Tom's hand.
No, I'm not still here. I ate your porridge, broke a few chairs, slept in your bed, then I used your shower and your toothbrush before I went down to City Hall to try to solicit some more operating funds. Then I came by afterwards to give you unconditional support in case your new boss is intolerable. Is he?
Caroline glared as she passed the sofa on her way to the kitchen. From the smell of the room, Tom had shoved a frozen pizza in the oven.
You used my toothbrush? Tom, I want to see your math homework. Anything under a B and your camping trip is canceled, young man. I got a B+, Mom.
Tom answered quietly, the laughter gone from his voice.
Well, good. I'm glad.
She sniffed the air again.
Did you take the plastic off that pizza before you put it in the oven?
Tom winced and jumped to his feet in a graceful movement that seemed at odds with his gangly height.
I think so. I'll check. Do that.
Caroline shook her head and pushed Tom's stack of school books to one side of the dinette with more force than necessary.
And when you're done, can you move these books to your room?
Tom gave her a quizzical look.
Sure, Mom. What's wrong?
Caroline sat down at the table, tired and angry, and hurt. And jealous? Yes, that too, she was forced to admit. Which made her even angrier.
Nothing. Uh-oh.
She turned her head to one side, skewering him with another glare.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just, uh-oh. Tom grinned engagingly as he shut the oven door.
That burning smell was just cheese that fell on the electrical element. No plastic.
His grin met its mark, extinguishing at least a portion of the anger that had been bubbling all afternoon. A bit of guilt set in. She hated to snap at Tom. He was a good kid.
That's good. What did you mean by uh-oh?
Tom sighed and looked to Dana for assistance. When it appeared none was forthcoming, he squared his shoulders, prepared to face his mother like a man.
When you come in all mad, push my books out of the way, don't say, how was your day, honey?
His voice sing-songed in a passable imitation of Caroline's drawl.
And when I ask what's wrong, you say, nothing.
He ground it out in grouchy tones and shrugged.
It's bad news for me. Either something's really wrong, in which case I'm about to get worried, or it's,
He cleared his throat delicately.
Time to be running to the corner store for cheap chocolate in the jumbo size.
Dana laughed as she unfolded her long legs from the sofa.
He's got you pegged to a lousy tea, Carol.
Her eyes danced.
Honey.
Caroline's lips twitched. Then she let out a laugh, her first since 2:30 that afternoon when Shawclaw sashayed in to meet Max Hunter.
You guys ought to be happy I love you.
Tom sighed in overly dramatic mock relief.
Then I don't need to get the 2-pound bag of M&Ms? It's almost Easter. They should have the almond ones in pretty colors now. You're cruising, young man.
Caroline shook her finger at him.
Come here.
He complied and gave her a crushing hug.
You're okay now?
He murmured, concern showing through his spotty bravado.
Right as rain. How long before the pizza's done? 15 minutes?
Astute beyond his years, he nodded.
Yes'm, I'll take my books to my room so you can tell Dana why you're really mad.
Dana delivered a fake punch to his shoulder.
And don't come back till I ring the dinner bell. We don't have a dinner bell.
Dana shrugged.
There you go.
She smiled at his back, then took the chair next to Caroline's.
For the record, I did not use your toothbrush. I stole a new one from your closet.
She folded her arms on the table.
So how was your day, honey?
Caroline rolled her eyes again.
Fine. So, is he 500 years old and a grouchy old sourpuss?
Caroline glared at her.
No. Okay,
Dana responded.
95 and takes his teeth out at inopportune moments?
Caroline bit her twitching lip.
No.
She tugged the band from the end of her braid and slowly worked it loose. She shook her head, taking a small pleasure from the way her hair felt falling free.
He's something else. An axe murderer? No. Then tell me, for God's sake. I'm sitting on needles here.
Caroline rolled her eyes heavenward.
Do you remember that Diet Coke commercial?
Dana sat back in her chair, stunned.
No way. Way? Dr. Maximilian Alexander Hunter is a cross between that Diet Coke guy and Jack Lord from Hawaii Five-0. Ooh, I always thought he was sexy with the way his hair fell down on his forehead and how he wore those black suits without breaking a sweat, even though it was 400 degrees outside in Hawaii. Proved he was a real man with a capital M. Book 'em, Dano. So, if your new boss is eye candy, why the long face?
Caroline narrowed her eyes, feeling petulant and just a little evil.
I'm not sure.
Dana pushed her mouth into a sympathetic pout that was all but ruined by the laughter in her brown eyes.
Poor, poor Caroline. Does he make your heart go pitter-pat?
Caroline shook her head.
I wish. Jackhammer? Oh, boy,
she whistled when Caroline nodded.
That can't sit well with you. Why would you say that?
Dana tapped her chin with her forefinger.
Let's see. Caroline Stewart, who has successfully avoided any entanglement with a man for as long as I've known her. Suddenly she's face to face with potent sex appeal. I bet he liked you too. That would make it worse.
Caroline sat back in her chair and crossed her arms over her chest.
I don't avoid men,
she protested.
Yeah, you and the senior group at the Rotary Club. Wade, Eli, Dr. Lee. They don't count, Caro. They're safe, father figures. Too old to be any threat. You've surrounded yourself with non-threatening men from day one. Not that anyone blames you, of course. Of course, Caroline muttered. And now a very sexy man is thrust into your safe little world? Your heart goes pitter-pat? Thunk, thunk, thunk,
Caroline corrected darkly. It was pounding again, just remembering the intensity of his expression when he looked her up and down, the way her own body had responded.
Fine then, thunk, thunk. Now you are tempted. You don't want to be tempted because you're scared. Caroline, that's just foolish, you know. Not all men are bad.
If only it were that simple.
Has anyone ever told you that you're annoying when you meddle? You and Daly, doesn't matter. I'm right on this. Is he nice?
Glumly, Caroline nodded.
Did he notice you too?
Caroline shrugged.
He looked at me.
Dana leaned back in her chair, her brown eyes alive with speculation.
How?
Caroline closed her eyes.
Like I was the only woman in the world,
she thought.
Like I was desirable, pretty, like he wanted me. Little Miss Naive, Like you could tempt a man like Max Hunter. Right.
Dana whistled.
Wow. Did you blush like that when he looked at you?
Caroline felt her stomach turn over.
Probably. So what's wrong with that? Some men like the Pollyanna, gee golly whiz, will you take me to the sock hop look?
Caroline swallowed. She would not under any circumstances allow Maximilian Hunter to upset her. It just wasn't going to happen.
Oh. So then what happened?
Dana asked, her voice rife with understanding.
Shaw. Oh, for crying out loud, Caro. No, I'm serious. You should have seen her, Dana. She walked in demanding to see him before her scheduled appointment. He was still in with Wade, so I knocked to see if he's finishing with Wade soon, and she pushes by me, all regal-like, dismisses me like I'm the servant of the house, then gives Max the eye. The evil eye?
Dana had leaned forward, elbows on the table, her chin propped on one fist.
No, the sexual eye,
Caroline demonstrated, then slumped in her chair. It had been so humiliating. Her heart hadn't even slowed down from those surface-of-the-sun stares in his office when Monica came in and taught her a thing or two about what men really want. One look at Max Hunter, and Monica went into chase mode, fluffing her platinum blonde hair and pulling her shoulders back in her tight-fitting silk suit, jutting her breasts out for Max's fullest appreciation. As always, when faced with Monica Shaw's natural elegance, her own self-esteem plunged. Dana winced.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. So did your Dr. Hunter take the bait? How could he not? He's a man after all.
That was the understatement of the century. Max Hunter was the quintessential man.
Caroline, you are not being fair, to him or to yourself. Not all men are suckers for a pretty face, and Shaw's isn't even that pretty. She's gorgeous, Dana, and you know it. She has bad skin and hides it with $50 a bottle concealer.
Caroline smiled, glad for Dana's loyalty, however skewed, and managed to pull the entire situation back into perspective.
Doesn't matter anyway.
This time Dana narrowed her eyes.
Why the hell not? Because I'm not in the market for a man? Not now, not ever?
It was the truth. It would have to be.
Caroline.
Caroline held up one hand to silence Dana while rubbing her forehead with the other. A headache was brewing.
We've had this conversation before. It would be wrong for me to start a relationship with someone knowing I'm unavailable. Bigamy is still against the law.
Dana pursed her lips.
So is beating your wife within an inch of her life. So two wrongs don't make a right?
Dana finished impatiently.
Do I have to throttle you to make you listen to reason? Just because a man's interested in you doesn't mean you have to marry him. Go on a date, have a good time, kiss a little, pet a little. A little sex isn't bad either. Geez, Caroline.
Caroline smacked her hand on the table, cutting Dana off in mid-argument, cutting off the mental images that had sprung to life simply by the words "a little sex." There would be no such thing as a little sex with a man like Max Hunter.
Enough. I will not challenge Monica's staked claim, or anyone else's for that matter. I will not be interested in Max Hunter.
She drew a breath, held it, then let it out.
I stopped by Hanover House at lunch, and you'll be happy to know Cody's fever broke this morning after you left. Dr. Lee says he's going to be just fine. But I'm not so sure about his mother. She looks to me like she just might go back to her husband.
Dana locked her arms across her chest, her jaw stubbornly jutting to one side.
You're changing the subject, Carol. And like it or not, it's not your business if she stays or goes back to her husband.
Caroline frowned. They had this argument every time a woman left the safety of Hanover House to return to her abusive partner.
Are you staying for dinner or not?
Dana sighed, releasing the stronghold she had on herself, and raked her freed hand through her short hair.
Sure. I'm a sucker for plastic pizza, and I still have nothing in my cupboards.
Caroline pushed away from the table.
Then I'll make a salad. I swear you'd have scurvy in a week if it weren't for me making you eat some vegetables. Caroline?
Caroline turned in the doorway of the little kitchen, feeling another spurt of annoyance at the smug, knowing look on her best friend's face. That was the problem with best friends. They always knew you way too well.
What? Black suits you. And don't forget to touch up your roots before work tomorrow.
State Bureau of Investigation, Raleigh, North Carolina, Monday, March 5th, 7 p.m. Special Agent Stephen Thatcher of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation had one hell of a headache. A consistent, nagging headache. She was named Aunt Helen, his mother's sister. She meant well, she really did. And she hadn't always been a headache. She was, in truth, his favorite aunt, and he loved her dearly. When he was a red-headed, freckle-faced boy of 8, she'd take him fishing. Damn, but that woman could cast like a pro. She balked at cleaning her own catch, but she made up for it by frying up whatever he cleaned. When he was a gangly, red-headed, pimply, and freckle-faced adolescent of 13, she taught him to dance and how to pin a corsage on a girl's dress without practicing acupuncture or getting slapped in the face. When he was an awkward, nervous groom and father-to-be at 18, she tied his bow tie and told him he was doing the right thing. She'd cooed over and helped change the diapers of every one of his 3 boys. And she'd held his hand when at 33 he put his wife in the ground. That was 3 years ago. She'd moved in with them before the boys' tears were dry and taken care of them. She still took care of them all. Cooked, cleaned, made sure the boys' socks were bleached white and even matched. Made sure he didn't wear a paisley tie with a herringbone jacket. Sang lullabies to his youngest son and tucked him into bed with a kiss and a bedtime story of faraway lands and dragons. She fished with his middle son and taught his oldest to dance and pin corsages on girls. Yes, she was his favorite aunt, and he loved her dearly. Yet she was the cause of the pain shooting behind his eyes at this very moment. Because now, at 36, with his red hair tamed to what Aunt Helen called strawberry blonde, his freckles faded, and his ring finger bare, he was an available male, and his children needed a mother. He should know. Aunt Helen said so. Daily. At this very moment, in fact. And she had just the right girl. He rolled his eyes. She always had just the right girl. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. It wasn't any use. The headache just stayed and stayed. Helen had the tenacity of that damn pink battery bunny. And the fact that what she wanted most was the very thing he'd vowed to avoid at all costs. Well, that would just be one more snag in the tangle of his life. Stephen switched the phone to his other ear and grabbed the file he'd been reading when she called. No, Helen. N.O. I do not want to go out with your friend's niece's cousin. I don't care if she did win the local beauty pageant when she was 17. I don't care if she's so sweet that she makes Mother Teresa look like Hitler. The answer is still no.
She has her own bass boat, Helen wheedled, with a depth finder and a GPS.
Stephen sat up in his chair. Really? He narrowed his eyes. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you, Helen? This might be an out with fringe benefits, a way to keep Helen off his back for a few months and squeeze in some legitimate recreation at the same time.
200 horses.
Stephen bit his lip. He hated Helen's blind dates. Hated them.
But hell, the woman had a depth finder and a global positioning system and a boat with a 200-horse motor. How bad could she be? 1, maybe 2 dates with the beauty queen, and Helen would lay off the matchmaking, maybe until fall if all the cards fell his way. Okay, give me your number.
I thought the boat would do the trick,
Helen said, obviously taking great satisfaction from her victory.
You're a hard man to matchmake, Stephen.
I know. The number? With an inward sigh, he wrote it on his desk blotter. I'll try to call her tomorrow.
Why not tonight?
Don't push it, Helen. Stephen massaged the back of his neck. Besides, I've got calls to return. Don't hold dinner for me, but tell Nicky I'll be home in time to tuck him in. He returned 4 of the 6 calls, checking each one off his list. 2 more to go, then home to a warmed-over dinner and hopefully a cold beer. And his boys. Always his boys. Stephen? Stephen looked up to find his boss leaning against the door jamb of his office door, his normally jovial face creased in a frown, a manila folder under one arm. Stephen placed the phone receiver back in its cradle. What's up? New case in from Asheville. Special agent in charge Lenny Farrell laid the folder on Stephen's desk blotter dead center. Farrell was a stickler for detail, sometimes to the point of annoying everyone in his command. But he was a good man, a good leader, and Stephen respected him. I need you to go down there tomorrow and check it out. Stephen opened the file, scanned the first few pages. I remember this one vaguely. Wife and son of a cop missing when? 7 years ago now? How'd you get this file so fast? They just pulled up the car yesterday morning. He squinted up at Farrell. Why isn't the Asheville field office responding to this? It's their jurisdiction. What's up, Lenny? Farrell shrugged. I got a call right at noon from the head of the Asheville office. He was in the district attorney's office 7 years ago, and he thought the husband did it back then. But there wasn't sufficient evidence to charge him. He's concerned this'll get brushed under the carpet again. Apparently, enough of the Asheville PD have personal history with the husband to make him concerned about conflict of interest within the Asheville office. Farrell hesitated, then straightened his spine. I also got a call from the investigating detective, retired now. He and I go back a lot of years. He also thought the husband did it. He wants the right thing done by the wife and boy this time around. Stephen regarded Farrell for a long moment. Did the investigating officer call you or the Asheville field office first? Farrell looked distinctly uncomfortable. Me first. I recommended he go through channels to call the field office and get them involved. He did, and the field office asked us to get involved. Stephen glanced down at the file, then back up at Farrell. Your dad's a retired cop out of Asheville PD, isn't he? Farrell jerked his head in what Stephen interpreted as a nod. That was enough. Stephen massaged his temples, feeling his headache worsen. He'd been through cases like this one before, and the outcome was rarely pretty. The SBI was rarely welcomed by local law enforcement with open arms. Usually at least one local cop viewed SBI special agents as trespassers on local turf. Truth was, SBI resources were better equipped to investigate cases that, thank God, weren't daily occurrences in North Carolina's small towns. Nevertheless, his presence was likely to be considered outsider interference by the local police. Is local law enforcement aware I'm coming in on their investigation? Farrell nodded. Actually, the lieutenant in charge at Asheville PD gave the field office a call this morning. He checked his notepad. Her name is Lieutenant Antoinette Ross, goes by Tony. Well respected by the Asheville field office. She asked for SBI support, so you can at least count on cooperation at the top. Stephen smirked. Before or after your father talked to her? Farrell shook his head with a slight smile. You'll have to ask her that question.
Stephen scanned the file once again. There was precious little information.
No bodies found? Nope.
Farrell perched on the corner of his desk.
And there was no evidence of foul play when the wife and the boy first disappeared 7 years ago.
Stephen frowned at the troubled look in Farrell's eyes.
And now?
Farrell gave a facial shrug.
That's what I want you to find out.
Stephen closed the file.
I'll head out first thing in the morning.
He allowed himself a final smirk up at Farrell.
Oh, and I'll give your daddy your regards when I talk to him.
Farrell stood and headed for the door.
Make sure my mama offers you some of her sweet potato pie. It's the best.
Chicago, Monday, March 5th, 9 p.m. Max relaxed behind the wheel of his car, pleasantly exhausted from his first day at Carrington College, finding the drive to his house comfortably familiar. It was still hard to think of it as his own house. It had belonged to Grandma Hunter since before he and his brothers and sisters were born. Situated west of Chicago in what was still rolling farmland, it was old and drafty and massive and absolutely wonderful. He smiled as he turned onto his own road. He'd hung from those tree limbs as a boy, raced up and down the road, David and Peter at his side, Catherine at their heels, Elizabeth crying because they'd left her behind again. He'd missed them, his family. He hadn't realized how much until Kathy called to ask him to come home. Her oldest was taking a job in Virginia, and the house would be empty again. The call from Dean Whitfield had truly been providential, just as he'd told Caroline Stewart that morning. Now he thought she had been a very pleasant surprise. All the history department secretaries he'd known had been gray, 50-ish, and grandmotherly. Caroline was anything but. A wave of arousal surged at the memory of her rounded curves, of the charming way she blushed when she realized he'd been studying her. She was everything he'd been looking for. Beautiful, compassionate, obviously intelligent. Too bad she didn't seem to have the same assessment of her value that he did. If she had, Monica Shaw would never have been able to extinguish the light from her eyes so quickly. Fury had spiked inside him, and it had taken every ounce of restraint to keep from telling Monica Shaw to go to hell. The elderly Professor Wade Grayson warned him about Shaw. He'd been right. But watching Monica wave Caroline away as if she were a servant and Shaw the queen lit a possessiveness in him, the sharp need to protect Caroline that took him by surprise. Remembering hours later, the feeling still took him by surprise. Surprise took an upward surge as he pulled into his driveway, finding a classic T-Bird taking up more than half the width. "David," he muttered, joy and annoyance competing. He parked his car as far to the left of the T-Bird as he could, ending up partially on the snow-covered grass. The recent spring thaw teased, leaving piles of slushy ice in its wake. He'd have a shoe full of slush before he got into the house. But joy won out. David was here, and Max had missed him. Max found the door unlocked, and the sizzle and aroma of stir-fry met his ears and nose. He dropped his briefcase on the hardwood floor of the foyer and hung his overcoat on one of the pegs Grandpa Hunter had hammered into the wall 60 years ago. He'd finally come home.
"David, in the kitchen."
Max let his nose lead the way and found his brother dramatically shaking vegetables in a large wok over the gas stove. David looked up with a grin, and the years seemed to melt away.
"About time you got home."
He dropped the long handle of the wok to fold Max in a bear hug. The seconds ticked as the brothers held tight in a true embrace. Similar in size and weight, they'd made a formidable pair once upon a time. And despite the 2 years separating them, they'd always been a pair. With a last hard squeeze, David let go first and turned back to his cooking. Max looked over David's shoulder at the sizzling vegetables. "How long have you been here?" "Since me and Ma finished your grocery shopping 3 hours ago." David rolled his eyes to the ceiling as if praying for patience, and Max laughed. "Your cabinets are officially stocked." "Better you than me." Max's heart softened. "She went to a lot of trouble for me. She's glad to have you home, finally." David did something magical with his wrist, and all the vegetables took a dangerous slide, miraculously ending up back in the wok. Max took a fond look around him. The kitchen was garish and old, enormous goldenrod and lime vegetables adorning the walls. Grandma Hunter hung the wallpaper when Max was a boy, and he'd hated it as much then as he did now. But it was as much a part of this place as the horseshoe hung over the door and the antique table and caneback chairs. Ma called them antiques. Grandma had just called them old. "I'm glad to be home. That smells good." David smirked. "I thought you had a dinner meeting." "Appetizers." It had been a steak, but, that had been hours before. With a flourish, David served, then joined him at the old table. "Sit and enjoy. You got some calls while you were gone." Max's back tightened against the caneback chair. "Who?" "Your realtor in Denver? You got an offer on your condo, a good one. I told her to take it." Max's eyes widened in shocked disbelief. "You told her what?" David chuckled. You're still so easy, Max. I told her I'd give you the message. But you should take it. It's a great offer." He paused. Then somebody named Ed called. "And?" Ed was the one friend he'd made in the years he'd lived in Denver. David bit his lip, hesitating. "He said the wedding went off without a hitch." Max drew a deep breath, then let it out as a sigh. "Well, I guess that's that." David set his fork down and propped his chin on his fists, elbows on the table. "Max, what happened?" Max eyed his brother warily, then all resistance melted at the caring look in the gray eyes so like his own. "Her name was Elise. We dated for 2 years. I asked her to marry me. She accepted, then backed out 6 months ago saying she'd met someone more compatible." It was impossible to keep the bitterness from his voice. "That was her wedding that went off without a hitch." David blinked once. "Well, that was concise." "Yeah, well, that's the meat of it." David's fists lowered to the table in one controlled, savage motion, sending the silverware bouncing. "You mean to tell me you were engaged and you never told us about her? You never once brought her home to meet us, even Ma, for 2 years? His voice rose on each question, so by the last one he was close to shouting. Max winced. "Something like that?" David shook his head, his expression stunned. "Why the hell not?" "Why not?" "I don't know. Maybe because I knew you wouldn't like her." David visibly forced himself to calm down. "And why would you think something like that?" Max pushed the food around on his plate. For all his hunger a few minutes before, he'd lost his appetite. "Because you wouldn't have." He shrugged, shifting uncomfortably under his brother's steady gaze. "She wasn't like us." "What? She was like Protestant?" Max snorted a chuckle, unprepared for David's wry humor. "No, actually, she wasn't anything. An agnostic. But that wasn't it. Elise was... She was... Damn it, Dave. Every way I start to say it makes it sound like I was ashamed of you, and that wasn't it." "So say it, and let me judge." Max took a bite and contemplated his answer as he chewed and swallowed. "Elise was uptown.
She was sophisticated and dramatic. She was an actress.
No, say it isn't so.
David drew back in mock horror, crossing himself. Max frowned. You don't have to be so sarcastic. I'm trying very hard here. Sorry. David rose and got 2 beers from the refrigerator and a bottle opener from the drawer. Here, peace offering. Okay. Max took the bottle, still frowning.
So how did you meet Miss Uptown Girl?
David gestured with his bottle, singing the last 2 words of the Billy Joel song. David was making him feel better despite himself. He'd always been able to do that. She had a part in a local production of Richard III, and she came to me to do some research. I don't know, Dave. I was fascinated. She was different than any of the women I'd seen over the years. How so? She was incredibly beautiful. You never picked out any other kind, Max. That was true before. The bottle hit the table with a thud. No way in hell am I hearing this again. You're not going to tell me that you haven't been able to attract a single beautiful woman in 12 friggin' years? Max's eyes narrowed. None that stuck around long enough after seeing his scars to become anyone special. Something like that. Damn it, Max. All that half-a-man stuff was bullshit years ago, and it's bullshit now. No, David, it's not. You lost the wheelchair before you even went to Denver. I ought to know. I roomed with you in Boston every damn year just to kick your ass to rehab. And I'm grateful for that. Max was more than grateful. He was forever indebted to David for giving up 4 years of his 20s to bully him back to almost full mobility. He could walk on his own 2 feet because of David. How could he ever begin to repay that? David crossed his arms over his chest. I hate it when you use that tone of voice. Max raised a brow. What tone of voice? He asked quietly. David muttered an explicit curse. That tone of voice, the one that says don't touch me. Don't you understand anything at all? I don't want your fucking gratitude, Max. I never did. Max felt his own hackles rising. Then what do you want? David pushed back from the table and began to clean the kitchen, looking for anything on which he could vent his anger. One of Grandma Hunter's plates shattered as he threw it against the old porcelain sink. I want you to talk to me. He turned and faced his brother, anguish plain on his face. I want my brother back. The heartfelt plea struck deeper than any other words could. Max's eyes slid shut, and he felt emotion thicken in his throat. I'm back, Dave. Your body is back, Max. I want you. Incredibly, David's voice broke. I missed you. He swallowed hard, fighting the tears. I love you. We all do. Come home, Max. Max's shoulders sagged as he dropped his face into his hands. How could he have hurt the people he loved the most this way? I never told Elise. David knelt on the cold linoleum and pulled Max's hands from his face. You never told her about the accident? About the wheelchair? Why the hell not? Max's laugh was strangled and coarse. Because I'm a... What did you used to call me? A self-pitying son of a bitch. Yeah, that's what I was. So you could never bring her home because she'd hear it from one of us? Something like that. Max. Compassion mixed with disgust. I know. No, you don't. Ma thinks you're ashamed of her. Max looked up, his expression fierce. I never once felt that. Then why have you stayed away so long, Max? Why did you move clear across the country? And don't say because of the job. You could have gotten a position at any university in Chicago. And why when you came home were you always so remote?
Max looked away. Lots of questions. "You come up in conversation occasionally," David replied dryly. "And what's the verdict?" Max heard the sneer in his own voice, but could no more have exorcised it than he could have competed in a 5K race. Not anymore, anyway. David rocked back to sit in his heels. "Guilty. We think you feel guilty. For Pop." "That has got to be the most ridiculous—" He broke off as David raised a brow knowingly. Damn David for being so intuitive. "It's stupid to feel guilty after all this time, Max." Max looked down at David, still on his knees. "I guess I owe you guys an explanation." David just shrugged at that. "So why did your Elise marry someone else?" Max bit his lip and chose to ignore Elise's most obvious reason. "She said she needed someone with more pizzazz." "She said pizzazz?" David's laugh came rolling from his belly. "I didn't think that uptown people were allowed to use that word." "You think you're so brilliant." But Max couldn't quite pull off the scorn he'd been trying for, as his own lips were twitching. David was so good at making him laugh. "I picked up a few things at Harvard. Maybe a few nurses at the rehab center. I had to have something to fill the lonely hours you were in class. You're a big jerk." "Ooh, tough guy." Max sobered. "She said I wasn't spontaneous enough for her." "Well, that's true enough." Max's brows bunched under his frown. "Excuse me?" "You're not spontaneous, Max. Face it. You think too damn much." David rose and dusted off his knees. "I have to go now. I have 3 engines to work on tomorrow." Max pulled himself to his feet, wincing as the ever-present pain seared his hip. "How's the business coming?" David had started his own garage with his share of Grandma Hunter's inheritance. "We pulled a profit last year, finally." David busied himself with his gloves and coat. "Oh, you had one other message. Somebody named Caroline." Max's heart jumped. "My secretary." David waggled his brows. "Oh, really?" "Shut up. What did she say?" David grinned. "Only that she'd arranged for the moving service to pick up your things. Somebody's coming for 'em tomorrow, and she wanted to be sure someone would be home." She works fast." Her face appeared in Max's mind's eye, her blue eyes laughing up at him while her dimple deepened. Then his mind's eye drifted lower, remembering the way she'd filled out that blue sweater. Oh, man. He'd bet his subconscious was busily concocting some interesting fantasies to populate his dreams tonight. "Oh?" Max frowned. "Get your mind out of the gutter." Which is exactly where his own mind had been headed. "She is a perfectly delightful young woman with a son." "And a husband?" "No, she doesn't have one of those." "And you're going to be spontaneous?" Damn, Dave was good at reading his mind. "I was considering it." David barked a laugh and moved to the front door. "Only you would consider being spontaneous, Max. Only you. I'd like to meet this Caroline in person." Max felt a surge of jealousy stab his heart, so sudden it shocked him. He didn't even want to think of David looking at Caroline, much less meeting her. "Don't—" He cut the command off mid-sentence, but the single angry word echoed, and the rest of the sentence hung suspended between them. "Don't you dare." Unmistakable hurt filled David's eyes, and Max suddenly felt lower than dirt. "I said I'd like to meet her, Max, not run off to Tahiti with her. I can get women all on my own. I don't need to steal yours," he added quietly. He pulled the front door open, and Max winced, more from the frost on his brother's face than the cold air that rushed to fill the entryway. Max made it to the door in time to clasp his brother's shoulder. "David, I'm sorry." "Yeah." David's single word was filled with harsh rebuke. "Please, can you turn around and look at me?" Max waited until David turned, but found he couldn't meet his brother's hurt eyes after all. Max dropped his gaze to the hand that held his cane so tightly that his knuckles were white. "I'm sorry. He shook his head and turned away. "Thank you for dinner." And even Max could hear himself use the tone David so despised. He waited, expecting the door to slam shut. But it didn't. Instead, David's hand clasped his shoulder. "What happened, Max?" he asked softly. "What happened to make you think I could ever hurt you?" Max dropped his head, abruptly and utterly exhausted. And then the words came, as if he could have stopped them had he tried. "She couldn't stand to look at me. Elise couldn't bear it when other people looked at me with—" He let the thought trail, the silence heavier than the word would have been. David said nothing, just squeezed his shoulder hard. "She said she wanted a normal man." There, it was out, finally. It echoed in his mind. Normal. Normal. What that joker she married in Denver was. What he wasn't. A long beat of silence followed. Then David cleared his throat. "Good for her. You're not normal." Max's throat closed. Tears stung his eyes for the first time in more years than he could remember. It was amazing, truly amazing, the difference made when the exact same words were uttered with different intent. When Elise had said them, they were heartless and cold, devastating him. When David said them, they formed a warm blanket, embracing him, devastating him. "You were never normal, Max," David continued, and Max could hear the tears clogging his brother's normally resonant baritone. "You were just my brother." He withdrew his hand, and Max felt bereft. The two stood until the silence became uncomfortable. Max cleared his throat. "Are you busy for dinner tomorrow night?" "If you're cooking, I am definitely unavailable." David's voice was light, but forced. "How about I buy us a pizza?" "Then I'd say you have yourself a date." David paused. "5 or so?" Max nodded, still facing away from his brother and the open door. "5 is good." The door closed, and Grandma Hunter's house, his own house, was quiet. He listened to the roar of David's classic car in the driveway until the sound died away. Then he wiped the moisture from his face. He was home. Finally. Chapter 5. Chicago, Tuesday, March 6th, 10:55 a.m. Caroline closed the door to Eli's office with a quiet click, then turned and leaned her forehead against the cool wood of the door. She didn't like this, any of this, not one little bit. The whole man-woman seek and chase thing was highly overrated, especially when the man was as shallow as a pond in summer and the woman foolish as a teenager. She drew a deep breath through her nose, seeking the tang of the lemon furniture polish and Eli's old spice that always soothed her nerves in the past. Instead, she smelled the woodsy scent she'd so quickly come to associate with Max Hunter, and her pulse quickened in response. In one day, this room had ceased to be Eli's, the safe haven she'd come to treasure. Now it was Max's. She was interloping, intruding. Fantasizing. Oh, boy. She let out the deep breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding as the content of her dreams from the night before rushed through her head, leaving her shaken, her skin sensitized, her body throbbing where she'd never felt any such sensation before. Woman low. Now she knew what that phrase meant. On one hand, she wondered how she could have become 30 years old without feeling her pulse throbbing deep within the most private reaches of her body. On the other hand, she wished she'd gone another few years without knowing exactly what she'd been missing. It was primitive. She shuddered and squeezed her legs together. Mercy. It was also devastating, because now she also knew the meaning of unrequited love. Well, unrequited lust, anyway. She breathed deeply again, trying to still her racing heart, feeling more foolish by the moment. Foolish and angry. And hurt. Mostly hurt. Max wasn't here. He was still in class, chatting it up with the two voluptuous beauties that sat in the front row, hanging on his every word. Missy and Steffi. Caroline rolled her eyes, remembering the way they'd laughed at his every joke, not so surreptitiously crossing their long legs, bared up to the hem of their barely decent miniskirts. Not a wrinkle, not a scar. Probably didn't even have tan lines marring the skin they'd kept golden through the cold Chicago winter, courtesy of the off-campus tanning salon. Young, leggy, graceful. Caroline frowned, feeling her forehead bunch against the smooth wood. And they got decent grades to boot. They didn't even have the decency to be stupid blonde bimbos that would flunk out and be forced to marry men 50 years their senior. Caroline had waited a few minutes after class, planning to walk back to the office with him.
Be honest with yourself, Caroline,
she chided herself harshly. Who was she kidding anyway? She'd lingered, hoping to steal a few minutes alone with him, hoping to see those enigmatic gray eyes focused on her in that same intent way he'd looked her up and down the day before, assessing her attributes. She blew out a sigh, cooling her heated forehead. How ridiculous she was being. One lousy time, she was the subject of a man's heated stare, and it went to her head. She'd thought of nothing else the entire night, and silently cursed the knowing grins Dana tossed her way during dinner. Well, she allowed the curses that had become not so silent once Tom had gone to bed. Dana just grinned some more and reminded her to wear black the next day. Even offered to touch up her roots for her.
I'll touch up my own damn roots,
Caroline muttered. And she had. And for what? So Max Hunter could completely ignore her and moon over girls half his age? Well, 2/3 his age. He was 36. She'd checked. Although what did it matter? Sudden embarrassment at her own foolishness overwhelmed.
I can't believe this, Eli, she murmured. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of a man who has done nothing more than smile at me.
But what a smile Max had.
I'm pathetic, Eli.
She shook her head, pivoting her forehead against the door.
I'm simply pathetic.
She swallowed hard to relieve the sudden constriction in her throat.
And I'm lonely,
she admitted in a barely audible whisper.
I'm so tired of being alone.
She straightened and turned to look across the office her late friend had occupied for 40 years. Max's computer table now occupied the space where Eli's marble chess table had stood. Many were the days Eli and Wade had sat here bickering over the next move, arguing about politics, about who was the greatest singer in the Rat Pack, about who would get her last homemade pastry. She'd loved to listen to them talk. Her days just weren't complete without Eli. Dana was right. She'd surrounded herself with safe, unavailable men. And she would continue to do so, likely with Max Hunter's help. He may have stared a bit yesterday, measuring her up, but as soon as he got a view of the young women on campus, she'd drop to the bottom of the heap. It was just as well. She was in no position to flirt with a man like Max Hunter anyway. With any man, for that matter. But it sure didn't hurt her ego when he looked. As long as that was as far as she let it go. Her eyes dropped to the box on the floor beside Max's desk. His office supplies had arrived.
"Time to stop your wool gathering and earn your paycheck, Caroline,"
she murmured, hiked her black dress up past her knees, then dropped to kneel beside the box. Asheville, North Carolina, Tuesday, March 6th, 11 a.m. Stephen Thatcher paused in the doorway, surveying the Asheville PD's homicide division. It was a bullpen set up with maps and pictures of the area's most wanted posted all over the wall, like hundreds of other police divisions across the state. Phones rang, a printer droned, and he caught the occasional flash from the copy machine from the corner of his eye. The aroma of stale coffee and microwave popcorn teased. He drew a deep breath, mentally settling in for what might be a long investigation. Be it ever so humble. Stephen stopped at the closest desk with an inhabited chair, its occupant intent on typing on an ancient manual typewriter, his thick forefingers hunting and pecking a letter at a time. Stephen watched for a moment, surprised to see one of those old machines still in use. The nameplate on the large man's desk read, "Det B. Jolly." One could only hope he would be. Jolly, that was. "Detective Jolly?" Jolly looked up from his two-fingered typing, his eyes narrowed beneath bushy gray brows, his face tightened in a scowl. He is not, Stephen thought, a faithful representation of his name.
"Yes?"
Jolly rumbled back, his voice deep and gravelly. His eyes zeroed in on Stephen's briefcase, then raised to meet Stephen's eyes.
"What do you want?"
"I'm looking for Lieutenant Ross." Jolly leaned back in his chair, his head slightly tilted, his gaze still narrowed.
"Her office is over there."
He gestured to the far wall.
"Who are you?"
Stephen pulled out his badge. "Thatcher, SBI." A dark flush started on Jolly's cheeks, quickly traveling to his fleshy neck.
"He didn't do it."
Stephen's brows shot up. "Excuse me?" Jolly stood, and Stephen found himself eye to eye with 6 feet 4 inches and 250 pounds of belligerent detective.
"I said Winters didn't do it,"
Jolly snarled, his body leaning forward, his face close enough to give Stephen a clear view of bloodshot eyes, purposely intimidating. This was more than a hostile glance, and more than Stephen had expected.
"You might as well turn around and head back to wherever you crawled here from."
Stephen drew a breath, rapidly concluding it would be unwise to tell Jolly he'd ended a sentence with a preposition. "Look, Detective, if you just step aside, I have an appointment with Lieutenant Ross." "Ben?" Another detective appeared just behind Jolly's right shoulder. "Sit down and take a break." "I mean now, Ben." The newcomer clapped a hand to Jolly's shoulder and pushed him into his chair, briefly closing his eyes when Jolly grudgingly complied. He opened his eyes, and in them Stephen saw unveiled relief. "This way, Agent Thatcher. Lieutenant Ross has been expecting you." Stephen followed, noting the way the man's hands clenched at his sides. They stopped just outside Ross's office door, and the detective turned to face him. "I hope you'll excuse Ben Jolly. He and Rob Winters have been friends for as long as I've been on the force. Ben was Rob's support when his wife and boy disappeared 7 years ago. Ben defended him then, and is primed to do it again. Knowing it's starting up again has most of the guys touchy." Stephen studied the detective's face, his perfectly combed golden hair and wide blue eyes. He might have appeared boyish, perhaps even effeminate, but for the linebacker brawn in his shoulders and worry-worn lines crinkling the corners of his eyes. "And you? Are you touchy?" One corner of the detective's mouth lifted.
I think I'll let you determine that fact yourself. I'm Detective Lambert, Jonathan Lambert. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you while you're here." He turned and lightly rapped on Ross's door, pushing it open in the same motion. "Tony, the SBI agent's here. Special Agent Thatcher, meet Lieutenant Ross." And with a nod, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Stephen watching his back with a frown.
"Special Agent Thatcher?"
Stephen jerked his attention back to the woman standing before him. So this was Lieutenant Antoinette Ross. He'd gotten an earful from Lenny's counterpart in the Asheville field office, all of it exemplary. Ross was a good cop, principled, tough. Stephen raised a brow. She didn't look all that tough, although she did look fast, her lean body that of a runner. A glance to the far wall confirmed his impression. Ross followed his eyes, and a fond smile bent her lips as she looked at the photo of a runner wearing a number on her chest.
"I came in 262nd. It was always a dream of mine to run the New York City Marathon."
"It was always a dream of mine to finish one without a heart attack," Stephen quipped, and Ross chuckled and gently pushed her door closed.
"Have a seat, Special Agent Thatcher. Thank you for coming."
Stephen folded his body into a straight-back chair as she lowered herself into her padded one. He slipped out the folder Lenny had provided from his briefcase. "I read the file. Not a whole lot of information." Ross frowned and pulled on a pair of glasses. She unlocked the drawer next to her knee and withdrew a gray envelope.
"No, there's not a whole lot here, either."
She glanced at Stephen, a mild frown scrunching her brows.
"I have some photos and a few transcribed witness accounts. I know there was more."
Stephen tilted his head back, returning her frown.
"You were on the case 7 years ago?"
"No, but I remember hearing about it. I was working undercover at the time, narcotics."
So she was tough. Not an attractive assignment, even in a town the size of Asheville.
Ross slipped the glasses from her face, set them on her desk, and massaged the bridge of her nose.
No, it wasn't. At any rate, I wasn't physically here in the precinct every day, so I don't have a very detailed memory of what happened. But there was more."
Stephen settled in the hard chair, resting one ankle on the opposite knee, watching her all the while.
"Why did you call in the SBI, Lieutenant Ross?"
Ross returned his gaze, steadily.
"I've always had a gut feeling about Winters, Agent Thatcher. He bothers me. I don't know if it's warranted or merely my very human reaction to the fact Winters disrespects me daily. I wrote him up for insubordination 6 months ago."
"Can I ask why?"
Ross pushed herself to her feet. Turning, she fixed her gaze on the budding trees outside her window.
"It wasn't easy becoming a black woman, Lieutenant."
"I guess not," Stephen murmured, a little surprised to hear Ross express herself so candidly.
"Let's just say Detective Winters called my methods for advancement as well as my commitment to the sanctity of my marriage vows into question."
"Unwise," Stephen remarked, paying close attention to the rigid line of her spine.
"To my face in front of my men,"
Ross said softly. "Unwise and stupid." Ross turned from the window, her face set in a determined line.
"He publicly challenged my authority. His reprimand was equally public. Everybody here knows that. I want justice for Mary Grace Winters and her son. If Winters has involvement, I want to know that too. But I also want to be very sure this investigation is conducted in a way that maintains Winters' civil rights and the credibility of this office. This assignment will not be pretty, Agent Thatcher."
"I didn't expect it would be, Lieutenant."
"Many of my men will treat you with derision and disrespect."
"Like Ben Jolly?"
A rueful smile bent one corner of her mouth.
"You've met him, I take it."
Stephen rose to his feet, placed both hands on her very cluttered desk and leaned forward, directly meeting her troubled brown eyes.
I'm not here to win a popularity contest, Lieutenant. I'm here to get to the bottom of what happened to that woman and her child 7 years ago.
He let his eyes soften.
So let's get this show on the road, shall we?
Chicago, Tuesday, March 6th, 11:15 a.m. Max hurried from class as fast as he was able. He'd thought those young women would never leave, all giggles and coy smiles. But that's the way they always were, until they got a good look at the cane, until they watched him struggle across the room while leaning on the damn thing. He didn't know why he'd remained sitting behind his desk, cane out of sight, until the girls walked away. He supposed it was some kind of residual ego, one that still hoped he could make a sexy woman turn her head. He'd turned their heads all right, he thought, disgust washing through him. He'd turned Caroline's head, too, completely around as she headed for the door. She'd waited for him to finish trading meaningless small talk with the young things, her expressive eyes growing more and more hurt by the moment, until finally she'd turned and left the room. And he'd let her go without a word. He shook his head, angry with himself. David was right. I really am a self-pitying son of a bitch, he thought, as the door to the outer department office finally came into view. Puffing a bit from the exertion, he pulled the outer office door open, words of apology on his lips. Her desk was empty. She wasn't there, wasn't waiting for him. His mind finished the thought, mocking him. He'd expected her to be eagerly waiting for his glorious return. God, I'm such a pompous dick, he thought, self-disgust rising another notch. Caroline's life didn't revolve around him, even if his thoughts had revolved around her since the moment he'd walked into this office 24 hours before. And therein lay the rub. He wanted a woman, the right woman, to revolve her life around him, or at least he wanted to be the center of her thoughts, of her heart. He'd wanted to be the center of a woman's heart for a long time. It was no deeply hidden secret, at least from himself. He wanted someone to care for him, to listen to him, to look at him with unmitigated desire in her eyes, even after she'd seen his cane and his scars. Max took the few steps from the outer door to Caroline's desk and absently picked up her pen. Her scent lingered here, light and female, pretty. She'd seen his cane, and it hadn't bothered her. He could tell that right away. Instinctively, he knew a woman like Caroline wouldn't shy away from imperfection. At least he wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe it very much. He gently put Caroline's pen back on her desk, glancing at her neat piles and to-do lists. With a list that long, she couldn't afford to be away from her desk for very long. She'd be back soon enough, and he'd apologize to her straight away. For now, he had his own work to do. He put thoughts of his apology out of his head, filling it instead with plans for his afternoon class. Constitutional monarchy had gone well this morning, the graduate students attentive and interactive. But this afternoon, he'd have a group of freshmen that took his class because the college required an elective. Most would be gum-snapping kids, still buying pimple cream by the case. Most would be bored out of their skulls. It would be a challenge to hold their attention. He loved a challenge. He loved it when kids focused in on his story, and he knew he had them in full thrall. The afternoon course was devoted to the American Civil War. The challenge was to come up with a tale that rivaled the blood and gore of Hollywood. He had the perfect one. Max opened the door to his office and stopped abruptly. All thoughts of gruesome battlefield amputations, hacksaws, biting sticks, and bottles of cheap whiskey vaporized in an instant. His eyes widened, His mouth went dry, his throat closed, his heart exploded. "Oh, my God." The words formed soundlessly on lips that felt like limp rubber. Caroline knelt on the floor, looking into a box. Her rear end pointed straight up at him, rounded and perfect. Perfectly shaped, the perfect size for his hands to cover. He closed his hands into fists against the rush of lust that roared through his body. There, on her knees, every sweaty fantasy from the night before flashed before his eyes. Every little whimper, every little moan she'd made in his dreams filled his ears. He shouldn't be looking, shouldn't be staring, shouldn't be fantasizing about her sprawled naked in his bed, looking up at him with blue eyes glazed over with passion, begging. Oh, God, the things she'd begged for in his dreams. He swallowed hard, trying to hydrate his mouth that was drier than the Mojave Desert. She shifted as she sorted deeper in the box, her shoulders going one way, her round rear the other, straining that sexy black dress across her curves. He swallowed again. A decent man would avert his eyes, he thought. Apparently, he wasn't a decent man. No, not a decent man at all. He was so hard he hurt. Wincing, he took a single step forward, his feet piloted by the brain that now throbbed in his pants. Her body tensed slightly, her dark head lifting as she sensed his presence. Caroline was startled out of her wool gathering when she heard the slight sound, a shuffle across the carpet just as the scent of his cologne reached her nose. She looked over her shoulder to see the shiny black surface of Max Hunter's shoes directly behind her. She drew a tight breath. He was back. The room felt smaller, just knowing he was in it.
"You're back,"
she said quietly, not looking any higher than his shoes.
"Your supplies are here. If you can give me a few minutes, I'll set up your supply drawer." "Just go away," she thought, anger beginning to simmer inside. "Don't make me see that I'm nothing special."
The shiny shoes didn't move an inch. Caroline sighed, letting her shoulders sag. What did it matter anyway?
"Don't even think about it,"
she chided herself.
"Don't even think about picket fences and black-haired babies and honey, I'm home. Just don't."
Those things weren't for her.
"I made some coffee out by my desk. Help yourself."
He said nothing, made no attempt to answer. But she could feel him. An energy that sensitized her skin, made the little hairs on her arms stand on end. Using the corners of the box as leverage, she pushed herself to her feet, turning to face him in one movement. And stopped. Abruptly. He stood close, staring at her, his face hard and dark, a muscle twitching spasmodically in his cheek, one hand fisted at his side. The hand that clutched his cane was fisted so tightly his knuckles were bright white. Her eyes dropped to his hands as they opened, stretched taut for an instant, then pulled back into fists. He had big hands. Big fists. She felt a familiar panic insert itself inside her, deep down where she couldn't fight it, couldn't quell it, couldn't make it go away. She tried to draw air into her lungs, but the air was too thick. Her feet were leaden, the carpet molasses. Even as her mind told her this wasn't Rob, that this was Max Hunter, her boss, even as she knew she was no longer in North Carolina but in Chicago, safe from Rob's fists, even as she knew she was no longer timid, frightened, mousy Mary Grace, her feet moved back a step. By sheer force of will, she dragged her eyes from Max's fists to his face. His eyes were hard, glittering. He was angry, unspeakably so. Silently, she racked her mind for the reason for his sudden anger. What she could have possibly done to have brought it on, trying to think of the right words to say to make his face soften, to make his fists relax, to make him go away. But she couldn't think of the words to say, so she helplessly watched him, her heart beating in her breast like the wings of a trapped sparrow. He didn't go away. Instead, he took a giant step forward, and then, as if in slow motion, his free hand opened from its fist and rose to her face. She flinched, wrenching away so hard she stumbled backward, stifling an alarmed cry as the sharp edge of the box dug into her calf and her feet lost purchase with the carpeted floor. And just that fast, his hands were on her, hard around her upper arms, lifting her back to her feet, letting go when she was steady again. She opened her eyes, only vaguely surprised she'd clenched them shut. He was too close, the shiny tips of his shoes less than an inch from hers. His cane lay on the carpet at an angle where he'd dropped it to keep her from falling. For a moment, she saw herself grabbing it, using it to protect herself. But then he spoke, his voice sharp with concern. "Caroline, are you all right?" She lifted her eyes slowly, praying the anger would be gone. Her breath caught in her throat. The anger was indeed gone, replaced by a gentleness that was unexpected. "I'm sorry." His voice was softer now. His hands were poised at her shoulders, a fraction of an inch from touching her. But he didn't touch. He didn't grab, didn't bruise. "I didn't mean to startle you. Are you all right?" She nodded, unable to force the words past the residual lump of fear in her throat. His brows snapped together, giving him a look of instant authority. "Then say something. You're scaring me." Caroline cleared her throat. It hurt her throat. Her body hurt, especially her back, from tensing her muscles. Becoming too tense always gave her backaches, courtesy of her injury so many years before. 9 years, to be exact. 9 years. She lifted her chin, willing the fear to recede, willing her muscles to relax. 9 years had passed since he'd pushed her down the stairs. 7 years since she'd made her escape. 7 years of being afraid, of looking over her shoulder, of taking a step back every time someone reached to touch. How long would she allow him to affect her life? Him. She made herself think his name, Rob Winters, an evil son of a bitch that got his kicks from terrorizing those weaker than himself. Years of Dana's coaching came flooding into her mind, and some nugget of wisdom finally clicked. No, Caroline ordered herself. Say his name, Rob Winters. Rob Winters can't hurt you anymore. Rob was gone. Mary Grace was gone. Caroline was here. I'm here to stay, she thought. So stay, Caroline. Stop running away. She was still running away. Not from places anymore, but from people. How long would she allow Rob Winters to keep her isolated from other human beings? It had to stop. Today. Now. She could make it stop. Herself. Today. There was power in that knowledge. Power and a sudden surge of elation, dizzying in its intensity. It was thrilling, electrifying. It was... Reality invaded her thoughts, jerking her back when Max snapped his fingers in front of her face. Caroline, say something now or I'm calling the school nurse. You're as white as a sheet. Caroline inwardly cringed, embarrassment rushing in to push aside the thrill of being the master of her own destiny. Reality loomed before her, 6.5 feet of gorgeous male sex appeal who was currently looking at her as if she'd lost every crayon in the box.
"I'm all right,"
she managed, then drew a deep breath.
"I'm fine."
And she would be, later. Taking a mental stand didn't mean she instantly became Wonder Woman or Dr. Laura, she realized. She needed to be alone, someplace where she could process the events of the last 10 minutes and let the aftershock trembles come in private.
"I'm sorry. I don't usually do things like that."
She sidestepped the supply box on the floor.
"I'll just get out of your way."
"Caroline, wait. Sit down." She opened her mouth to protest as he pushed her into one of the chairs in front of his desk. "Just be still for a minute." He slowly went down on one knee, reaching sideways to grab his cane, then pushed himself to his feet to stand by her chair, the look of concern still on his face. He touched his hand lightly to her forehead. "Are you feeling all right? You're so pale. If you're sick, you should be home in bed." She wanted to sink through the floor.
"I'm fine."
He pursed his lips. "Yeah, right." He sounded wholly unconvinced. "Your color's just now coming back. Is there somebody I should call?" She shook her head.
"No. Really, I just need some air."
And a hole to crawl into, she thought. "Then come with me. We'll take a walk outside." He held out his arm, his expression still worried.
"I'm really—"
"Fine, I heard you. I just don't believe you." His mouth bent down in a mild frown. "Stand up if you can." Temper rolled in, displacing the embarrassment. She blew out an annoyed sigh.
"Dr. Hunter, please. I'm quite capable of taking care of myself."
He took a step back and shrugged. "Fine. Suit yourself. I was just trying to help." Caroline stood, testing her balance. It had never been quite the same since her accident. The room tilted, then righted itself.
"And I appreciate it. Truly."
She looked up to find his jaw hardened and his arms crossed tightly over his chest as he half sat on the edge of his desk. His eyes were focused full on her face, his mouth still frowning. "You're dizzy." Caroline forced a smile.
"And I'm not even a blonde."
Thanks to Clairol, that much was true. "This isn't funny, Caroline." Max stepped forward and took her chin between his fingers, tilting her face up. "Your pupils look okay." She swallowed audibly. Just his hand on her face was sending little shivers down her body.
"Are you a doctor of medicine now, Dr. Hunter?"
One side of his mouth quirked up. "No, just spent enough time in hospitals to know the drill." His mouth went serious again. His eyes were still on her face, still searching. Caroline felt as if she were being inspected. Then, as he continued his silent perusal, she felt suspended in midair, on the edge of something new. Her chest tightened, her breasts tingled. His eyes were becoming increasingly more intense, just as he'd looked when he first came into the room, when he'd been angry. But he wasn't angry now. Had he been angry then? Now she wasn't so sure. He was still staring, his fingers still holding her chin.
"What?"
She'd intended it to come out sassy and sarcastic. Instead, the single word emerged sounding husky, breathy. Sexy? God, she didn't know her voice could do that. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, thoughtfully. His grip on her face loosened, but his hand stayed where it was, his forefinger curving under to cradle her chin. "You have incredible eyes," he murmured. Her eyes widened. His remained locked on hers.
"Lord."
No, he hadn't been angry before. It was all quite clear now. The hard expression, the flashing eyes, the clenched fists. Oh no, that wasn't anger. It was a sudden escalation of those heated looks from the day before. She swallowed audibly again, feeling herself slipping down a dangerous slope. She wasn't afraid of him now. No, definitely not afraid. But there was a big difference between not being afraid of him and succumbing to the look in those gray eyes. That was a line she shouldn't cross. Really shouldn't cross. A line she'd be truly unwise to even approach.
Thank you,
she whispered. Thank you? How articulate she was after almost 7 long years of college education. Her English teachers would be just so proud. She closed her incredible eyes against the second wave of embarrassment in less than a half hour. She expected him to release her chin and laugh at her bumbling idiocy. Instead, he brushed his thumb over her lips. Once, twice, 3 times. Mercy. Open your eyes, he commanded softly. Caroline complied, dreading the condescending amusement she knew she'd see in his face. She looked out the corner of her eyes, straining her peripheral vision to its limit in an honest effort to avoid his face. He cleared his throat and tugged on her chin, gently. I'm up here, Caroline. She dragged her eyes to his face and caught her breath. There was no condescension there, no amusement. His eyes were locked on hers, dark and compelling. There was interest there. Danger. But she wasn't afraid. No, fear was low on the list of sensations at the moment. Rock bottom. At the top, heat, lust, unmitigated want. Desperately, she visualized herself drawing the line in the sand, the line she shouldn't cross, the line she shouldn't even approach. She was unavailable. He was available. Sexy. Gentle. I'm sorry, he said softly.
Why?
Her lips mouthed the word, but no sound came out. His thumb moved across her lower lip, and a shudder rocked her spine, shivering out to her fingertips. For this morning. Caroline furrowed her brows, his meaning escaping her fogged brain. Then the fog cleared. His students, Missy, Steffi, long legs, bright smiles, golden tans. Jealousy emerged, unbidden and unwelcome. She tightened her jaw and tried to pull away, but he held her chin firmly. She could have pulled harder, but didn't. She forced herself to smile, but could feel it was a mere baring of teeth.
No need to apologize, Max. You can talk to whomever you want. I'm sure Missy and Steffi will be more than willing to provide stimulating conversation.
She heard the nastiness in her voice as she enunciated the young women's cutesy names, wondering if they'd be as attractive with names like Hildegard or Gertrude. Of course they'd be. They'd just go by Hildy or Gertie. Max shook his head, one brow lifting. Maybe for other 22-year-olds, not for me. His eyes gleamed. I'm looking for someone a little more... He hesitated, then shrugged. Come to dinner with me, please. Caroline's mouth fell open. Max pushed her mouth closed with the finger that still cradled her chin.
Me?
Max smiled wryly and looked around the empty office. Do you see anyone else here? Yes, you. Why are you so surprised? You must have men asking you out all the time. Caroline swallowed.
No, not as often as you'd think.
Where was that line in the sand again? His smile dimmed a shade when she didn't accept. "Are you seeing someone, Caroline?" She shook her head.
He's not asking you to marry him, idiot. He's asking you to go to dinner.
Surely a dinner wouldn't hurt anyone, would it? Then how about dinner? Caroline filled her lungs with air, but it didn't seem nearly enough. She felt cornered, poised on the edge of the cliff. She was the captain of her fate, the master of her destiny. Uh-huh, right. Then why did she have the ridiculous mental image of a wily coyote in free fall holding that silly little umbrella?
Okay.
His mouth smiled, a true smile, transforming his face, and Caroline had the distinct feeling he was relieved, as if her turning him down would have meant something, maybe even have hurt him. It seemed unbelievable. But stranger things had happened. After all, Dr. Maximilian Hunter had asked her to dinner, and she'd said yes. Mercy. Chapter 6. Asheville, North Carolina, Tuesday, March 6th, 1 p.m. She was out there. He knew it. It was eating at him. How had she done it? Winters sat back in his leather computer chair, arms tightly folded across his chest, watching the little hourglass spin on his screen. He'd checked every database and search engine he knew of, and had found no record of Mary Grace by any combination of Mary, Grace, Winters, or Putnam, her maiden name. It was like she'd dropped off the face of the earth. How had she disappeared without a single fucking trace? How had she planned it? Who helped her? She wasn't smart enough to plan such an escape herself, even if she'd been able-bodied, which she wasn't. Where was she? Where was Robbie? He'd be 14, just becoming a man. Winters dug his fingers into his upper arms, steadying himself against the sudden rush of grief and rage. He'd missed so much of his son's life. She'd robbed him of that, of the little pleasures of watching his son become a man. Without his direction, Robbie had likely become soft, coddled. He'd have to fix that in short order time when the boy got back. It would be difficult to drive out 7 years of bad parenting, but he'd do it, no matter how drastic the measures. The hourglass disappeared, a dialog box popping up in its place. Results of search, 0. That was the last database he'd known to search. God damn it, he muttered, and reached for the can of beer on his desk. It was empty. God damn it. Sue-Ann! He crushed the can with one hand and threw it in the trash can.
I'm right here, Rob,
Sue-Ann said quietly from behind him. A can of cold beer appeared at his elbow.
I've got to run to the market. Can I get you anything else before I go?
Winters glanced at her over his shoulder. The bruises on her face had started to fade, and she'd covered the remnants with makeup acceptably. He jerked a nod towards the door. Go on. Stop by the ABC on your way home. I'm low on Jack.
Rob.
Her voice was mewling and whiny, the way it always got just before she started complaining about going to the liquor store. It grated on his nerves. He turned around in his chair to look her in her moon face. She flinched and backed up a step. What is it, Sue-Ann?
Aren't you going to work today?
She stammered. Her eyes lifted to his computer screen, but he made no move to hide the search he'd been running. Sue-Ann was too stupid to find her own ass. There was no way she could understand anything he was doing. I took a leave of absence. He turned back to his computer, shutting her out.
For how long?
He wrenched around again and raised his fist, felt gratified when she paled and shrunk back another foot.
until I'm ready to go back. Now get out before you're stuck here another few days."
Sue Ann lifted a trembling hand to her jaw where the evidence of his last fist-to-bone connection could still be seen if you looked closely enough. She nodded and turned for the door. Rob twisted back to his computer.
"Don't forget the ABC store."
Yes, Rob.
The door closed, and he was alone again. Sue Ann might never have existed. His mind was filled again with Mary Grace and Robbie. What next? How could he find a trace of her if she'd changed her name? For finding her was the key to finding Robbie. He knew that. Missing children mostly stayed missing. They were too easy to hide. But an adult needed to eat, needed to have an income of some kind. There would be records. He just had to find where those records were stashed. A sharp edge of fear poked at him as he sat brooding. What if she was smart enough? What if he never found her? What if he never found his son? He looked down at his hands. They were shaking. He was afraid. He tightened his fist and clenched his teeth. He'd find her. She might have been smarter than he'd originally allowed. But she wasn't smarter than he was, that was for damn sure. And she also wasn't smart enough to do all this alone. He'd have to find the person who helped her, the person who planned the details of her abduction of his son. He stood and paced the living room floor, a caged cat looking for any crack in the glass that separated him from the answer he knew was out there. Who had helped her? If it was the old head nurse at Asheville General, he couldn't get any information from her now. She died about 6 months after Mary Grace disappeared. He pursed his lips. Now he wished he hadn't chosen that particular mountain curve to force Nurse Sanctimonious off the road. He should have chosen a more gradual drop, one she would have survived, but would still have scared the old bag into not giving any more photographs to the police. The old nurse was so sure he'd done it, so sure he'd murdered his wife and son. The interfering bitch had been feeding pictures she'd taken of Mary Grace during her hospital stay to the detectives who investigated his boy's abduction. There was one detective she talked to all the time, Gabe Farrell, who looked at him like he was shit on his shoe every time a new photo turned up. That nurse had to be stopped. Winters just wished he hadn't done it so permanently. His mind flipped back to the cracked and glued statue sitting in the Sevier County evidence locker. The nurse's aide had given Mary Grace the statue. Maybe she'd given her a lot more. He needed to know where that aide was now. He disconnected his modem and picked up the phone to call the hospital to ask, but held the receiver without dialing until that annoying tone buzzed. He couldn't just call and ask, because, he thought, his jaw hardening, at this moment a special agent from the SBI was sitting in Ross's office. He slammed the receiver down. Mr. State. What was the guy's name? Thatcher, yeah. Ross would make sure Agent Thatcher zeroed right in on him as a target of the investigation. Winters reined in the urge to throw something. Him, a suspect. Again. It had been bad enough the first time, but to have it happen again? It was almost impossible to believe. Yet Ben Jolly had called his cell phone and told him so not 30 minutes before. It paid to have buddies in the department. At least he'd have an information flow while he was on his leave of absence. He wasn't especially worried that they'd accuse him of anything. He hadn't done anything wrong. He stared down at the phone, then at the computer. He couldn't just call to ask the hospital about that nurse's aide. Word would get back to Thatcher, and fast. And while he wasn't worried they would find anything, he also knew they could force him out on unpaid leave while they scratched their asses and checked it out, still to find nothing.
how to get access to the hospital's personnel files. He wasn't good enough at computers to even attempt that one himself. He'd just have to find someone who was.
Asheville, North Carolina, Tuesday, March 6th, 2:25 p.m.
Well?
Ross stood in the doorway of the conference room she'd designated Stephen's office. Stephen pushed his chair back from the table, rising to his feet. He wiped his hand across the back of his neck and arched his back to stretch muscles that had remained immobile too long.
"I find your hospitality lacking, Lieutenant Ross," he said with a tired smile. "It's got to be 150 degrees in here."
Ross leaned against the doorframe.
It does get a bit toasty, she admitted, especially when the sun comes in that little window.
Stephen loosened his tie another inch and unbuttoned his collar button.
"A little toasty? What's this room like in August? Never mind, I don't want to know."
It was our interrogation room.
She grinned, and Stephen was taken aback by the impact on her face. Ross, with a smile, was an attractive woman.
But the state ruled it cruel and unusual for the untried. They built us a state-of-the-art interrogation room a few years back, and now we saved this room for esteemed guests.
She sobered and pointed at the skinny stack of files.
I told you it wasn't much, but it's all records turned up. The testimony?
Her voice hardened as her gaze fell on the two photographs clipped to the front of one of the manila folders.
The pictures?
Stephen picked up the pictures by the corners, grimly studying one, then the other. The first was a young Mary Grace Winters, maybe 18 years old, holding a 2-year-old boy with blonde hair and a 2-teeth smile on her hip. Her lips were bent back in a gross parody of a smile that didn't come close to reaching her troubled eyes. The second picture was Mary Grace a few years later, in the hospital immediately after her fall down the stairs. One side of her face was swollen almost beyond recognition. Her blonde hair had been butchered by some well-meaning nurse to enable her care during what would become a 3-month stay in Hotel General Hospital. The hair near a bulging bandage was shaved to the scalp. The rest of her hair cut about an inch long all the way around. On a personal level, the pictures twisted his gut. On a professional level, they matched his profile of domestic abuse. Unfortunately, there wasn't a shred of documentation to show Winters had ever been accused of domestic abuse, and that fact bothered him. He carefully slid the photos into a folder, then looked up to see Ross studying him, her expression troubled. Stephen moved his shoulders in a combination stretch shrug.
"I don't know.
Somehow I expected to see at least one account of someone in this precinct suspecting him. After all, a cop's wife and little boy were abducted."
At the time, the investigating officers decided she'd run away with the boy,
Ross said. Not all of them, Stephen thought. Not Lenny Farrell's dad.
"Yeah, I saw that. They thought Mary Grace Winters ran away because her husband was having an affair with the next-door neighbor."
He watched Ross's face tighten.
"Do you believe that, Lieutenant?"
Ross nodded, a frown twisting her lips.
It was certainly plausible. Rob's always been very popular with the ladies. But what's always bothered me is the boy. Rob Winters seemed to love his son almost to distraction, grieved for little Robbie for years. I can't see him harming the boy. He never believed his wife ran away. He was always convinced some perp had stolen them both out of revenge.
She shrugged.
That's not impossible either. Winters has made a lot of arrests over the years. Truth is, I don't know, Thatcher. That's why I agreed to bring you in.
Stephen looked down at the photos again.
"I'd like to talk to Winters as soon as possible."
I can give you his address. He's not here today. He took some paid leave,
she added, answering his obvious next question before he could ask.
"Okay. What about the investigating officers from 7 years ago?"
You can talk to Farrell, but not York.
Stephen straightened his tie. Why not York?
He died last year.
Stephen frowned. Line of duty? She shook her head.
Heart attack. The man never met a fried drumstick he didn't like.
Stephen chuckled. So he died happy. She grinned again.
As a deep-fried clam. Farrell lives up in the mountains near Boone. You can see him tomorrow morning. He's out on a fishing trip with some kids from the local scouting troop today, she said as he gathered his files. You'll like Gabe Farrell. He's a straight shooter.
I hear his wife makes a mean sweet potato pie.
Sinfully so.
Chicago, Tuesday, March 6th, 5:01 p.m. It was 5 o'clock. Finally. Max closed the book he'd been pretending to read. He'd listened to her answer phones all afternoon, that sexy southern drawl seeping through the walls. He'd listened as she prepared to leave, wondering if she was thinking about him. He'd sure as hell been thinking about her. All afternoon. Wondering where he'd take her to dinner. Anticipating the evening as he'd anticipated nothing in a very long time. Visualizing kissing her goodnight, hoping she'd be equally responsive to his kiss as she'd been to that simple touch on her lower lip. God, he'd barely touched her and he'd been ready to come. She'd shivered every time he brushed her lip with his thumb, her eyes growing wider with each breath. She was a novice to whatever she was feeling, those eyes of hers radiating trepidation, then wonder. There'd been something else there, too, he thought, worrying at his own lower lip with his teeth. She'd been startled when he approached her. Caroline was obviously a bit skittish. A light tapping at his door broke into his thoughts. Caroline. Just thinking her name conjured all kinds of interesting mental images. He sat up straighter in his chair. Come, and managed to keep a smile on his face, despite the little stab of disappointment when a tall young woman with a short cap of dark hair entered. Evie, what can I do for you? Evie Wilson tentatively approached. Talk about skittish. The young woman moved like a colt, long-legged with bursts of uncertainty. He had no idea if she'd be a good secretary when Caroline graduated or not. He wouldn't be able to tell until she got over her initial crush and stopped looking at him like he was a movie star. Or sports hero, his mind mocked. He abruptly pushed the unwanted thought aside.
I just wanted to know if you needed anything from the library,
she offered, her voice small. No thanks, Evie. He tried for a reassuring smile. He wasn't good at warm and fuzzy. He was better at being called sir and doctor and having his requests immediately fulfilled. But the smile must have done some good as Evie blushed to the roots of her too short hair and backed away, stammering a goodbye. Max sighed. He didn't want a young secretary. He wanted an older, more efficient secretary that wouldn't swoon over him. After Caroline, of course. She could swoon over him as often as she liked. He'd just finished locking his desk drawer when another knock sounded at his door. Come on in, he called. Then he sighed quietly as the overpowering scent of perfume came drifting across the room. Dr. Monica Shaw. He'd been avoiding her all day. He lifted his head to find her standing in his open doorway, silently watching him with a predatory look. He knew that look. Elise had often worn it. He knew it now for the falseness it represented. Shaw's brightly painted mouth curved up in what he thought she intended to be an alluring smile. He fought the urge to scream for help. Can I help you, Dr. Shaw? She slinked forward, her hips seeming to move independently.
Please, call me Monica.
Max sat down in his chair and steepled his fingers together atop his desk, hoping he looked unapproachable. Then can I help you, Monica?
I certainly hope so.
God, she was purring. He thought of a cat waiting to pounce on a poor mouse. Too bad they didn't make mouse holes 6.5 feet tall.
I was hoping you'd let me take you out to dinner.
She paused and perched one hip against the corner of his desk so that she was leaning toward him. Her perfume was overpowering to the point of gagging him. He swallowed hard as she smiled again.
To welcome you to the department.
Well, thank you for the offer, Monica, but... She leaned a few inches closer.
I know this fabulous little French restaurant on Michigan Avenue. I made reservations for 7.
Max leaned his chair way back, hearing the springs creak in protest. That's very nice of you, Monica, but I have other plans tonight. Her smile drooped, and she pouted.
Really, Max? How could you have other plans tonight? You've been in Chicago less than a week.
Her fingers inched toward his folded hands. He yanked them off the desk and folded his arms across his chest. I have other plans. He stood awkwardly and reached for his cane, but quicker on the draw, Shaw reached it first. He held out his hand for his cane. Instead, she slipped her hand into his.
Cancel them, she murmured. I guarantee I can make it worth your while.
He pulled his hand back and folded his arms across his chest again. I don't want to cancel my plans. Now, if you'll kindly hand me my cane, I'll say good evening.
But...
The door to his office opened, and both Max and Monica turned to look, Max praying it wasn't Caroline. He'd managed to whisk the young co-eds under the mat this morning, but he knew Caroline felt especially vulnerable around Shaw. His eyes opened wide as David entered the room. Max, you're not planning on standing me up, are you? And to his consternation, David marched across his office and threw an arm around his shoulders. He stuck his free hand out to greet Monica. Hi, I'm David, Max's date for the evening. Monica's jaw dropped, exposing several silver fillings in the back of her mouth. Very unattractive, Max thought, struggling to keep his face straight and his laughter controlled. Monica was completely horrified. Halfway recovering, she reached to shake David's hand.
The two of you, know each other?
Oh, yeah, David answered easily, pumping her hand in an overly hearty shake. We went to Harvard together. He bestowed a tender look at Max. We were, roommates. His voice softened. Weren't we, Max? Eyes wide, Max nodded, unable to speak. Monica had taken a step backwards. David pulled him close and laid his head on his shoulder. We were practically inseparable from the time we were, well, boys, wouldn't you say, Max? Max nodded again. He cleared his throat. Inseparable. So you see, Monica, I really cannot have dinner with you, tonight or any other night. Would you mind? He held out his hand and wriggled his fingers. Monica handed him his cane. She recovered remarkably, her face going from apoplectic to apologetic.
I'm sorry, Max. I didn't know you were involved with someone.
She glanced at David, who was smiling beatifically.
It's nice to meet you, David. Enjoy your, evening.
Thank you, David nodded, the picture of innocence. We're having pizza, aren't we, Max? Max gulped. Pizza. He'd offered David pizza the night before. Dinner plans with Caroline had obliterated the memory. Pizza, yes. Good night, Monica. They watched as she walked out, her hips no longer moving independently. They listened until they heard the outer door close. Then Max turned on David with a scowl, forcibly removing his brother's arm from his shoulder. What the bloody hell do you think you're doing?
David grinned. Saving you from that woman. You didn't want to go out with her, did you? Max tried to look stern.
No, I didn't, but that gave you no right to...
David poked him in the ribs. Don't be ungrateful. It might have been politically incorrect.
Might have been,
Max exploded.
Do you know what trouble?
David shrugged. But it'll keep you out of her clutches for a good long time. He grinned again, and Max felt his heart melt. This was his baby brother, who'd always been able to use that outrageous sense of humor to make even the worst of days bearable. Let's go out for pizza. Max grimaced. I really do have other plans, Dave. David frowned.
You're standing me up for real? For who?
For Carrot. His voice caught as panic grabbed at him. Oh, God, I hope she didn't hear any of that. He rushed to the door to the outer office as fast as his legs would permit. Shit. She sat at her desk, her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. With a menacing frown at David, Max crossed the remaining distance to Caroline's desk. He sat on the corner of her desk and touched her shoulder gently. Caroline, I don't know what you heard, but I never would have gone to dinner with Monica, and this is only my idiot brother. Her shoulders shook harder. I wouldn't have made plans with you only to break them, honest. You were going to break plans with me, David inserted blandly, watching the scene from far enough away so that Max would have had to stand up and walk a few steps to hit him.
Shut up, David, Max hissed. You've done enough damage for one day.
He turned back to Caroline, who still hid her face behind her hands. Please don't cry. My brother is just leaving. Caroline moved her fingers wide enough to peer through. Oh, no, don't make him go, she gasped. Please. She slid her hands down from her eyes to cover her mouth, revealing the tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh, my Lord, She started coughing, and Max realized with supreme relief that she wasn't crying after all, but laughing so hard she was choking. He gamely patted her back as she tried to regain her breath. Wheezing, she pounded her fist on her desk. I haven't laughed so hard. She started coughing again.
Get her some water, would you, Dave?
With that same imperturbable grin on his face, David complied. Thank you, Caroline managed and drained the glass. Oh, Max, the look on her face when she left here, priceless. Max felt his face break into a relieved grin. This is my brother, David. I know. We met before he went in there. Caroline shook with residual giggles. Thank you, David. That woman has been a thorn in my side for 5 years. David inclined his head.
Glad to oblige. So how long has she worked here?
Caroline chuckled. 5 years. 5 very long years. She turned to Max, her eyes bright blue and sparkling. If you two want to go out for pizza, I'd hate to be a third wheel. Something relaxed inside him. Her wonderful laugh put him completely at ease. Well, we could invite Missy or Steffi for you. Her eyes narrowed, but her dimple appeared. Over my dead body, Buster. Captivated, he couldn't take his eyes from her face. She was so pretty when she laughed. Beat it, Dave, he said, not bothering to look over his shoulder. Max, that doesn't seem fair. He came all the way down here to meet you. He was probably dropping off a car to some rich guy, weren't you, David? No, David said from behind him, his voice heavy with sorrow. I rode all the way down here just to see my dear brother. He's a ham, Caroline remarked to Max. Always has been, Max answered. Beat it, David. I'll buy you a gross of those beers you like so much. Just go away. David sighed dramatically. "Watch him, Caroline. He'll drop you like a hot potato when you begin to bore him. I think I'll just go drown my sorrows at Moe's."
"What's Moe's?"
Caroline picked up her purse and smiled up at Max when he helped her into her coat. His heart did a slow turn, and he was forced to at least mentally thank David for making her eyes shine like that. "It's a place we used to eat when we were kids, before Max became important." David lifted his eyes to the ceiling. "Before he scorned me for another." Caroline grinned up at Max.
"Where had you planned to take me?"
Max shrugged. "I'd planned to take you to Morton's Steakhouse, but I have a sneaking suspicion we're all going to Moe's for double-decker cheeseburgers and onion rings." The approval in her eyes made the disappointment of changing his plans somewhat palatable. David winked at Caroline. "And I thought he'd forgotten his more humble origins. I'm driving a '57 Corvette tonight. Want to come with me?" She looked up at Max with a cheeky smile.
"Depends. What are you driving?"
"Mercedes." He gave David a warning look that had absolutely no effect. "Mine's a classic," David wheedled. "Red and white, bubble headlights." Caroline tightened one corner of her mouth, pretending to consider, then shook her head.
"Sorry, German luxury beats American pie. You do have a leather interior, don't you, Max?"
"Yes," he answered dryly. "I can bring you back to get your car later."
"No need. I took the bus this morning."
David's jaw dropped. "You don't have a car?" he asked, horrified. Caroline shook her head and threw a pointed glance at Max.
"Starter's busted. Can't afford to have it fixed on a secretary's salary."
"Your boss is a pig," David said, and took her arm, escorting her out of the office. Caroline looked over her shoulder, her smile now calmer but just as strong.
"No, I think he's a pretty nice guy."
Max's heart took another slow turn, this time ending in an ungainly flop. He'd forgive David just this once. His brother had made her laugh, something he probably could never have done so easily. And no matter what else happened, Caroline Stewart would leave Moe's with him. Asheville, Tuesday, March 6th, 7:30 p.m. "I still think this is a very bad idea." Stephen looked over his shoulder, his hand on the door handle of the 2 Point Tavern, to find Detective Jonathan Lambert standing stubbornly still, arms crossed over his chest. A streetlight reflected off of Lambert's golden head, creating a heavenly effect. "I'll note in the record, Detective," Stephen answered dryly. "You asked if there was anything you could do to help." He pulled the door open. "This is help." "This is begging for trouble," Lambert grumbled, following Stephen inside nonetheless. "I want to observe all the players in their natural habitat," Stephen murmured. "They're not animals, Thatcher," Lambert gritted, his jaw clenching. Stephen rolled his eyes. "Figure of speech, Lambert. Lighten up." Stephen looked around at the clientele of the modest little bar. Cops everywhere, some uniformed, others in suits and ties, but all unmistakably cops. "I want to talk to them in their most natural environment. Is that better?" Lambert hadn't lightened up an iota. "Then question the men at the precinct. They come here to relax, not to be spied on." Stephen turned to face Lambert, all levity gone. "Any cop worth his badge, and without anything to hide, won't mind talking to me. A woman and her child are missing. I certainly hope that means something." He lifted a brow. "To all of you." Lambert's mouth twisted. Ironically enough, it didn't mar his good looks one bit. "Rob Winters isn't my favorite person, Special Agent Thatcher, but I respect his service record. I won't have his name dragged through the dirt without evidence.
Innuendo is insufficient. His eyes roamed the crowd who hadn't yet noticed them. You'll find my opinion to be broadly shared.
If not so eloquently stated, Stephen muttered, mentally preparing himself for the attack he'd purposely instigated by insinuating himself where he would be most unwanted. And not a moment too soon, he thought, as Detective Ben Jolly sauntered up to where they stood, clutching a mug of beer in one unsteady hand. From the look of him, the mug hadn't been his first.
"Don't they teach you manners in Riley, Special Agent Thatcher?" Jolly slurred. "I would have thought you'd know better than to barge in on a private party."
"Ben," Lambert warned. But Jolly was apparently on a roll.
"Shut your face, Johnny."
Stephen watched Lambert wince and knew the nickname was as unwelcome as Stephen's own presence.
"Take him to your wine and cheese shop. We don't want him here."
Jolly swerved, coming to a stop mere inches from Stephen's face.
"You think you can come here and get us to talk bad about Rob? No chance, Special Agent Thatcher."
"There's not a man in this place that wouldn't go to the mat for Rob Winters."
He turned around and raised his mug.
"Right, boys?"
Stephen watched the crowd carefully. The majority of the men responded with an emphatic,
"Right!"
But not all. He memorized the faces of the men who said nothing, paying special attention to the men who looked away. Not everyone in this place hailed Rob Winters as a hero. But Ben Jolly did, and at this very moment, that was trouble enough.
"So go home, Thatcher."
Jolly leaned forward, and Stephen fought the urge to turn away from the overpowering odor of the man's breath. Mixed with stale cigarettes, it was enough to turn the most iron stomach.
"Go home and use all your fancy computers and labs to find out what really happened to Rob's little boy. 'Cause you're wasting every minute you think he did it."
"You sound certain," Stephen commented. "Why?"
"Because I know him,"
Jolly declared, his eyes taking on an impassioned light.
"I trained him when he was no more than a boy himself. Like a son to me."
He swallowed, emotion sneaking up to overwhelm him.
"I held his hand when Robbie disappeared. He loves his boy, Thatcher."
Jolly swallowed again, clearly overcome.
"Make no mistake, Rob Winters could no more have hurt that boy than I could."
Stephen watched as tears clouded the older man's eyes. Jolly was as sincere as he was drunk. Of that, Stephen had no doubt. How about his wife, Detective? Could Rob have hurt his wife? Jolly's jaw tightened.
"He was good to that woman. She was a terrible burden to him, but he took care of her. She was depressed all the time, couldn't even tie her own shoes," he said in disgust. "But he kept her in his house, paid her doctor bills, tied her shoes," he added with contempt, "and got nothing in return."
His eyes narrowed meaningfully.
"Nothing."
Stephen felt all the eyes in the place fixed on him, waiting for his next move. Justice, I would think. He paused, waiting until he saw the flash in Jolly's eyes. Especially if he made her that way. Bingo, he thought, wincing even as the contents of Jolly's half-empty mug of beer splashed his face and the man's beefy hands grabbed his shoulders, shoving him against the wall.
"Ben!"
Lambert yelled, pulling Jolly away, holding him while 3 other cops raced forward to help. Lambert passed Jolly to the others, then pulled a crisp white handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Stephen, visibly trembling with anger.
"Wipe your face," he snapped, "and if you value the peace, meet me outside."
Stephen stepped away, pausing at the door to see Lambert motion another man in a suit and tie into the frenzy.
The newest suit was Detective Jim Crowley. Tony Ross had introduced him earlier that afternoon. "Take him home, Jim," Lambert was ordering. "Make sure he gets to bed." Detective Crowley put his arm around Ben Jolly's shoulders. "Come on, Ben. You've had enough for one night. Let me take you home to sleep it off." Crowley hesitated when he passed Stephen, still standing at the door. "He's not normally like this, Thatcher. He sat with Rob when Robbie was first abducted 7 years ago. He had to sit with him again last night after Rob found out his boy's likely at the bottom of Douglas Lake. Cut him some slack, okay?" Stephen nodded. "Okay," he said, but thought, "Like hell I will." Lambert strode up, his face a picture of fury. "You said you'd talk to the men, not incite a damn riot." Stephen folded Lambert's handkerchief in precise quarters before slipping it in his pocket. "I'll wash it and return it to you," he said calmly. "Right now, I could use a ride back to my hotel to change my clothes. Then after that, I'm up for wine and cheese if you are." He let his mouth quirk up. "Although I'd really prefer a steak medium rare." Lambert closed his eyes, obviously biting back what he really wanted to say. He shook his head and held open the door. "After you, Thatcher. After you." Chapter 7. University of North Carolina, Charlotte, Tuesday, March 6th, 8:35 p.m. It was a dive. Winters paused just inside the door to let his eyes become accustomed to the smoke-filled darkness. Music played, the bass so heavy it drowned out whatever actual music there was. He scanned the room and located his quarry sitting at a table in the corner, just as the boy said he'd be. It had taken surprisingly little time to locate a computer specialist willing to splash in slightly illegal waters for the right price. It had, in fact, taken more time to drive from Asheville to Charlotte than to find Randy Livermore. He'd chosen UNC Charlotte not because of its computer science program. He would have gone to UNC Asheville for that. He simply didn't want to risk meeting his computer specialist again while on the job. If the kid was willing to hack for profit, it would be only a matter of time before he found himself on the wrong side of the law. Unless he was quite good. Winters hoped Livermore was quite good for his own sake as well as the boys'. Winters started across the room, weaving in and out of dancers, of kids standing around watching the basketball game on a TV suspended over the bar. Duke was playing Maryland and losing. He glanced at the mirror over the bar from the corner of his eye. Good enough. His wig was firmly in place, as was the bushy mustache that made him look like a Milwaukee brewmeister. His own mother wouldn't recognize him. Good enough. He approached the table carefully, sidestepping a puddle of what he hoped was beer. "Randy?" The boy looked up, and Winters had to admit he was surprised. No nerdy geek here, no gangly limbs or horn-rimmed glasses. The boy was muscle-bound, his dark hair long but clean, tied into a ponytail at the base of his neck. Black eyes stared back, aloof. "Depends." "I'm Trent." Winters had never used the name before, would never use it again. The boy cocked his head toward an empty place on the bench seat. "Make it fast." "And make it cash," Winters murmured. "You're not what I expected." "Neither are you." Winters raised a brow. "Fine then. I'll tell you what I want. You tell me how much it'll cost. I want access to the personnel records at Asheville General Hospital." Randy looked bored. "And then what?" "And then you find the current locations of all staff that worked the orthopedic ward 9 years ago." "And then?" "And then I pay you, and you never open your mouth again." Randy frowned. "No messing with records? No—" He shrugged. "No adding or subtracting from payroll?
No alteration of certain prescriptions?
You'd do that?
I didn't say that. You want that? Winters chuckled. If he wasn't careful, he might find himself actually liking this kid.
No, just the records, nothing more.
1,000.
500.
He'd been prepared to pay a lot more than 1,000. Randy shrugged yet again. The way I look at it, you need the info. I need the bucks. If you could, you would have picked up the phone and called the hospital and asked for what you want to know. You didn't, and now you're here. You need me. 1,000. Winters felt a grudging admiration for such steadiness in one so young.
Okay, when can I have it?
When do you want it?
Tonight.
Randy blinked, and Winters got the distinct impression the boy was mocking him. I got a biology test tomorrow. I have to study. Winters narrowed his eyes.
So break into the school's database and give yourself an A.
Randy grinned. Only a B. I wouldn't want to look too greedy. He rose and gathered his books. I'll meet you back here at 1 a.m. Chicago, Tuesday, March 6th, 9 p.m.
You really don't have to walk me up, Max.
Caroline hesitated as the two of them stood next to Max's car, parked outside Caroline's walk-up apartment building.
They don't have an elevator.
Max looked up at the balconies jutting out from the old plain brick building. It was a far cry from his own house. From any place he'd ever lived, for that matter. Which floor are you on?
3.
2 sets of stairs? She nodded. He smiled, but it felt grim on his lips. I can do that. If you'd said you lived on the 5th floor, you'd just be out of luck. He took a step forward, but she stayed put. He looked over his shoulder to find her lips set in a firm frown. He half turned to face her. What?
You don't have to do this.
She stood by the door of his Mercedes that looked completely out of place in this neighborhood, her arms crossed over her chest in a gesture he'd already come to associate with a stubborn streak that hid amongst her charm and laughter.
I had a good time tonight, Max. A really wonderful time. You don't have to hurt yourself to walk me to the door.
Caroline, I have many faults, but dating etiquette is not among them. Impatience, however, was, and he felt his patience waning. Will you hurry up and let me walk you to your damn door? She stood frowning a moment longer, then suddenly laughed, her eyes lighting up once more.
Are we a pair or what? Come on, let's go. When we get to the top, I'll make you a cup of coffee.
I was hoping for a bit more than coffee, he thought, making his feet move once she was at his side. I was hoping for a hell of a lot more. He'd been in a state of wholly frustrated semi-arousal from the moment they'd left Carrington, which, of course, David had found wildly humorous. Max breathed a chuckle, and Caroline looked up at him in question.
What's so funny?
I was just thinking about David. Max left it at that. Telling her that his brother had made a great display of ordering more breadsticks, baked hard, from Mo when she disappeared into the ladies' room was hardly appropriate. The encouraging, almost debilitating slap on the back, accompanied by the advice Mo had given him as response, was definitely off topic as well. Caroline laughed out loud.
Oh, Lord, that thing with Monica had to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Do you mind if I tell it to my best friend? She'd find it entirely vindicating.
They got up a small half-flight of stairs that was her landing, and Max held open her door. I take it that your friend is not part of Monica's fan club? Caroline's smile was wry.
No, she's not.
An elderly gentleman was sitting on the stairs as they walked in.
Hi, Mr. Edelman. How are you today?
The old man gave her a smile that almost buried his eyes in wrinkles.
Fine, just fine, Caroline. And yourself?
Fine, just fine.
She almost sang it, and the old man scooted over to make room for them to pass.
This is my friend Max. Max, meet Cy Edelman.
Max shook hands with the old man, and they continued. At the next landing, two small boys sat outside a door, a collection of cards spread out between them. They were trading, apparently, and one of the boys looked up at Caroline with an expression of consternation.
Caroline, he wants to trade my holographic Pikachu for 2 ordinary cards. One's a Mewtwo,
the other boy exclaimed, as if that meant something. Caroline bent down to take a look, glancing up at Max from the corner of her eye. She was giving him time to rest, he realized. Part of him appreciated the thought, while part of him rebelled against the notion. Appreciation won out, and he took the time she offered to get his breathing under control and relax his leg muscles while she settled the minor Pokemon trading card dispute. They started back up the stairs, and Max leaned over close to her ear, and shuddered. Her scent was driving him crazy. You don't have to let me rest. I can make 2 flights of stairs. Caroline's eyes opened and her lips parted. He was close, he realized, and knew she knew it too. Close in proximity and close, well, to something else.
It's okay,
she said, her voice barely a murmur.
I needed to rest too.
Max stopped, and so did she. What? She blinked, and the moment was gone.
I hurt my leg a while back and had trouble climbing these stairs while it was healing. I rested every couple steps.
How did you hurt your leg? She shrugged and smiled, but not a bit of it reached her eyes.
I fell down. I can be remarkably clumsy at times.
She turned and headed up the stairs. He'd intruded on something, quite inadvertently. A memory, perhaps? He continued until he reached the 2nd floor. Caroline was standing in the hall, talking to a large orange cat.
So you're back, Bubba boy.
She bent over and scratched the cat behind the ears.
Such a fickle boy you are, coming around only to get fed.
Her accent thickened as she purred to the cat. She looked up and smiled, and Max felt his heart stop. She was beautiful.
He's a stray, but I call him Bubba. He comes around only when he's got an empty belly, don't you, boy? I feed him sometimes, as do the old ladies across the hall.
As if on cue, the door across the hall opened, and a silver head popped out.
He's eating, Carol,
an elderly lady said, her eyes twinkling.
Don't let him con you.
Caroline laughed and put her key in her door.
He will, Miss Pulaski, he will, just like he cons you and your sister.
The old lady chuckled, then froze when she spotted Max standing a few feet away.
My, oh my, Caroline dear, when you bring home a stray, you really bring home a stray.
Caroline looked at Mrs. Pulaski and followed the old lady's gaze to Max, and coughed. Her eyes were laughing again, even as her mouth frowned.
Mrs. Pulaski, what a thing to say.
Mrs. Pulaski eyed Max up and down, making him feel very much like a side of beef in the supermarket.
I'm old, honey, not dead.
She met Max's eyes head on.
We like Caroline, you understand? Everybody in this building.
Max nodded gravely. Yes, ma'am. He hadn't a clue what she meant.
Good. We may be old, but everybody likes Caroline. And I, for one, have a firearm.
Caroline shook her head and reached over to pull Max by the sleeve.
Good night, Mrs. Pulaski. Come on, Max.
She opened the door to her apartment, and the orange cat sauntered in as if he owned the place. The television was on, and a woman with red hair was curled up in the corner of an old couch, sound asleep. Caroline stopped and looked at the woman, her expression softening.
That's my best friend Dana. She worked all night last night,
she murmured.
For the second night in a row.
What does she do? Max murmured back. Caroline was quiet for a long moment, so long he wondered if she'd even heard him. Then she sighed, shut off the television, and turned to her kitchen, gesturing for him to follow. He grabbed one of her dinette chairs as he passed the little table and sat the chair down in the corner of the kitchen. Gratefully, he sank down, feeling his hip throb even before it met the chair.
Dana runs a shelter for runaways. She sometimes stays up all night with newcomers who need special help.
Max peeked out of the kitchen. Dana hadn't stirred. Why is she here? Caroline looked up from scooping coffee into her coffee maker.
She's watching Tom.
Tom, her son. His stomach tightened. He didn't do well with kids. Maybe Tom was asleep. Maybe he wouldn't have to meet the boy tonight. Maybe... Mom? Together, Max and Caroline turned. A young man stood in the kitchen doorway. He filled it. This boy was 14. He had to be 6'1". Caroline smiled uncertainly, and Max remembered her saying men didn't ask her out as often as he thought. Evidently finding a strange man in his kitchen was quite new for young Tom. It was the only thing that would explain the hard-edged distrust that filled the boy's eyes, as expressive as his mother's. Max stood and stuck out his hand. I'm Max Hunter. You must be Tom. The boy took his hand and shook it, eyeing him suspiciously. It's nice to meet you, he said, his voice obviously polite, and withdrew his hand. Did you have a good time, Mom? Caroline smiled again, and this time it was a full reflection of the fun she'd had sharing dinner with him and David.
Yes, I did. Did you do your math homework?
Tom smirked, and in that moment looked just like a tall version of his mother. Very tall. I did. Did you bring me anything? She snapped a dish towel, narrowly missing him. Tom exaggerated his escape. I guess that means no.
It means no. Has Dana been asleep long?
Tom frowned.
Since she got here. And she talked in her sleep, too. She was having nightmares. Something about a baby's feet.
Caroline sighed, and Max had the feeling the dream either happened often or had some basis in reality.
I'll deal with it tomorrow. Go on to bed.
Tom hesitated.
Can I eat first?
Without missing a beat, Caroline reached into the refrigerator and tossed him an apple.
Bed.
Tom looked at Max from the corner of his eye.
Mom?
Caroline shook her head firmly.
It'll be all right, Tom. Go to bed.
Tom hesitated, stared at Max another long minute, then turned for the back of the apartment. With distinct discomfort, Max watched Tom retreat, then turned to Caroline, who was simultaneously watching her son and worrying her lower lip. Look, you're tired and your friend needs her sleep. Why don't I take a rain check on the coffee for another time? She looked up at him, her expression a mixture of too many things to sort.
Okay. I'm sorry.
He stopped her by laying his finger across her lips. The first time he'd touched her, really touched her, since that morning in his office. Immediately her eyes widened, her cheeks colored, and her breath quickened. He felt his own pulse accelerate. By just touching her mouth. It was truly amazing. It's okay. Really. He brushed his finger across her lower lip, feeling her shiver across the inches between them to course down his own spine. Whoa, this was serious electricity. Will you have dinner with me tomorrow night?
I can't,
she whispered.
Tom has a game. I never miss them.
Then Thursday night. She blinked.
Okay.
The need to kiss her lips was overwhelming him, but somehow he knew that would be too much too fast. So he tilted up her face and dropped a chaste peck on her cheek. "Good night, Caroline." She swallowed.
"Good night, Max." "Good night, Caroline."
A wry voice echoed, mockingly sing-song. Max whipped around to find the leggy redhead sitting on the edge of Caroline's tiny dinette table, her arms loosely folded across her chest, one russet eyebrow raised in obvious interest, even though her eyes were heavy with fatigue. His own brows snapped together in annoyance at being spied on when he was trying to be a gentleman.
"And you'd be Max Hunter,"
she continued, as if she wasn't a very rude woman.
"I'm Dana Dupinsky, Caroline's friend."
"So I'm told," he responded dryly, "as well as a teen sitter with a narcolepsy problem." Dana grinned, and Max found himself charmed in spite of himself.
"I'm just here to protect Tom from marauding Avon ladies, should they be so foolish to ring the bell. Beyond that, the kid's pretty capable of sitting himself."
She glanced over at Caroline, whose eyes were still wide with shocked embarrassment.
"She doesn't think so because she's still Tom's mommy."
Her eyes had started to wake up and were now bright with amusement.
"So Tom and I go along with it to please her, and sometimes work in a Bruce Willis flick or a hand a 5-card draw. Don't play poker with the kid, he's pretty damn good."
"I'll remember that." She settled herself more comfortably on the edge of the table, and her face quieted slightly as her mood seemed to shift. Max frowned, feeling her eyes probe his as if she were searching for something in particular. He was about to make a rather rude comment himself when she looked past him to Caroline.
"Okay,"
was all she said. Max turned to Caroline, his frown deepening. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked.
"It means you have kind eyes,"
Dana answered for herself. He looked back at her, to find her in the same position, her expression now serene.
"That's all."
Then one russet brow shot up again, and one side of her wide mouth quirked up.
"I'm also in charge of prospective boyfriend monitoring in addition to my teen-sitting duties. I take my responsibilities very seriously."
Max had the unsettling feeling that she was indeed very serious. At least she hadn't declared him some mutant serial killer or something. That was a very good thing, as Dana Dupinsky evidently had a great deal of influence in Caroline's life. He shifted on his cane, pointing his body toward her front door. "I need to go now," he said pointedly, hoping Ms. Dupinsky would make herself scarce so he could have a few more minutes alone with Caroline. "It was nice to have met you, Dana." Dana grinned once again.
"My cue to exit stage left." "Stage right,"
Caroline muttered from behind him.
"You need to powder your nose." "But Caroline, honey,"
Dana was practically laughing aloud.
"I've never powdered my nose in my life."
Caroline took a step forward, pulled her friend to her feet, and sent her towards the end of the hall, presumably to the bathroom.
"So you have a lot of powdering to make up for. Go now."
The last was hissed, and with a chuckle Dana complied, but not before lightly chucking Caroline under the chin.
"You were right."
Dana looked over at Max, waggled her brows, then bent to whisper very loudly in Caroline's ear,
"Book 'em, Dano."
Max swallowed what was sure to have been a snort of laughter at the murderous expression on Caroline's normally happy face, even as a warm feeling bloomed inside his chest. She'd talked about him very favorably, if her scarlet cheeks were any indication. It was a good sign.
"Dana,"
she barked,
"bathroom, now." "Yes, Mommy. You'll tell me when it's safe to come out, won't you?" "Unlikely. Go."
Caroline pointed to the door as if directing a recalcitrant child. Dana did laugh aloud at this, but finally moved her feet in the indicated direction.
Okay. It was nice to meet you, Max,
she called over her shoulder. The bathroom door slammed.
I'm safely out of the way,
she called, loudly enough to be easily heard. A beat of silence followed. Caroline cleared her throat.
Some people say insanity runs in her family,
she said, then turned to face him, her dimple in full relief.
Dana's about the closest thing to a sister I've ever had. I hope you can excuse her.
Max looked down at her smiling face and felt his heart do another one of those tuck-and-roll maneuvers. Hey, you can't choose your family. You've met my brother, and you're still willing to have dinner with me again. He pushed a lock of hair behind her ear, his fingers lingering to slide along the curve of her jaw. Her eyes widened abruptly, her dimple disappearing, her lips parting ever so slightly. It was an invitation, even if she didn't know it yet. Impulsively, he dropped his head, this time placing the very brief, very chaste peck directly on her lips. Good night, Caroline. She made no move to walk him to the door, continuing to stand where she was, staring up at him, her eyes now wide and shocked. Instinctively, he knew it had been a first for her. He also knew he was going to have one devil of a time waiting for Thursday night. Chapter 8. Boone, North Carolina, Wednesday, March 7th, 10:30 a.m. Lenny Farrell's father had retired to a large cabin in the mountains, complete with a paved driveway that held a shiny new bass boat. Stephen's mouth practically watered as he walked past it. He'd be fishing in one of these babies this weekend, thanks to Helen's blind date. Her name was Susanna Mendelson, and she was oh so excited to go out with a real police detective. She sounded very sweet and very young, and very un-Fisher-person-like. It turned out her daddy had a bass boat with a 200-horse motor and a GPS. Susanna Mendelson wasn't sure what the GPS was used for, but her daddy seemed to enjoy having it. He had the feeling his blind date on Saturday would fall in the vast majority of blind dates and be a total and complete disaster. A damn shame, because Susanna's daddy's boat sounded like a dream come true. He was still staring longingly at the boat from the front porch when the door was opened by a short, plump woman with a sweet smile. An incredible aroma met his nose. The little lady smiled broadly.
Good morning, Special Agent Thatcher. I'm Charlene Farrell. Please come in. My husband's expecting you.
She led him to her husband, who was sitting in an ancient Barca-lounger, his legs elevated.
Gabe, Special Agent Thatcher's here. Please have a seat.
Forgive me if I don't stand, Gabe Farrell thundered from across the room. A day of fishing with a pack of 10-year-old boys left me pretty sore. I might stand sometime next week.
Charlene bustled to cover his legs with an Afghan, and Stephen bit back a smile when Gabe Farrell ripped the Afghan off with an irritable frown.
I'm sore, Charlene, not infirm.
Charlene shook the Afghan out flat and replaced it over Farrell's legs without missing a beat, then bustled from the room.
I'll go get coffee and crumb cake and leave y'all to your work.
Damnation,
Farrell grumbled, ripping the Afghan away again.
Woman drives me utterly insane.
He settled himself again.
So talk, Thatcher. What brings you up to Boone on a pretty spring day, besides the promise of my lovely wife's crumb cake?
Stephen leaned back in his chair, feeling the starched doily on the back of the chair tickle the back of his neck. 7 years ago, Mary Grace Winters. Snow-white brows shot upwards.
I seem to recall a case,
he responded dryly. Stephen smiled. So I hear. The boys down in Sevier County pulled a car out of Douglas Lake Sunday morning.
he continued. Her purse with license and Robbie's baby pictures was under the seat with Robbie's school backpack in the back. Farrell's bushy brows bunched. But no bodies? Not a one, sir. I always knew that poor woman had met with some violent end. Farrell narrowed his eyes. I always suspected the husband had a hand in it.
He was never charged.
Farrell sighed. No, he wasn't. I found quite a bit of evidence indicating Winters had abused his wife, but nothing to indicate he had any part in her disappearance. It was damn frustrating.
Stephen straightened in his chair. You found evidence that Winters abused his wife? Such as?
Farrell rubbed his hand across his neck, massaging. You have all the photos?
Stephen brought out the 2 photos and held them up for Farrell's inspection. Just these.
Farrell winced. There were more. About 15 photos. X-rays, too. Showed several, he repeated, enunciating slowly. Healed breaks. I can't remember 'em all. I do remember a number of radial forearm fractures and a break on her leg right here.
Farrell pointed to his middle thigh, then added sarcastically,
Gee, I wonder where those pictures and X-rays could have gone.
Stephen slipped the folder into his briefcase. Why was Rob Winters never formally charged?
Farrell sighed. You ever met the man?
Stephen shook his head. No.
He cried. Big, huge man, cried like a baby. Made TV commercials, at first pleading for the return of his wife and child, then later pleading for any information on where their bodies could be found. He was so utterly convincing. My own Charlene was convinced he was innocent. He cooperated in every way to find him. Let us search the house, his bank accounts, everything.
Tell me about the house, Stephen said, pulling his own notepad from his breast pocket. Farrell nodded his approval of the question.
Not a stick of furniture out of place. A speck of dust would have been too lonely to stay on Mary Grace's floor. It was literally clean enough to eat off of. The spices were alphabetized and the newspaper was folded into precise thirds. Laundry detergent boxes were precisely 1/2 inch from the edge of the shelf in the laundry room. The pantry was organized by food group. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before.
Textbook abusive spouse.
Yep, that and those photos were enough to convince me.
Where was Rob Winters the night they disappeared?
He was working second shift. He would have gotten home by 1:30 or so to find him missing. He didn't report them gone until morning, though. Maybe 7:30. It's all in the file. Or at least it was.
He paused when Charlene entered with a tray of coffee and the aromatic crumb cake.
Thank you, darling, Farrell said to his wife.
You're welcome.
Her eyes simply twinkled, conjuring the image of Mrs. Claus. I hear you're famous for your sweet potato pie, Stephen commented, taking the plate she offered. I'd hoped I might try it to see if your son is as truthful as he's always appeared to be. Charlene giggled, a youthful sound.
Oh, my. I can't serve sweet potato pie before noon. No, sir, it just wouldn't be proper. If you want to try my pie, you'll just have to come on back, won't you?
On the Afghan went, and just as quickly it was yanked away.
Y'all talk all you want and just call if you need anything.
She turned at the door, caught Stephen's eye, and winked. She does the Afghan thing just to annoy you, Stephen observed.
Of course.
Farrell smiled fondly at the doorway she'd just vacated.
I've been with that woman for 50 years this past December. Never once raised my hand to her.
His smile dimmed.
Never once cheated on her either.
Stephen settled back in his chair, fork poised to spear cake. But Rob Winters cheated? Farrell's old face hardened.
Made me sick. Not so much the fact that he had the neighbor on the side. Men screw up. It happens. Happens far too often. No, what made me absolutely sick was the attitude of the men on the force. His wife was a gimp. She couldn't satisfy his needs.
He punctuated the words in the air.
That made his affair acceptable. Acceptable.
He shook his white head in clear disbelief.
That's why he said he didn't get home until 7 that next morning to find them missing. He was with that hussy next door.
Holly Rupert. Her name was in the file. Farrell's eyes rolled.
Yeah. What kind of woman could sleep with a man not 50 feet from his wife? But she backed up his alibi.
He snorted his derision.
Like she'd lie. Like she wanted the imprint of his fist on her face, too.
Stephen raised his brows. He hit the floozy, too? Farrell shrugged.
Why not?
Miss Rupert never admitted it. Farrell snorted.
Like she would.
Stephen pushed forward. What about Robbie? Did he ever show up to school with bruises?
I never found a teacher who'd seen any, but they described him as a big-eyed, withdrawn little boy who never played with the others. Smart as a whip, though. Mary Grace never let that boy miss school. He always showed up clean and well-kept. Never a spot on his clothes when he got to school, and never a spot when he got back on the bus.
Afraid to get his clothes dirty?
That was my take. There was a student teacher who thought he needed the counselor's care. She'd seen big bruises on Robbie's back.
Farrell frowned.
She told me this when the boy and his mother first disappeared, but changed her story when I visited her again a few weeks later.
You think Winters threatened her?
She denied it.
Farrell shrugged again.
The head nurse at the hospital didn't like Winters. Nancy Desmond cared for Mary Grace through her entire 3 months at General. She was very willing to testify to her opinions, but he was never charged.
I'll go talk with her.
Can't. She ran her car off the road about 6 months after Mary Grace disappeared. Died.
Well, that's a shame.
She gave me the pictures.
Farrell nodded briskly at Stephen's briefcase.
Told me she'd suggested safe houses to Mary Grace. Gave her names, addresses. But she said that Mary Grace just stared at her with those big blue eyes and never said a word.
Is it possible Mary Grace ran away with a boy?
I suppose anything's possible. But after that last fall, I don't think she could lift an empty coffee cup, much less escape an abusive husband.
Farrell smiled, a gleam lighting his sharp eyes.
What have you planned next, detective?
To check into Mary Grace's movements at the time of her disappearance and Winters' alibi. Farrell nodded, pleased.
And then?
And then I'll check all the women's clinics within an hour or two drive to see if I can find one that can identify Mary Grace as a patient. I want to establish that there was other abuse, continual and significant. I also want to establish he had opportunity to kill his wife and pitch her car in Douglas Lake.
Check over the border in Tennessee for women's clinics, Farrell advised. It was going to be my next step.
What happened? Why'd you close the case?
I was overruled. Dixon, the lieutenant before Ross, believed Winters. Hell, there were days I almost believed Winters. He was either a grieving husband and father, or the best actor I've ever seen.
He sighed.
Then I had to retire shortly thereafter. Anyway, Dix closed the case after a few months. Time went on, and most people simply forgot.
You didn't, Stephen said softly. Farrell turned his hard gaze full on Stephen's face.
No, I never forgot any of them, especially the missing children. I can still see the face of every missing child I ever investigated. You have any kids, Thatcher?
Yes. Stephen closed his eyes and saw their faces. 3 boys, 6, 13, and 16.
And you'd gladly lay down your life for them?
In a heartbeat.
Charlene and I lost our first child when she was a baby. They called it crib death then. We had others after that, but never forgot the one we lost. I always considered it something of a personal insult when bastards abused children.
That I can understand. Stephen checked his watch. I need to be going. I want to check out the car they pulled up in Sevier County. Stephen stood and walked to the door, turning when Farrell called his name. Yes?
I'm surprised you didn't ask about the restraining order.
Stephen stopped in his tracks, turned, walked back, and took his seat once again. He cleared his throat. Restraining order?
Yes. Mary Grace took out a restraining order the day before she fell down the stairs.
That wasn't in the file, Stephen muttered. Farrell raised his white brows.
Interesting.
Tell me what happened, Stephen demanded.
Mary Grace visited a young legal aid attorney, took out a restraining order on Rob the day before she fell down the stairs 9 years ago. It was never filed. The legal aid attorney took it to the judge on a Wednesday afternoon. The judge took it under advisement. An early Thursday morning, little Robbie calls 911 because his mother's unconscious with a pinched spinal cord laying in a congealed pool of her own blood at the bottom of the cellar stairs.
Stephen shook his head in disbelief. And nobody thought this was the least bit irregular?
I did. But Rob Winters had painted his wife as depressed and melancholy for years. She'd lost a baby a few years before, and he said she'd never been the same. Hinted that she drank sometimes. There was alcohol in the house, but never any indication of any in her system. The doctor said she'd been lying on the cellar floor too long to conclusively say whether she had or hadn't been drinking.
Farrell shrugged.
Again, you'd have had to see him then. He was devastated over her injury. Visited her in the hospital every day.
Who was the legal aid?
Young man named Smith.
Farrell grimaced.
John Smith, believe it or not. Go try to find him if you're into self-abuse. He skipped town.
Convenient, Stephen said dryly. And the judge?
The judge wanted to get more information before he signed the order. Then when she took her fall, there was no evidence Rob had been anywhere near her, and Mary Grace had fallen before.
Winters was on duty?
Yes, but the restraining order and her fall happened about 2 years before she disappeared. No one questioned his alibi for that night later.
I will, Stephen muttered.
Good.
Farrell waited until Stephen was at the doorway before calling him again.
Thatcher?
Yes, Stephen asked.
Put the bugger away for a long time.
Sevier County, Tennessee, Wednesday, March 7th, 3:30 p.m. Stephen handled the cracked pottery statue as if it were a Ming vase. The statue had not been listed in the original report. Mechanic Russell Vandalia explaining that he'd found it later when cleaning the silt from the floorboards. Vandalia stood close by, spitting in a coffee can. Stephen was sure the man considered himself discreet. Deputy Tyler McCoy stood next to Vandalia, a look of general distrust on his face.
She looks like the Virgin Mary, Vandalia offered, but that's not the name on the plaque.
Stephen turned the statue over and squinted. St. Rita of Cascia, he read.
Who's she?
McCoy asked.
I'm not Catholic.
St. Rita is a patron saint of impossible causes, Stephen answered. It was the name of the parochial high school for the girls in my hometown.
he added, his tone wry. He was Catholic. He had in fact been an altar boy, and once even seriously considered becoming a priest. Of course, that was before Melissa Peterson, St. Rita's most popular senior, showed him what he'd be missing in the back of his father's brand-new Olds Cutlass. He'd said 5 Hail Marys after confessing that one a month later. He'd said, "I do," 2 months after that. He wouldn't regret it. His oldest son, Brad, was one of the 3 joys of his life. Matt and Nicky were the other 2. Fishing came in at a distant 4th. "I wonder why it was in her car," McCoy said thoughtfully, jerking Stephen back from his mental wandering. He'd wondered the same thing. It was overtly out of place. "Ask Detective Winters. He seemed to find it especially important," Vandalia commented quietly. Stephen whipped his head to stare at Vandalia, almost bobbling the statue, catching it against his chest. "Winters has been here?" he asked sharply. "Yes, sir. Monday afternoon. He stared at that statue a long time. It seemed to agitate him." Stephen took a deep breath and put the statue back on a little table next to the car. "You pulled up the car, Deputy McCoy?" McCoy nodded. "Yes, I did. We were dragging a lake for a victim of a jet ski wreck and pulled it up by accident." "Where was it located? What part of the lake?" Stephen had moved to a large area wall map. McCoy moved to his side and pointed to the southwest corner of the lake. "Right about here. 7 years ago this area was undeveloped. Hikers used it for camping, but overall it was pretty deserted. The car was about 150 feet from the shore." "It wasn't rolled in," Stephen mused. "It's too far out for that." He frowned, visualizing. Depress the accelerator, get the motor revving, then let her fly. "Is that statue heavy enough to hold down the accelerator?" "That's what I thought," Vandalia offered, just as quietly as before. "Her abductor had some kind of religious fixation?" McCoy thought out loud. "Perhaps," said Stephen. "But I'd like to know why Winters was upset by seeing it." He took one last look at the statue of St. Rita on the table. "I think it's time Detective Winters and I have a chat." Chicago, Wednesday, March 7th, 5 p.m.
"You're awfully quiet,"
Dana observed, munching on buttered popcorn, watching Caroline stare at the basketball court, her expression distant. Tom had missed 2 on the rebound, and Caroline hadn't even noticed.
"What gives?"
Caroline blinked and glanced over from the corner of her eye.
"Just thinking." "Then we're in deep shit." "Oops."
Dana covered her mouth and looked around to see if any of the surrounding teens had heard her swear.
"Don't worry about it,"
Caroline advised, waving to Tom, who wore a scowl.
"They've got you beat 10 ways to Sunday. These kids know words I never heard in 7 years of living with a—"
She stopped abruptly, pursed her lips, and clenched her eyes shut.
"Oh, my God."
In 7 years of living with a cop. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what Caroline had pulled back just in time. What was surprising was that she'd slipped at all. Caroline never slipped. Out of all the women Dana had ever welcomed to Hanover House, Caroline Stewart was the most determined to make her new life work. She'd taken every necessary precaution, and, quite honestly, more than a few Dana thought were unnecessary. The hair color Caroline chose 7 years ago was still a major bone of contention between them. But Caroline's way worked. Mostly. After 7 years, Caroline and Tom still lived in relative freedom. It wouldn't be true freedom until Caroline stopped jumping every time somebody came up behind her, until she was comfortable in her own skin, until she had a life of her own,
until Tom stopped carrying the burden of protecting his mother from a nightmare. Caroline would say relative freedom was enough. Dana disagreed, but had learned a long time ago that arguing with Caroline was largely a waste of breath. Dana tended to waste an awful lot of breath. Caroline sat on the bleacher, her hand over her mouth, looking as guilty as if she'd just propositioned the Pope.
"What's wrong with me?" she whispered. "I never slip. Never."
Dana shrugged.
"Maybe it's because you're finally starting to feel safe."
Caroline said nothing. She simply sat on the bleacher and stared at the hardwood court.
"I'm glad I woke up in time to meet Max last night,"
Dana mused.
"Otherwise I would have had to rely on Mrs. Pulaski's description, although she was pretty accurate. She told me Max Hunter was the sexiest thing she'd seen in 25 years.
And he'd had kind eyes, Dana remembered with relief. After almost 10 years in this business, she'd learned to trust her intuition. She could generally tell the perps, the violent ones, the ones that made her clients' lives a living hell. Max Hunter had kindness in him. Dana wanted that kind of man for Caroline more than anything. Caroline looked over from the corner of her eye.
"He asked me to go to dinner with him tonight."
Dana pursed her lips.
2 nights running. Interesting. You, of course, turned him down because you never missed Tom's games."
Caroline drew her brows together.
"And just what is that supposed to mean?"
Dana let the smirk bend her lips, knowing how to yank Caroline's chain just right.
"Just that you wouldn't refuse because you're getting scared. You'd have to have a good reason." "Shut up, Dana."
Dana chuckled again and threw another handful of popcorn in her mouth.
"Did he ask you out for tomorrow night when you turned him down for tonight?" "Yes." "And you said?" "Yes."
Her best friend's glum monosyllabic response stirred sympathy deep down. Dana kept it deep down. Caroline didn't need coddling.
"And now you're thinking, oh my God, what am I doing?"
Caroline sighed.
"Yes." "Articulate when our guts are tied up in knots, aren't we?"
Caroline glared.
"Shut up, Dana."
Dana lifted a brow.
"I rest my case." "Caroline, did you have a good time with Max?" "Yes."
Her lower lip trembled and she bit it.
"It was one of the nicest evenings I've ever had."
Dana shoved the sympathy down deep again. So many times she had to resist the urge to put her arms around the women in her care. Sometimes it was appropriate. Most of the time she couldn't indulge herself in the touchy-feely stuff. Most of the time her clients needed a shove, gentle but resolute. But Caroline wasn't a client. The woman biting her lip was her very best friend. Dana shoved her own feelings aside and shrugged nonchalantly.
"Then go out with him again,"
she tossed out, as if it made no difference either way.
"Worst that could happen is you get a free dinner and enjoy the view across the table."
Caroline frowned.
"What a terrible thing to say,"
she snapped. Then her eyes softened, registering understanding at what had been a rather transparent ploy. She blew out an enormous sigh, turning back to the court.
"His brother fixed my car."
Dana jerked her eyes from the court to Caroline's pensive profile.
"What?" "His brother David, you know, the one who—"
Dana grinned.
"The one who put Shawclaw in her place? I like him already."
Caroline sucked in her cheeks, fighting her own grin, then gave up and let the smile take over her face.
"It was a sight to behold,"
she chuckled.
"Anyway, I'd mentioned yesterday that my starter was busted, and today after work David showed up with my keys. He said he had my car towed to his shop where he just happened to have a rebuilt starter and it was really no trouble. So what did you do?
Caroline shrugged uneasily.
I was able to convince him to let me pay for the starter. He wouldn't take anything for the labor. So I said thank you and took my keys. He seemed so happy to be able to help, and I did need my car fixed.
She worried at her lower lip with her teeth.
What else could I have done? Depends. Does he look like Max?
Caroline narrowed her eyes.
Yes. Then the least you could have done was mention you had a friend in dire need of a tune-up. And would I have meant you or your car?
Caroline asked dryly. Dana grinned.
Either. Both. I'm very flexible.
And ducked the popcorn Caroline threw at her head. Asheville, Wednesday, March 7th, 7 p.m. It had started to rain, a light, cold spring rain, gently pattering against the roof of Stephen's parked rental car as it sat in Winters's otherwise empty driveway. The interior of the car was silent except for the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Now what? Stephen wondered aloud, his voice harsh in the muted quiet. He hunched down in the driver's seat and pinched the bridge of his nose. A major headache was coming on. Sue Ann Broughton had been terrified. He'd seen it in her eyes. He'd also seen the faded bruises on her face and neck. They were probably 3 or 4 days old, which meant they'd been put on her face right about the time Winters found out about his wife and son. He hated domestic abuse cases. Stephen pinched the bridge of his nose harder, especially when a cop was involved. Shaken off his mood, Stephen pulled his cell phone from his pocket and punched in Ross's direct office line. Lieutenant, did Winters mention any plans to take a vacation?
No,
Ross replied carefully.
Just that he was taking some leave to pull himself together after Sevier County pulled up his wife's car.
Did you tell him not to leave town?
Yes.
She paused, then asked heavily,
Why?
Stephen stared at Winters's house, empty but for his battered girlfriend. Because he's gone. Chicago, Wednesday, March 7th, 8:30 p.m.
I thought boys weren't supposed to take as long with their toilette as girls.
Dana grumbled.
They do when they know the girls will be watching,
Caroline returned, throwing a pointed glance across the school's lobby, where a group of teenage girls waited for the basketball team to emerge from the locker area.
Anyway, here he comes. We can go now.
Tom broke away from the group, hanging behind for a last word with his coach. Her son's face was not happy.
What are they talking about?
Dana whispered.
Tom's game was off tonight,
Caroline murmured back.
He missed a couple of easy free throws and fouled twice. But Frank's a good coach. He never yells at the boys. If he did, I'd be over there in his face myself.
For which, of course, she'd need a ladder.
He's probably just telling Tom to mind his concentration and to stop paying attention to the cheerleaders.
Dana frowned.
That's never seemed to distract him before. What else is bothering him?
Caroline watched Tom nod, his head down, her own heart troubled.
He was quiet at breakfast this morning. I think he's a little thrown by Max. I thought he might be,
Dana said.
It would be abnormal if he weren't. But it will pass, right? Life goes on, Carol. Tommy boy's just gonna have to accept that his mom is now a hunk magnet. Ow!
She added when Caroline punched her arm.
Shut up, Dana.
She tilted her head when Tom approached.
Hard night out there, huh?
Tom nodded grimly.
Yeah.
And turned for the front doors without another word.
Using little words when you're upset seems to run in the family,
Dana muttered under her breath, following.
Shut up, Dana.
Caroline hurried after Tom, Dana in tow.
"What did Frank say, Tom?"
"Nothing." Tom deliberately lengthened his stride, dismissing her. Caroline rolled her eyes.
"Suit yourself." "Not that way, Tom."
She gestured to the right when he turned left towards the bus stop.
"We're going to the parking lot."
Tom looked over at Dana, then shrugged. "Whatever." The three walked in silence until they reached Caroline's very old Toyota. Tom came to an abrupt halt.
"What is this?"
he demanded, glaring over his shoulder. Caroline pursed her lips.
"My car."
She unlocked the driver's door and flipped the unlock switch.
"Get in."
She eyed him over the roof of the car.
"Please."
He climbed in the back, barely waiting until she and Dana had fastened their seat belts before exploding.
"How did you fix it? I thought we didn't have enough money for me to go to basketball camp because we were saving to fix this piece of junk."
He aimed an angry punch to the tattered upholstery, then threw himself back into the seat, his arms tightly crossed over his chest.
"Uh-oh,"
Dana muttered, then winced when Caroline narrowed her eyes.
"Shutting up."
Caroline drew a controlled breath and slowly released it. Tom rarely got angry. So rarely she had no real practice in dealing with it.
"Tom, I'm very sorry you had a bad game. I know it doesn't happen often enough for you to get practice controlling your, disappointment." "Not bad," she thought to herself. "Not bad at all." "That doesn't, however, give you an excuse to be surly, so stop it,"
she added sharply.
"We'll talk about this after we've dropped Dana off."
Tom straightened in the back seat.
"How did you get the money to get the car fixed?"
he asked suspiciously, ignoring her direct order to drop the subject. Caroline sighed and pulled out of the parking place.
"Max's brother David fixed it for me."
A beat of silence hovered.
"How very nice of him,"
Tom said, coldly. Caroline looked into the rearview mirror in surprise. He'd turned away, now staring out the window, but she could see enough of his profile in the strobe flash of the streetlights to make her blood run cold.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Nothing." Temper simmered at his tone and the thought he'd left deliberately unsaid.
No. No. You spit out something like that, you follow it up, young man. What is that supposed to mean?" "Caroline,"
Dana murmured. Caroline gripped the steering wheel, her hands shaking. She hated confrontations like this. They made her nauseous. But Tom was her son. Whatever he was feeling needed to be dealt with. He also needed to learn he couldn't get away with disrespect, whatever its source.
"If he's old enough to start down this path, he's old enough to explain himself, Dana. Tom, explain." "Why did Max's brother fix your car?"
he asked acidly.
"Because he's a nice man. I had dinner with Max and his brother last night, and I mentioned my starter was broken. In conversation," she added meaningfully. "David was trying to help." "Just like that?" "Yes," Caroline answered, exasperated. "Just like that. Tom, there are nice people in the world who do nice things without expecting anything in return. Can you understand that?"
Tom said nothing for a moment. Then,
"Yeah, I understand."
Caroline bit the inside of her cheek. The remainder of the ride to Dana's apartment was completed in tense silence. Dana patted her shoulder as she unbuckled her seatbelt.
"He's only 14, Caroline," she murmured. "Going on 40,
Caroline thought, making an attempt at a smile.
"Night, Dana."
Dana glanced into the back seat uneasily before slamming the car door. Caroline had driven 5 minutes before quieting her heart enough to calmly speak.
"Tom, You and I have been through a lot over the years, and I've always been honest with you. You need to give me the same respect.
She stopped at a red light and looked into the rearview mirror. He was still staring out the window.
Tom, I like Max.
She watched his jaw tense.
I like him a lot. And I'll be honest with you now. This is new for me. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but I do know I feel happy when I'm with him. If you let yourself, I think you'll like him too.
Tom didn't budge a muscle, and then the light turned green. Shaking her head, Caroline put the car in motion. Another 5 minutes passed before Tom spoke.
People might do nice things for no reason at all. Men don't.
Caroline felt her heart sink.
Oh, baby,
she thought, fighting the urge to cry, wishing to heaven her son didn't believe that was true.
Tom,
Tom's body moved then, so quickly she was startled. He came forward, gripping her headrest, giving it a hard shake in his hands.
I can't believe you don't see it, Mom. I can't believe you're so damn naive.
Caroline stared straight ahead, her hands gripping the wheel so hard her knuckles throbbed. She drew a breath, trying to ignore the sharp stab of pain in her heart. Naive? Maybe so. But it was far better to be naive than bitter, although she must have become bitter somewhere along the way. Where else could her son have learned that tone? Her budding relationship with Max took on even greater significance.
I'm having dinner with him tomorrow, Tom,
she said quietly, firmly.
Mom,
he cried, then released her headrest and sunk back against his seat, his face taut. They'd arrived in front of their apartment, and she slid her car into an open slot, grateful to find one so close to the building. The neighborhood was rough after dark. One day she'd be able to afford better. One day her son would see that men could be kind. She turned to face his angry eyes.
I know you're upset because you love me. I'm asking you to love me enough to trust me, Tom.
Tom shook his head.
It's not you I don't trust,
he muttered, bolting from the car and up the landing into their building, not looking back. Chapter 9. Chicago, Thursday, March 8th, 6:45 p.m. Caroline was tense today, had been since she'd brought him his morning coffee. It emanated from her in waves so powerful they were almost tangible. But she'd insisted nothing was wrong. He'd had a meeting run late with the dean after classes and wasn't sure she'd even be waiting for their dinner date when he got back. But she was. She was tense and preoccupied, but she was there waiting for him, and Max considered that a good sign. So now they walked together, side by side, out of Carrington's History Building and towards his car. But she was miles away. Something had changed. Max just wished he knew what. He'd already racked his brain, wondering what he possibly could have done to precipitate her current mood, and determined he'd done nothing. He shivered and pulled his coat lapels closer with his free hand. He'd forgotten how cold Chicago's spring freezes could be. Caroline was freezing too, her teeth chattering. Her coat was thin, and thinking of her broken-down car and her apartment in the poorer section of town, he wondered if she couldn't afford anything better. Again, a feeling of protectiveness welled from somewhere deep inside. But it was no longer unfamiliar. So intent was he on Caroline, he completely missed seeing the patch of ice. His feet lost purchase with the pavement, and... Ugh! The grunt was accompanied by a solid thud as he hit the pavement. The grunt came from his throat. The thud came from his head. For a moment the world went black. Then Max opened his eyes and saw stars. Luckily they were in the sky, right where they were supposed to be. He wagged one foot experimentally, then the other, sighing with relief when both feet responded normally. He pushed himself up on his elbows, still blinking when Caroline appeared at his side. She dropped to her knees and went to work checking for broken bones.
What happened?
I was practicing my gymnastics, Max responded dryly. That was my triple Lutz. Caroline looked up from examining his knees with a wry grin.
That's figure skating.
So I had a little trouble on the dismount. Max shrunk back from her hands when she hit a sore spot just above his knee. Just making sure you were paying attention.
Trust me, I was,
she murmured. Oh, really? He asked, his deep voice going even deeper. Caroline met his gaze head-on and nodded silently before dropping her eyes to his ankles to continue her cursory check for broken bones. She had been paying attention. All afternoon. She'd listened for every thump of his cane as he paced the length of his office, every rumble of his voice through the wall when he answered the phone. She'd alternate between wincing over Tom's explosion the night before to reliving the wonderful evening of shared laughter with Max. Just as real were the memories of the shimmering sensation she felt at that tiny little caress of his thumb across her lip. That tiny little caress that rocked her to her toes, sent shivers down her spine, left her tingling long after. That tiny little peck on her lips that, God help her, left her wanting a whole lot more than dinner. She now sat back on her heels and looked at his face. He'd been watching her thoughtfully as she checked him for obvious injuries. The warmth in her cheeks now radiated through her whole body.
You should get this knee checked out, Max. Are you hurt anywhere else?
I don't think so. Maybe just my pride. He winced. And my tailbone. Shit. She watched as he struggled to stand, then fell back again with a muffled curse.
Let me help you get up.
You can't. I'd pull you down with me. He lifted an eyebrow, and she could see the gleam in his eyes even in the darkness. Now that's a thought. His teasing did the trick, soothing her nerves and restoring the easy camaraderie they'd shared over dinner with his zany brother. Chuckling, she braced herself on her heels, crossing her arms across her chest.
Nice try, Max. Next you'll be telling me your car's out of gas. Here, hold on.
He viewed her with new confidence, gripped her forearms, and together they eased him to his feet. You've worked in a hospital.
No, but I've spent enough time in them.
She tried to bite back the words, but it was too late. The hospital was something she never discussed with anyone. Not even Dana knew all the details of her injury and recovery. Burying the most painful memories deep was the only thing that seemed to keep her going, especially when she'd first escaped. It appeared some of those memories were breaking loose and bubbling up. Maybe Dana was right. Maybe she was starting to feel safe. Then again, maybe she was just naive, like Tom had accused. The thoughts still stung. To change the subject, she looked away.
Here's your cane. Let me walk a step ahead in case there's more ice.
He clenched his teeth and took a few steps. I thought the woman was supposed to walk 6 paces behind.
Ah, the pitfalls of our field. Get out of the past, Professor, and into the 21st century.
Hearing him merely grunt in reply, she looked over her shoulder to find him leaning on a light pole, his face contorted with pain.
Or should I say cut the macho act and let me take you to a hospital?
No hospitals. I hate the damn things. Remembering how she'd also hated them, she relented.
Okay, then let me drive you home.
No, we're going to dinner, even if it kills me. He took another step, then grimaced. And it just might. Caroline shook her head. He didn't need dinner. He needed an orthopedic surgeon. But she wouldn't press the issue. There would be other dinners, she thought, quelling her disappointment.
Let me take you home, Max.
He gritted his teeth and leaned on his cane. No, we are going to dinner. Caroline rolled her eyes. The man's head was thick, which was fortunate, as his head took the brunt of his fall.
Tell you what, I'll take you home, throw something together, and we can still have dinner. What's wrong now?
She asked, exasperated when he didn't move. This wasn't what I'd planned. Caroline sighed, her breath instantly turning to vapor, momentarily blocking him from view.
Plans change, Max. Either I take you home or I take you to a doctor, your choice.
You're a bossy woman. But he eased his foot forward, still leaning heavily on the cane.
So I'm told, by sources more experienced than you. I'm also a good cook.
Then home it is. His house was old-fashioned, white with gingerbread-type latticework in the eaves, a front porch wrapped across the front and around the side, where a classic porch swing moved in the night wind. She could see a tire swing hanging from one of the massive trees in the front yard. A light was burning at the front door, but there was no evidence of anyone else around for miles.
Nice place,
she said. It was. It was the kind of house she'd always known existed, always known normal people lived in, loved each other in, where mothers rocked their children to sleep at night and husbands said I love you and murmured endearments for no reason at all and didn't drink themselves into abusive rages. Caroline put Max's car in park and sat staring at the front porch, almost hearing the happy cries of children, almost seeing flowers blooming in the neglected beds lining the porch. The house drew her. Or maybe it was the illusion of normalcy that exerted the magnetic pull. Either way, she was setting herself up for an enormous fall. The man, the house, the fantasy of it all. Max studied her profile in the soft light of his grandmother's front porch. She was staring at his house with an expression so wistful, so sad, it twisted his heart. I'm glad you like it. Let's go in. His driveway was blissfully empty. No Dave, no Ma, he thought with relief as he fished for his house key and opened the door for Caroline. Alone, he thought in the darkness of his foyer. Finally. Caroline blinked when he flipped the switch, flooding the foyer with bright light. Sorry, my grandmother had bad eyes at the end, so all the lights in the house are this bright. He tugged at his gloves, shoved them in the pocket of his overcoat, watched her turn, and in her quiet way take it all in, recognized how important her reaction would be.
It's nice, Max.
She crossed to the far corner, heavy with shadows and dust, and trailed her finger along a vertical line of smudges on the wall.
Oh, look. How sweet. Which one is yours?
Max felt the warmth fill his chest at the memory of Grandma Hunter's growth chart, and at the way Caroline's face had softened as she spied it. That her eyes had snapped to it almost immediately, despite the corner location, didn't surprise him in the least. She hadn't looked at the dingy paint or loud wallpaper, but at the signs of home and love. He took the few steps to join her, and reaching over her shoulder, inhaled her scent before pointing to one of the tallest marks. That one. That was on my 13th birthday. Caroline's head tilted back to see where he pointed.
About the same size my Tom is now.
And where did Tom get that height, Caroline? Max wanted to ask. But he didn't, because she didn't offer, and because he wasn't sure he really wanted to know the answer. Yes, I remember the day like it was yesterday. The back of her head nearly brushed his shoulder as she looked up, and it would only take the tiniest of movements to bring it into contact with his body. His minute shuffle forward was plenty enough to accomplish the task. She tensed, but didn't pull away. He took that as tacit agreement to continue.
And?
Oh, yeah, 13th birthday. His mind had flown from sweet memories in the past to the sweet fragrance she wore in the very real present. He shuddered out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. I was 13, and all I wanted was a dirt bike. My older brother had one, and I'd coveted it from the day he turned 13. I suspected Pop would get it for me, but I wasn't really sure. Ma had fought him tooth and nail when he bought Peter's.
Peter would be your older brother?
Uh-huh. He's 5 years older and twin to my sister Catherine.
Peter and Catherine the Great, huh?
Max nodded, using the motion to brush his cheek against her temple, feeling the slight tug of her hair against his evening stubble. He could hear the amusement in her voice. You're quick. My dad was a history buff. Anyway, he...
Was?
Caroline interrupted, turning to look up at him, sadness in her eyes. Max cleared his throat. My father died in a car accident 12 years ago. She was quiet for a long moment, just looking at him.
You loved him?
Yes, Max thought, as much as it was possible to love a father. More. But the words couldn't come. His throat had closed shut against the wave of sudden intense memory. Caroline lifted a tentative hand to his cheek, cupping his jaw.
Then you were lucky.
Her gentle touch was a soothing balm, easing back the barrier that went up so automatically. Yeah, I guess I was. She stood there looking up at him, those blue eyes filled with compassion and tenderness. I take it then that you were not. She pulled her hand away.
No.
She forced a smile.
Tell me more about the dirt bike.
So he did. Anything to wipe that wounded expression from her incredible eyes. Ma thought we would break our necks out there, and Pop was of the firm opinion that boys needed an outlet for their energy. So we had the cake and ice cream, and I was practically dancing in my seat. Then Grandma Hunter wanted to mark my height, and I didn't want to. I told her I was too old, and she became so sad. I never could stand to see her sad, so I folded and trotted over here and stood obediently while she drew the line. Then she leaned up and whispered that I'd become a man, that this was the last year she'd be able to mark my height. He swallowed, remembering the sharp sense of loss he'd felt at her words.
Because you showed respect for her feelings.
What?
You were a man because you showed respect for her feelings. A boy wouldn't have done what you did, Max.
The memory became even more poignant. I suppose you're right. I never thought about it that way. I always thought it was the magic of being 13 or growing too tall for her to reach the top of my head.
So you got your dirt bike?
Yep. I ran outside and there it was, all shiny and new. Pop had come through for me. He chuckled. Then Pop drove me to the hospital the next day when I broke my wrist. And Ma never said I told you so.
What a wonderful memory.
His eyes focused on the top of her head, her dark brown hair picking up the bright light of the foyer, and he suddenly wished for the muted shadows of candlelight. Memories of bikes and birthdays and falls on the ice vanished as a slug of lust hit him square, rekindling the state of half-arousal he'd borne all day into a blazing urgency. He wanted her. Why do you always wear your hair up in a braid? Caroline's eyes widened.
It's easier. Max, what...
But he'd already pulled the band from the tail and was working to free the entwined strands. "I want to see it down," he said, his voice gone husky, then watched that irresistible blush color her cheeks once again. It seemed like an eternity since he'd touched her. Caroline felt heat surge and unbuttoned the top buttons of the coat she still wore. His palm cradled the back of her head, his fingers gently scraping her scalp as they worked their way into the thickness of her hair, sending it falling to the middle of her back. His other hand freed the buttons on her coat and pushed it from her shoulders, blindly hanging it on a hook behind him. "Caroline." With difficulty she lifted her eyes and saw him staring down at her, his intentions fair and clear. She mustered a faint nod, and then ceased to think at all when his mouth covered hers. His mouth was everything she'd dreamed. Strong and soft, it monopolized, demanded, and gave back everything it took, and more. He nudged, nipped, and feasted, still touching with only the hand on her head and those sensual lips. The heat smoldered deep within her body, then ignited, unleashing a response she'd never known she held at bay. Her hands clutched great handfuls of his overcoat as if it were a lifeline, a tether to anchor her as the storm of new emotions nearly swept her off her feet. She was on the brink of changing her life, but the knowing didn't make the moment any less awesome. She wanted him, wanted his hands on her, wanted to feel his body against her own. In all her life she'd never wanted like this, never believed she was capable of such an insatiable craving. In the 7 years of freedom, she'd never once felt the liquid tug of desire for a man, any man. Not until this man. She felt smooth fabric and hard chest under her hands as they flattened against him, shoving his overcoat aside and running up his chest until they met the warm skin of his neck and clasped there, bringing him closer. Inching up on her toes, she pressed her body upwards, seeking a more complete fit. Max had wondered how it would be, dreamed of how it would be. But it was better than his dreams. It was perfect. She was perfect. Her lips molded exquisitely to his mouth, yielding to the pressure of the kiss, at first returning it in her more reserved manner. He moved her head with his palm to increase the tenor of the kiss by a degree, seeking new angles and finding beauty in each one, losing himself in the sheer feeling of her. Then her hands clutched at him, and her reserved response simply exploded. Knowing his kiss had so affected her was more arousing than any of the smoother moves he'd ever had put on him by more sophisticated women. Feeling her arms lock around his neck released the strangled groan that had been building deep within him for days. But still he managed to hang on to control by a thread, until her body twisted against him. Restraint evaporated, and his free hand slid down the curve of her back, cupped her round bottom, and lifted her higher. One step brought her shoulders into contact with the wall, and she started in surprise, throwing her hips forward and against his rigid erection. For an electric instant, both Caroline and Max went still, frozen by the blatant carnality of the contact and everything it implied. Max lifted his head to find her eyes open, a mix of unbridled desire and astonished wonder. The desire made him press harder, deeper into the softness of her body. But the wonder made him pull back. This was another first for her, he was certain. He would stop this time. That there would be a next time was a given fact. He released his hold slowly, until her feet again touched the floor, the physical bond between them broken. Wisps of hair framed her face, whipped about by the rapid breaths he exhaled. Her lips were plump and full, her cheeks chafed by his beard. She was beautiful. God. He dropped his head, resting his cheek on the top of her head. His heart was jerking like a jackhammer, his lungs pumping like a bellows. His body was throbbing painfully. He'd never felt so alive. This was good. He knew it intuitively. This was where he was supposed to be. And she was where she was supposed to be. In his arms.
What?
Caroline asked, hearing a voice totally unlike her own. Breathy and sexy. Hard to contemplate. She, Caroline, reborn into a woman who could tear a groan from a man like Max Hunter? Incredible. Reality. The hand she'd locked behind his neck loosened and slid forward to frame his jaws, caressing lightly with her thumbs before dropping to her sides. One of his large hands still tangled her hair, and he used it now to gently tug her head back. His lips brushed over her reddened cheeks, dropping soft, plucking kisses along the curve of her jaw to the sensitive spot behind her ear, just above the collar of her sweater. Another shiver raced down her spine. "I'm sorry," he murmured in her ear. "I scratched your face. Tomorrow I'll shave first." Then he stepped back and shrugged out of his overcoat, watching her face the whole time. Wonder gave way to amazement. He was sorry because he'd scratched her face? Caroline fought the urge to shake her head.
So this is how normal men behave,
she thought. But even as her brain formed the notion, she knew it wasn't true. There was nothing normal about Max Hunter. In small phases, amazement gave way to amusement. Tomorrow? She arched her brows, tilting her head as she watched him hang his coat on a hook next to hers. His eyes never left her face, as if he were watching for any flicker of refusal, and the thought made her heart swell. Considerate and vulnerable in a cocky kind of way. A newfound confidence bloomed.
"Promise?"
she asked. "Promise what?"
"Promise you'll shave?"
A grin warmed his eyes before settling on his mouth, and the effect on his face took her breath away. He was the most incredible-looking man. She tested her tender lip with the tip of her tongue. With the most inventive mouth. He hadn't kissed. He'd devoured and cherished in the same effort. Tomorrow. Mercy. Cross my heart. Loosening his tie, he pointed to the kitchen. And now it's time for dinner. Caroline cracked an egg into the bowl of Max's restaurant-grade mixer. His kitchen tools were something out of Better Homes, even if the decor was classic 60s.
"Leave the math assignment on the dining room table. I want to see it with my own eyes. And remember, no camping trip during spring break if your report card has a C in math where a B should be. And Tom?" "Yeah, Mom."
Caroline shook her head at her son's barely veiled patience, clearly hearing in his voice the strain from the night before. Rarely had they allowed so much time to pass before clearing the air, and now Caroline wasn't sure how to talk to her own child. So she fell back on the familiar. She was his mother, like it or not.
"I'm sending Dana over to check on you in about an hour. Do not let anyone else in the apartment." "I know, Mom."
A pause and the sound of the refrigerator door opening.
"Do not answer the door and do not get into a car with strangers no matter how delicious their candy,"
he finished sarcastically. Caroline sighed.
"Am I that bad, honey?"
There was a moment of uncomfortable silence, then Tom sighed too.
"No, not really."
He bit into an apple, the sound cracking in her ear.
"You're a good mom,"
he finished with his mouth full, and just like that, the air was cleared.
"And usually responsible."
he added lightly. "But give me the number where you are anyway and call me before you leave for home." Caroline complied, hearing the effort he was making.
"And I'll be home before curfew, sir."
"See that you do." He hesitated a beat. "Mom, I'm sorry I got so mad last night, but—" He drew a breath. "But you just met him, and— Mom, are you sure this guy is okay?" Love surged, and with it a deep sorrow that her son would ever think to ask the question.
"Yes, sweetheart, he is. But if it will set your mind at ease, call later."
"I will."
"Bye, doll."
"Mom!"
"Sorry."
She deepened her voice, going for serious.
"Goodbye, Thomas."
Shaking her head, she replaced the receiver just in time to see Max coming down the stairs, taking them one at a time. He hurt, she knew. She tried to wish he hadn't strained himself kissing her senseless after taking that fall, but couldn't find the selflessness required. Her body still purred, and it had only been a kiss. Yeah, and the Grand Canyon was just a hole in the ground. She shivered despite the heat of his kitchen and turned for the stove, giving him relative privacy to limp to the table. "You get through okay?" She could hear the strain he tried to hide, then saw it in the lines around his eyes when she turned around to face him.
"Yes, thanks. Tom will enjoy having the apartment to himself for a few hours. That translates to scarfing down potato chips in the living room, having the remote all to himself, and putting his feet in all the places his size 13 shoes are not supposed to be."
Max remembered Caroline's son, and once again wondered where the boy got his height. "And you're sure he's just 14? She threw him a wry glance.
"Fairly certain, as I happened to be there when he was born."
She reached for 2 bowls of salad and set them down on the table.
"You have exactly 10 different kinds of salad dressing."
Her dimples winked at him.
"David told me about the shopping trip from hell. Your mother must have had coupons for every brand in the store."
"Ranch is fine." He watched in appreciation as she reached high into his pantry, her fluid movements throwing her breasts into prominence. He arched his brows and told himself to cool down. "So, what's for dinner?"
"Breaded chicken with potatoes and cold pasta salad. I found the pasta salad in the fridge."
"Mom ate it." He watched as she tossed the chicken in the batter she'd mixed and set it sizzling in a frying pan on the stove.
"She takes care of you."
"Yes, when I let her."
"Tom says the same thing. I guess mothers never stop being mothers."
Even when their sons break their hearts, Max thought, then banished it away. Ma had forgiven him years ago. He would focus on the future, not the past.
"I saw your home gym in the living room,"
Caroline commented casually.
"It's really nice."
Max shifted in his chair, controlling the wince. "Thanks. I use it every day. Doctor's orders."
"I remember."
She closed her eyes, muttering a curse when the oil popped and blistered her skin. Max watched her stick her finger under a stream of cold water. "There's a first aid kit under the sink," he remarked. He'd picked up on her distress in the parking lot after she'd told him about being in a lot of hospitals. Now he sensed the same apprehension as she quickly applied a dab of bacterial cream to her burned finger.
"Thanks. That was careless of me."
She threw a jaunty grin over her shoulder that didn't reach her eyes.
"But don't worry, I won't sue you."
"Have a seat, Caroline." Her eyes registered surprised apprehension, but she quietly obeyed, taking up her fork, toying with the lettuce in her bowl. "I want to tell you a story." He'd made the decision in the split second he saw the fear cloud her eyes, even as she'd smiled at him. He wanted her to trust him with the truth. He could think of no better way to earn her trust than to give her the gift first. Her gaze fixed on the table.
About a boy on a dirt bike?
He reached out and covered her hand with his own, gently forcing the fork to clatter back into the bowl. Yes. Look at me, Caroline. And he waited until she lifted her eyes, and again he thought of the sea, a very turbulent sea. 5 years after the dirt bike birthday, I graduated high school and went off to college on a basketball scholarship. He'd surprised her, he thought, as her eyes flickered. But she said nothing, so he continued. Played starting guard for 4 years at the University of Kentucky. He thought back to the boy he'd been, the regrets too many to count. All I ever wanted to do was play basketball. I ate, drank, and breathed it. And I was good. He stood with some difficulty and walked to the stove and turned her chicken so it wouldn't burn. I was very good and very cocky. Wishing for the cane he'd left upstairs, he moved across the kitchen, one hand on the countertop for support. You want wine with this? She shook her head.
Water will be fine.
My father was a farmer and drove a cab at night. We were a good Catholic family. 5 mouths to feed.
Only 5?
He turned and leaned on the counter, smiling at her wry wit. There were others, but Ma either miscarried or they died soon after birth. My parents contributed 9 souls to the parish in all. Ma was always philosophical about the one she lost. She has an amazing faith. And he loved her for that. The realization warmed him even as he set his teeth to continue his story. Anyway, there were 5 of us, and Pop had to work double to keep us in clothes and shoes.
And dirt bikes,
she said softly, and he knew she understood how truly momentous that gift had been. And dirt bikes. Pop always wanted to be a history teacher, but he never got to go to college. He was determined all of us would go to college, and one of us would be the history teacher.
He picked you?
Yes, but I wasn't interested. The tug of fame had me, and I wasn't inclined to fight the pull. I loved the limelight, loved the adulation, the applause. I loved to play ball.
You were young, Max.
Don't make excuses for me, Caroline, he said, more sharply than he'd intended. You weren't there. You can't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be terse. I knew my dad wanted me to play, but he also wanted me to have a backup, just in case. I thought he was a foolish old man, too unsophisticated to understand the real world, stuck on a farm in Illinois. He didn't understand the world of fast money, fast cars. A ghost of a smile mocked. Shoe deals. None of that mattered to him. He loved his family, though, and he and Ma wanted me to be happy.
So you played ball? Sweet 16, Final Four?
All 4 years. We were good. He shook his head, remembering it all. We were all so stupid. My buddies degreed in cop-out majors because we weren't there to study, we were there to play. He watched her brows furrow.
But your resume said you majored in history at UK.
I did. Made it through by the skin of my teeth. I showed up to class for the tests, or if my girlfriend at the time was in the same class. I didn't care about it. I think that hurt Pop more than if I'd majored in basket weaving instead. To have the opportunity and not use it? He sighed as he pushed himself away from the counter and placed 2 glasses of water on the table. So I graduated with the highest honor I could think of. MVP of my senior season, he said, his tone mocking. 2nd-round draft pick for the Lakers. I was on top of the world.
And your father?
His laugh was without mirth. Pop was so proud of me. He should have busted with it. He was worried, I could see, but proud just the same. He and Ma just didn't understand my life. His voice dripped with sarcasm, all for himself. His jaw went taut. I moved to L.A., took up with a fast crowd. I didn't make it home that first year, but I sent money, paid off Pop's mortgage. Caroline sat watching his face darken at that last revelation. Tentative, she tilted her head forward and verbally tiptoed.
So that wasn't a good thing?
He glared at her, and she could feel the turmoil that churned in his gray eyes, gone harder than steel. I hurt him, sending him money when all that mattered to him was me. Paid off his mortgage like it was a big fucking deal. We fought over it. I thought he was ungrateful. He thought I didn't love him anymore. His voice wavered and he cleared his throat. God, that hurt. I never would have hurt my father, but I did. He'd taken his seat again, but his gaze was fixed on a point behind her. She slid her hand under his palm, linking her fingers through his, and said nothing. It was David that brought me back. He'd saved his money from a part-time job and flew out to L.A. The lips that had kissed her so thoroughly thinned to a mere line. Found a pretty major party going on at my place. He was so disappointed in me. I was so pissed at him, arriving unannounced like that. Then a glimmer of a smile lit his eyes. The party broke up soon after he got there. Wasn't much use in anyone staying once Dave had thrown all the booze out of the window. He pretended to be a priest of all things, told my so-called friends they'd burn in hell. A chuckle rumbled deep down. He should have stayed in L.A. He would have had an Oscar by now. He glanced over at the stove. I'd get up to turn that again, but I don't think I'd make it to the stove without my cane. Caroline jumped to her feet, took the food off the stove, and set it aside. Maybe she'd have an appetite later. Taking her seat, she nodded.
Go on.
So I went home with Dave and made up with Pop. Pop and I came here to Grandma's to be alone, away from the others. He cried. Max stared down at his hands. I'd never seen my father cry before that day, even when Ma lost the babies. He sat right here at this table and cried, and told me he loved me, that he was proud of me. That was probably the most profound moment of my entire life. And I have that, he swallowed hard, as the last thing my father ever said. On our way back home, I slid on some ice and drove my car into a tree and down into a ditch. His hands splayed flat against the table, and he flinched when Caroline placed her smaller hands over his.
And he died.
She could say it for him. At least that much she could do. Yes. Thank God it was instantaneous. It would have killed Ma if he'd suffered. He drew a great breath, then let it out quietly. There were many days I wished I'd died with him. Her heart tightened.
You were hurt in the accident.
I was hurt. My back was broken, and I was paralyzed. My career was over. My father was dead, and my mother was a widow.
And you blamed yourself.
Oh, absolutely. He turned his hands over and steepled his fingers with hers before lacing them and holding on. It was my fault. Even if it wasn't, it was. Still is.
And?
Max raised his gaze to find her eyes brimming, and lifted their joined hands to brush at her lower lashes, sending the tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry for me, Caroline." She shook her head.
I'm not crying for what you are, or even what happened to you. I'm crying for what you felt, laying there in a hospital bed, alone because you thought you had to be.
Astonished, for a moment he could only stare. She'd hit the truth squarely on the head, a truth he'd never disclosed to another soul since the night he left his mother without a husband and his brothers and sisters without their father. "Exactly right," he said slowly. "I was more alone than I'd ever been in my life, and ready to give up." Caroline tried to pull her hand free, but he wouldn't let her go. So she sat and sniffled until he put a napkin in her hand.
But you didn't give up. What happened?
David happened. He wouldn't let me give up. He pushed and prodded and nagged until I went to rehab just to shut him up. It took a long time just to be able to support my own weight, and still I was in a wheelchair. He took a huge swallow of the water at his elbow. I decided to finally do what Pop wanted.
You went to Harvard and got your Ph.D.
Her tears well under control, she regarded him inquisitively.
How did you get into Harvard if your grades were so bad at UK?
Well, I stretched a little there. I never studied, but I managed A's most of the time, B's sometimes.
And that was by the skin of your teeth?
She asked, faintly amused. For me, yes. I used to get straight A's in high school without lifting a finger. It used to make Ma so mad at me.
You'll never learn any responsibility, Max,
she'd say.
She was wrong.
And you're being kind, he returned with a smile, and watched her eyes smile back. So, yes, I went to Harvard with my resident roomie David. He went to make sure I did my exercises and all my rehab. Gave up some of the best years of his life to get me walking again.
I'd bet he considers it one of his greatest investments. He seems like a remarkable person.
He is. He liked you. Pleasure filled her eyes.
I'm glad. I'd like to meet the rest of your family someday.
The merest glint of a grin tilted his lips, and some of his sadness drained away. Then come here on Saturday. All my brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews will be here. It's supposed to be a surprise party.
Then how do you know about it?
Ma let it slip yesterday. I have to promise to look shocked. He let his jaw drop and his eyes bug out. How's this? Her airy laugh filled the room, and the pendulum of his emotions swung from melancholy to basic greed in a heartbeat.
I'd say leave the acting to your brother,
she responded, rising to salvage their dinner, then shrieking her surprise when he pulled her onto his lap. Startled, Caroline stiffened when panic grabbed at her. But the fear was fleeting, simply melting away when his mobile mouth took charge once again, sending her deep into the heat of him. She lifted her arms around his neck and freely relinquished any thoughts of dinner or tragedies, allowing herself to absorb the wonder of being so desired by such a man. And that he desired her could not be disputed, the evidence currently pulsing against her hip. His tongue traced the seam of her lips, and resistance never entered her mind. She hummed her satisfaction as he claimed the interior of her mouth as decisively as he'd seized her lips. He twisted, surrounding her, one arm around her waist and the other firmly grasping her upper arm as he pushed the back of her head against his shoulder, and plundered. He couldn't get enough, was the only thought that slipped through the dark haze. He explored every inch of her mouth, inside and out, turned her lips plump and pouty, and it still wasn't enough. His hand needed the softness of her arm, but it was a poor second to the sensation he craved. Her full breasts pressed against his chest, the pebble hardness of her nipples taunting him through the barrier of their clothing. To hold her breasts in his hands had long surpassed mere wanting. It had become a blind compulsion, and his fingers dropped her arm of their own accord, splaying across her ribs until his thumb and forefinger bracketed the full underside of one breast. Her quick gasp made him hesitate. The damn telephone made him stop. Swearing under his breath, he lifted his head, drawing in great gulps of air, feeling as though he'd run a 4-minute mile. She struggled in the circle of his arms.
"The phone,"
she panted. "Let the machine pick it up," he growled.
"I can't. It might be Tom. He'll worry."
She struggled again, and he opened his arms with a scowl. Testing her balance, she gripped his shoulder with a trembling hand. Stifling a giggle at his glare, she drew a breath and lifted the receiver.
"Hello?"
Max watched her face light up and felt his disgruntled attitude dissipate. It was hard to be angry when she was so happy.
"Well, it's nice to meet you too, Mrs. Hunter." "All right, then, Phoebe."
Max winced in mild dread as Caroline's dimples appeared in full relief. She was laughing at him, he thought, eyes narrowing. Revenge would be sweet. The thought cheered him immensely, even as his mother chattered in Caroline's ear.
"He's already invited me, but thank you."
Blue eyes danced at his discomfort.
"I'm looking forward to meeting the whole Hunter clan."
Chapter 10. Hickory, North Carolina, Thursday, March 8th, 8 p.m.
"Step aside, sir."
The sir was tacked on, more afterthought than any show of respect. Winters pressed his back against a wall to avoid the oncoming gurney with its accompanying team of trauma medical personnel. A nurse in bloody scrubs brought up the rear, running just behind the gurney holding an IV bag high in the air. The gurney with its entourage disappeared behind double-swinging doors. A sobbing woman ran up to the doors, wringing her hands.
"Mrs. Daltrey, please."
Another nurse wearing a smock covered in teddy bears caught the sobbing woman by the shoulders.
"You can't go in there. You need to let the doctors do their job." "Please," the woman sobbed. "She's my baby." She hunched forward, and the nurse put a comforting arm around the woman's shoulders. "She'll be so afraid. I don't want her to be afraid." "She's getting the best possible care," the nurse soothed. "Let me find you a place to rest. Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, just Lindsay. Oh, God, there was so much blood. How can she lose so much blood?" "Shh." The nurse stopped by an uncomfortable-looking chair. "Sit and try to calm down. Is there anyone I can call for you?" "No, there's no one." Dazed, the woman sunk into the chair. "No one," she whispered. With a sympathetic look back, the nurse walked to the station, then assumed her position behind it. Winters looked both ways before crossing the hall and approaching the nurse's station. He cleared his throat, and the nurse with the teddy bear smock looked up. She was in her mid-30s, her dark brown hair dappled with gray. She'd be pretty enough if she dropped 20 pounds. Her name was Claire Burns, and she'd worked in the orthopedic ward at Asheville General for 10 years, up until she transferred 4 years ago. Importantly, she'd been there the same summer as Mary Grace. She was 6th on the list of hospital personnel provided by Randy Livermore, kid hacker extraordinaire. The first 5 had turned up nothing. He had some high hopes for Nurse Burns. She was married to a Hickory-based CPA who'd met her at a charity fundraiser 5 years ago. She'd been working a booth, selling kisses for $1.
The CPA contributed over $100 to whatever cause she was working for that day. They'd conducted a long-range relationship, and he'd finally popped the question, married her, and moved her to Hickory. They wanted to have a baby, but they'd been totally unsuccessful and had applied for adoption. They always kept their lawn mowed and never left their trash cans out on the street after garbage pickup day. She had very, very chatty friends both in Asheville and in Hickory. He doubted she'd be pleased at the information he'd obtained without even trying. Her tweezed brown brows rose in greeting.
Yes? Can I help you with something?
Winters smiled and smoothed his mustache with his thumb and forefinger. No slippage. Good.
I hope so. I'm looking for Claire Gaffney.
The woman smiled distractedly.
That's me. Or at least it was me. Gaffney's my maiden name. Now it's Burns. Excuse me a moment.
She leaned on one foot to look around him. Winters looked over his shoulder to see the mother of the injured child get up and walk toward the double doors to surgery. Nurse Burns opened her mouth, then closed it again as the woman stopped a few feet short of the doors, folded her arms across her chest, and rocked, crying softly.
I'm sorry,
Nurse Burns said softly.
I just hate cases like this. The other guy walked away without a scratch. They got him at a .2 on the breathalyzer.
Her fist clenched as she clutched one lapel of her teddy bear smock.
I'm glad they took him someplace else.
He'd been first on the scene of enough DUI wrecks to agree with her.
Will the little girl live?
She shook her head.
I don't know.
Then she straightened and folded her hands on the purple semicircular desktop.
Why are you looking for me? Do I know you?
No, you don't. I'm actually looking for a nurse who worked at Asheville General Hospital about 9-10 years ago. I understand you worked there then?
She narrowed her eyes, suddenly on guard.
I did.
He smiled again, sadly this time. Her eyes stayed narrowed. He expected nothing less. Any woman cautious enough to use a club to lock her steering wheel in a protected parking garage and who carried a spray canister of mace on her keychain was bound to be suspicious.
My reasons are completely above board, I assure you. I had a sister. Her name was Jean. Jean died a few months back, and in going through her things I found a letter addressed to somebody named Christie. I remember her talking about Christie being a nurse at Asheville General around 10 years ago. I'm trying to track her down to give her the letter. I've checked the hospital records, but they didn't have anybody by that name on the roster. I'm wondering if anybody remembers her.
Nurse Burns tilted her head, eyes only slightly less narrowed.
How did your sister know this Christie?
Jean had gone to live with our grandmother, who was really sick. She met Christie when she took Mama into the hospital for her treatments. That would have been summertime 9 years ago.
Nurse Burns' face relaxed.
Okay.
She glanced over at the mother, who was now pacing up and down the hall outside the double doors. Her brows scrunched as she thought.
I don't remember a Christie at Asheville General. We had a Carla and a Carol Ann, but no Christie.
Did you have any other employees named Christie? Any nurses in training, perhaps?
Winters had no idea the name of the woman he was looking for. Christie had been the name of the last hooker he'd arrested for soliciting. Christie had been anxious not to be arrested. They'd worked out a solution agreeable to them both. Very agreeable. Burns shook her head.
No, we did have a summer volunteer that year, though. Her name was Susan Crenshaw. Pretty little thing. Couldn't have been more than 18 at the time. She was going to get her nursing degree. She shadowed the head nurse, Nancy Desmond.
Tiny hairs on the back of Winter's neck came to full alert. Bingo.
Doesn't sound like the person I'm looking for. Did she have a lot of contact with the patients? The woman I'm looking for would have worked in oncology. My grandmother had cancer.
No, Susan worked on our floor, orthopedics. There was another volunteer in oncology that summer, come to think of it. But it was a young man, not a girl.
Susan Crenshaw. Crenshaw wasn't a name on Livermore's list. Of that he was certain.
Well, thank you for your time, nurse.
He glanced over his shoulder. The woman was still pacing at the double doors.
Sorry I couldn't have been more help,
she murmured, her attention already focused again on the distraught mother. You have, Winters thought. Hopefully more than you know. He arrived at his car and slid behind the wheel. He'd been in 5 separate wigs in the last 48 hours. He was hot, tired, and had rubber adhesive stuck to his hairline. Next up, home for a shower. Tomorrow morning, he'd head for the Asheville Public Library. He needed to access telephone listings from 9 years ago. Hopefully Susan Crenshaw's family would be listed. Otherwise, he'd have to get creative. Winters peeled off the mustache and carefully placed it in the box in which he kept his wigs. The wig itself came off next, and he sighed as the air cooled his sweating head. Asheville, Susan Crenshaw, then on to Mary Grace, and Robbie. Chicago, Friday, March 9th, 11 a.m.
Oh, Caroline.
Dana leaned against the iron railing of the tiny bridge that spanned Carrington's duck pond, fanning herself. It was still cold, so they'd escaped to the duck pond, knowing they'd find relative privacy there.
Did you ever get to dinner?
Caroline's face was as flushed as Dana's, despite the wind. Just remembering those moments in his arms, on his lap. She tugged at her muffler, shivering, but not from the cold.
Eventually, but it was ruined. My first attempt at cooking for him was an abysmal failure. I guess he didn't care. No.
Caroline bit her lip.
And neither did I. And this surprises you? Well, yeah, I guess. I didn't...
Frustrated, she looked up at Dana's patient face with a frown before turning her aimless gaze to the wind-whipped pond.
I don't even know myself anymore.
Dana was quiet for a long moment.
I remember my first time with a good man,
she finally said quietly, and Caroline jerked her eyes back to Dana's face. It wasn't a topic that they'd ever broached before.
His name was Lawrence, and he was one of Chicago's finest.
Dana went on, and Caroline instantly felt her whole body go tense. Dana sighed.
Relax, Caro. Not all cops are bad. In fact, most are very good. Lawrence was one of the good guys. He knew about Charlie.
Caroline felt the cold now. The earlier warmth she'd experienced reliving those incredible moments in Max's arms was gone, chased away by the specter of a violent man in a uniform, his badge shiny to the eye, tarnished to the heart. But Dana was talking about her own violent ex-husband, something she rarely did, so Caroline made herself listen.
How did he know about Charlie? One of the guys in his precinct answered my 911, testified when Charlie's case came up in court. He told Lawrence most of the black and white details. It made a difference, Lawrence's knowing. He was so patient with me. I think when the time finally came, he was more scared than I was that he'd do the wrong thing. But he was perfect, gentle. I never knew that sex didn't hurt. I never knew I could ever like it.
Dana finished quietly. Caroline worried her lower lip.
Or that you could even want it? That too. So what happened to him? Lawrence? We drifted apart, I suppose. He ended up moving out west, Albuquerque. I still get a card from him at Christmas. Oh? signed by his wife. Oh. Something lasting just wasn't meant to be for the two of us. But that isn't my point here. A physical relationship with the right man is a beautiful thing. Forget what you've ever known, Caroline. If Max is the right guy, well, then...
She shrugged eloquently, then lifted her brow.
That is, if he can. The accident didn't... No.
The word was out before Caroline could even think, and the heat in her face returned with a vengeance, making her tug at the muffler that wound around her neck.
I mean, we didn't. We only... Darn it, Dana, stop laughing at me. Oh.
Dana wiped tears of mirth from her eyes with one mittened hand as the other pressed hard to her chest.
That air is cold. It hurts too much to laugh. Oh, you should see yourself, Caroline. You're blushing like you were caught necking under the back steps by his mother. Not too far from the truth,
Caroline muttered under her breath.
Excuse me?
Caroline lifted her chin with a little toss of her head that had Dana grinning anew.
We were necking, and very adeptly, I might add. Oh, by all means, add away.
Caroline narrowed one eye dangerously.
Watch your step, Dupinsky. Anyway, then his mother called. She's a very charming woman. Whatever. So how do you know the accident didn't,
Caroline rolled her eyes and sucked in a breath, letting it out on an audible sigh.
You don't say.
Dana patted her heart.
Down, girl.
Caroline sobered.
I'm meeting them all tomorrow. Who? His family. Sorry, my mind was still back at
Dana chuckled at Caroline's frosty glare.
Relax, Caroline. You'll be fine. Everybody loves you.
She draped an arm across Caroline's shoulders and gave her a squeeze.
But take some baked goods just to make sure.
Caroline didn't smile. Unwelcome doubts were now intruding. Reality usually was a bitch.
Does it really matter if they like me, Dana? Does it really matter if he is the right guy?
Dana's smirk abruptly vanished.
What are you talking about? It can't work.
Caroline pulled away and walked to the other side of the bridge. Dana followed, glowering.
I don't know why I even let it go this far. Maybe because he is the right guy.
Dana lifted a hand to Caroline's shoulder. Caroline shrugged Dana's comforting hand away.
2 damn pieces of paper. A real marriage license and a fake birth certificate. I wish I could burn them both. Then do it. It wouldn't do any good. Then don't do it.
Caroline wheeled around, fists on her hips, her temper coming dangerously close to boiling over.
Whose side are you on, anyway?
Dana met her eyes, and Caroline felt her anger abruptly deflate.
Yours,
Dana answered soberly.
I've always been on your side. I'm wondering right now whose side you're on.
Caroline's shoulders sagged.
What am I gonna do, Dana?
Dana folded her arms across her chest.
You're asking my advice?
She asked archly.
Yes, damn you.
But Caroline smiled, spoiling the effect.
I'm asking your advice.
Dana sighed.
You risked everything for a new life, Caroline. You planned it so carefully, every little detail of your escape. You wanted freedom from a man who threatened to kill you every day, who almost succeeded twice.
Caroline arched her brows.
More like 5 or 6 times. I lost count after the first 2. I guess you had to be there.
Dana chuckled softly.
I guess so.
Her expression hardened.
He tried to kill you when you tried to get help. Didn't anyone in your town think it was the least bit strange when you filed a complaint against your husband, and the next thing you're falling down the stairs? No? Damn straight no. Of course, no. It was no the last time and the time before. And guess what, Caroline?
Dana wagged a finger under Caroline's nose, but the impact was lost in her mitten.
It will still be no next week and next year. If you'd stayed, he would have killed you, and then, and only then, would the town have cried crocodile tears, and you know I'm right.
Caroline tilted her head, her brows taking a quick ride up and down.
You're right. Sure, I'm right.
Dana inhaled sharply, wincing at the cold air.
I'm always right. You're a fathead, but I'm a fathead who's right. Carol, listen to me. Listen to yourself. You tried to go the right way. You tried to use the law, but nobody listened to you. You're lucky you were able to even get away after that last tumble. How long were you in the hospital? 3 months? That was a long time to leave Tom alone with an abusive man, wasn't it?
Caroline shuddered, remembering the terror of every day of every one of those 3 months. Lying there, helpless, obsessing about what Rob could be doing to her baby. Seeing the fear in her son's eyes every time he came to visit.
Stop. You're right. I was justified in getting away, no matter what means I used.
She drew herself to her full height, still 5 inches shorter than Dana.
But that still doesn't make bigamy right. I'm still married to him, Dana. And on that, I'm right.
Dana caught her by the muffler as she tried to walk away.
Who are you?
Caroline felt her skin prickle at the combatant look in Dana's brown eyes.
What do you mean?
She asked uneasily.
I mean, who are you? What is your name?
Caroline swallowed.
Caroline Stewart. And where is Mary Grace Winters?
She swallowed again, this one more painful than the first as her throat began to close.
Gone.
Dana tugged Caroline's muffler.
And who made her disappear?
When Caroline said nothing, Dana tugged harder.
Damn it, Carol, who made her disappear? I did.
She had. She alone had taken the step to end the pathetic existence of the creature she'd been, to protect herself and the child the law didn't care about.
I did.
She thought again. Dana's eyes were intense.
And now for the $100,000 question. Who will it help if you continue to hold on to the life you work so hard to escape?
Caroline pulled free and turned away from Dana's piercing gaze. Dana was right. Caroline knew it in her head. Now she had to accept it in her heart. But what was in her heart? She didn't know. It had been less than a week since he'd walked into her office and stolen her breath. But had he stolen her heart? That was a much more difficult question to answer. Conversely, had she stolen his? And if so, would it make a difference to him that she'd been married? That she still was? If it mattered, he wasn't the right man. And she wanted him to be. Desperately. Dana stood waiting patiently as Caroline finished her internal debate.
You're right, Dana. I won't be helping anyone if I ignore what I feel for Max. I'll let this progress where it will. But I won't marry him, should he ask.
Dana huffed her displeasure.
You're letting fear drive your decisions. Big mistake, Caroline. Then it's my mistake to make.
Caroline returned sharply.
Of course, assuming the man still wants me when he learns of my history.
Dana's mouth dropped open,
You'll tell him then? Wouldn't you?
Dana closed her mouth.
It's risky. Eli used to say nothing worthwhile is without risks.
Caroline tightened her muffler against the biting wind, and together they started back for the shelter of the History Building. Dana stopped in her tracks.
You didn't say better safe than sorry. I'd say that's progress.
Caroline gave her a sideways look. Dana was quite right. Maybe it was because Max made her feel safe. With a shrug, she continued up the hill.
I'm not going to lighten my hair. I said progress, not a miracle.
Asheville, Friday, March 9th, 2 p.m. Ross placed her coffee cup on the only empty space on her desk.
So what do you have?
Stephen opened his folder. Not a hell of a lot. We know that Farrell suspected Rob Winters 7 years ago. We know that there was a good amount of documentation evidence that no longer exists. Photos, statements by nurse and staff, the restraining order that was never officially filed. He handed Ross a packet of photographs. I was able to get reproductions of the pictures. Nurse Desmond died a few years back, but her husband is still alive and very talkative. I spent a good part of yesterday afternoon with him. Stephen grimaced. Damn near talked my ear off, but I got what I needed. Mr. Desmond said his wife kept negatives. She documented patients' history, especially women she thought were enduring abuse. All 15 of the original photos are there, plus about 20 Nurse Desmond never gave to Farrell. Ross opened the packet and flipped through the first few photos, then closed her eyes for a moment.
Sweet Jesus,
she whispered.
I never get accustomed to seeing what humans can do to each other.
Human in the most clinical of terms, of course, Stephen muttered.
Of course.
Ross spread the pictures across her desk, laying them on top of piles of files.
This one.
She tapped one of the pictures with her fingernail.
A burn?
On her neck, Stephen said quietly. They appear to be cigarette burns. He watched her flip through the photos, revulsion clear on her face. Does Winters smoke, Lieutenant? She nodded.
Camel filters.
Ross picked up another photo and bit the inside of her jaw.
Dear God in heaven, her back looks like she slipped on a wicker basket.
Stephen held his shoulders rigid. Those wounds were likely inflicted by the metal end of a belt, but it would have to have been purposely sharpened to create lacerations that deep. He had to swallow back the bile that rose in his throat every time he saw that picture. She was beaten severely, several times to leave scars like that.
Could they have happened before she was married to Rob?
Ross asked, unable to take her eyes from the graphic pictorial evidence of Mary Grace Winters' abuse. Stephen shrugged. It's possible. Unlikely. Some of those cuts are recent. He pointed to a series of jagged cuts with the end of his pen. These still have red puffy edges. They were probably inflicted less than a week before she entered the hospital after her fall down those stairs. He punctuated the word in the air, a sneer twisting his mouth. Ross sighed.
Let's talk about the night she fell down the stairs.
Pushed, Stephen muttered. Ross shook her head.
As I recall, he had an alibi for that night, Thatcher.
Stephen frowned. I know. He drew another folder from his briefcase and blew off the remaining layer of dust. I got the duty rosters for that night. Your duty rosters from 9 years ago was stored in a warehouse clear across town, waist-high in dust. Did you know that? Anyway, Winters was on duty that night. Here are his logs listing all the calls he responded to that night. Most of the night, he was at least 20 miles from his house.
Did he stop to eat that night?
Ross asked. Stephen shrugged. He clocked out for an hour, but there's no telling where he could have gone.
And the restraining order?
Ross held out a hand for the folder.
Stephen handed it to her. "I got a copy from Farrell. He kept copies of all the paperwork. There's no sign of it here or at the county courthouse."
"Then we have an issue in records,"
Ross responded, her lips tight.
"I'll get an internal investigation started right away."
"Good. But I still want to talk to that legal aid attorney. I'm working on locating him."
Ross handed back the copy of the restraining order.
"Now for the big question. Where's our grieving daddy?"
Stephen's brow lifted. "Sue Ann Broughton says he's been gone since Wednesday."
"You think she's telling the truth?"
Stephen shook his head. "I don't know. She's a hell of a lot more afraid of him than she is of us."
Ross frowned.
"None of this has any direct connection to the disappearance of his wife and son, you realize."
Stephen acknowledged her point with a nod. "But it will go to show intent," he said thoughtfully.
"Only if you can get anything to take to the DA on the known crime at hand, the disappearance of his wife and son,"
Ross argued. She pulled the photos together and slid them back in the folder.
"You may be able to accuse him of spousal abuse, but you can't prove he did it."
Stephen dropped the folder into his briefcase.
"Not yet." He flashed Ross a grin. "See you on Monday. I got a date with a bass boat with a depth finder and a GPS this weekend."
Ross's lips quivered.
"Does a woman happen to come with this boat?"
Stephen's smile vanished. He'd almost been able to forget about young Susanna Mendelsohn.
"Only if I can't convince her daddy to come instead."
Raleigh, North Carolina, Saturday, March 10th, 2 p.m. Winters had taken a little break in his surveillance of Susan Crenshaw, who he'd found in the city of Greenville, about a 2-hour drive from Raleigh. He was on a proactive information-gathering mission, spurred by Ben Jolly's continued reports of Stephen Thatcher asking questions. Lots of questions, to people who didn't like him very much. Winters needed some insurance. He sat in his car watching the White House with blue shutters. The mailbox was an enormous large-mouthed bass, its hinged mouth open, just waiting for the mailman. The name Thatcher was stenciled on the post along with the address. White curtains hung at the open windows, blowing a little in the mild March breeze. 3 bicycles were lined up on the tidy front porch, one still with training wheels. He watched as the front door opened and an older lady walked out with a little red-headed boy. The boy strapped on a helmet and climbed on the bicycle with the training wheels. He looked over his shoulder and, seeing Winters sitting in his car, waved cheerily. Cute kid, Winters thought. Chatty, too. Special Agent Stephen Thatcher should be home teaching his kid not to talk to strangers instead of digging up ancient history from old has-beens like Gabe Farrell and that poor bastard who was married to the sanctimonious nurse Desmond. Yeah, little Nicky Thatcher was entirely too trusting. He watched the old woman and the little boy head down the street, little Nicky pedaling furiously. The boy was likely to get hurt someday. He'd been very helpful, the little guy. Winters had been pretending to change his tire, and Nicky hadn't been able to resist his own curiosity. Told him his daddy sometimes changed tires, that his mommy had gone to live with the angels, that his daddy had gone on a fishing date with a beautiful queen. Winters hadn't been able to interpret that last part. But then Nicky went on to tell him where he went to school, his teacher's name, and that he hated the broccoli the school served at lunch. So now Winters knew where he could find Thatcher's most prized possession between the hours of 8 and 2, Monday through Friday. He tucked the information away, keeping it for the day Thatcher got a little too close. Tricky business, threatening cops. But just like other people, all cops had their buttons. Winters specialized in finding the best buttons to push and the best time to push them. Thatcher's button was a 6-year-old freckle-faced red-headed boy named Nicky. Ta-da! Chapter 11. Chicago, Saturday, March 10th, 6 p.m. He'd missed it. Max hadn't realized how much he'd missed the bustle, the laughter, the sheer noisiness of it all. They'd gathered, as the boisterous horde they were, Peter and his wife Sonia, Kathy and her husband David, and Elizabeth. Ma was in heaven with her 10 grandchildren surrounding her. The older boys had started a game of touch football out in the yard, and Caroline's son Tom was out there with them. Caroline had fallen in with his sisters as though she'd known them for years. Kathy and the other women dragged her away before the first round of introductions was complete.
"Guess you're chopped liver,"
Ma had commented with a chuckle. Kathy and Liz had barely kissed him hello, but that was okay. There would be plenty of time for renewal of those relationships. He was home now. He'd stayed on the first floor when the others had tramped down the stairs to the basement recreation room, needing a few moments to process the joyous welcome, to calm the roller coaster of emotions that threatened to break his composure. He stood in his living room, basking in a glow that enveloped like a warm blanket. Conversation floated from downstairs, where everyone gathered around a roaring fire. His brothers had ESPN turned up loud, but he could still hear Kathy trying to assemble a crowd for Pictionary. He raised a brow when David loudly claimed Caroline as his partner, and decided his momentary respite was finished. David could get his own Pictionary partner. Caroline is mine, he thought. Astonishment at the thought made him pause mid-step. Mine. It was primal, old-fashioned, spontaneous. He wanted her to be his. Desperately. He was so tired of being alone. His hand was on the railing, his foot on the top step, when the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, followed by hushed whispers. Muttering a mild curse, Max turned for the kitchen to investigate.
"Hurry!"
A childish voice whispered back,
"I'm trying, Justin, I'm trying." "Hurry, Petey, we need to hurry before Uncle Max catches us."
Max walked to the kitchen to find 2 of Peter's sons clumsily sweeping the remains of a vase into a dustpan, flowers and water strewn around their feet. The older peeked up from his crouched position on the floor, his expression one of open dismay, and, Max thought with a frown, maybe a little fear.
"Petey didn't mean to break the vase, Uncle Max, really,"
Justin said, trying unsuccessfully to clear the mess from the floor. At 8, his housekeeping skills left a lot to be desired. It was fear. 4-year-old Petey was cowering against the cabinet, his eyes wide and terrified, clutching a wilted flower in a chubby fist. Max lowered himself to one knee, using his cane for support, as dismayed as his nephews. It's okay, boys. Really. He grabbed the dustpan. I'll hold. Justin, you sweep. It's okay, Petey, he repeated calmly, and watched both boys ease a little.
"You're not mad?"
Petey whispered. No, Petey, of course not. It's only old glass. Come here. And he watched as the little boy inched closer, his little shoulders tensing again until Max pulled him close in a hug. It's no big deal. Just be careful not to walk around here without shoes until your brother and I clean up the mess. Max held little Petey against his side, maneuvering the dustpan until all the glass was swept, then drew the little boy to stand before him. Even on one knee, Max towered over the child. Petey, he began, trying to keep his voice gentle. Why were you afraid?
"He was afraid you'd be mad, Uncle Max."
Justin toed the floor, his eyes on his feet. Why would he think that? Max asked, his voice sharper than he'd intended, and Petey took a step back. I'm sorry, Petey. Why did you think I would be mad? Petey's gaze dropped to the floor, and Justin put a protective arm around his shoulders.
Because you're irritable, Uncle Max,
Petey said, his voice very small, his body pressed up against his brother's.
Like when I don't have a nap.
Irritable? A denial sprung to his lips, but died as Max looked at himself through the eyes of a 4-year-old. The last 12 years of his life had been one long stretch of irritable. The childish words stung. Knowing it was true stung even worse.
And... Shh, Petey.
Justin started to pull him away. No, Justin, it's okay. Go ahead, Petey.
And you don't like little boys?
Max drew a breath, reeling from the childish honesty. In the few times he'd come home for holidays over the years, he must have seemed like a cross between Captain Ahab and Oscar the Grouch. Time to push the old Max aside. Well, Petey, I can see how you might have thought that. He could see Justin's eyes grow round and Petey peek up from beneath the red hair that fell over his little forehead. I suppose I was grouchy, and you maybe thought it was because I didn't like little boys, but that wasn't true.
He wasn't?
Nope. The truth was, I didn't like myself. Petey chanced a full glance, and Max made his mouth curve into a smile he didn't feel.
What did you do bad so you didn't like yourself?
Justin asked, sucked in. For a moment, Max was speechless, unable to pinpoint the answer himself. I was mad because I had to walk with a cane, he finally answered. Petey nodded sagely.
And your shoulder must hurt, too.
Max's brows drew together in a mild frown. Why would my shoulder hurt?
Daddy says you have a chip on your shoulder the size of a mountain.
He stared in curiosity, but saw nothing more than his uncle's broad shoulder encased in a wool sweater.
Carrying it around must have hurt.
Max pressed his fingers to his lips and rubbed the rueful smile from his mouth. Out of the mouths of babes, he thought. It did, Petey. I'm glad it's gone now. I really appreciate this welcome home party. Thank you very much.
We didn't do anything, Uncle Max,
Justin insisted.
Mom and Aunt Kathy did it.
But you did. Max pulled Petey close and hugged him again. You came to celebrate with me, and I appreciate it. I remember all the parties we had here when I was your age. Max chuckled at Petey's dubious expression. Yes, I was once your age, believe it or not. We'd have cake and ice cream and scream at the top of our lungs.
With Grandma Hunter,
Justin said, his freckled face now sad.
I don't remember her,
Petey confessed. Well, I do, Max said, and tousled Petey's red hair. He'd never believed his sister-in-law's hair was naturally that red until Sonia and Peter reproduced it in every one of their 6 children. My grandma used to have a trunk full of toy soldiers up in the attic. Your dad and Uncle David and I played with them a lot, especially on days like this when it was too nasty to play outside. Petey's lower lip trembled.
The big boys are playing outside. They won't let us play.
That's probably for the best, Max told him, never taking his eyes from the child's face. It was something small he remembered his own father doing. Undivided attention and unbroken eye contact, even with the smallest child. It had made him feel like he was the smartest, most important boy in the world.
Seeing Petey's eyes warm, Max knew it still worked.
The big guys would probably knock you down, and that would hurt. But I bet those toy soldiers are still in the attic. I can't get up those stairs real well, but you two can.
They were already running for the attic.
They were in an old black trunk,
Max called after them, waiting until they were out of sight before struggling to his feet and emptying the dustpan.
That was nice, Max.
Max didn't turn around at the sound of Peter's deep bass, even gruffer than normal. He hadn't heard his brother approach, but it didn't take a genius to know Peter had heard the whole conversation, had stood waiting to step in should his grouchy brother become irritable with his smallest children.
You're good boys, Peter. You and Sonia have done a good job.
They stood in awkward silence for a minute, Max staring at the vegetable wallpaper, Peter staring at Max's rigid back. Finally, Peter let out a huge sigh.
I'd apologize for them, Max, but they were right.
Could it be that "were" is the operative word here? He added, his voice roughening just a bit more. Clearing the constriction from his throat, Max lifted one shoulder in a half shrug.
I'd like to think I don't scare small boys anymore.
Max. Peter took the first step, lifting a tentative hand to Max's back. I didn't believe David when he said you'd changed. But I want to. He too cleared his throat. I really want to. I want things to be the same as they were before. Peter didn't finish the sentence, but Max's memory finished it for him. Before you killed Pop? It had been one hell of an argument, 4 years ago last Christmas. Peter's previously unspoken accusation finally became spoken that night, and it was the last time they'd exchanged any words at all. Until tonight.
I'm sorry, Max, Peter whispered harshly. I said things I shouldn't have that night. Can we put it behind us and start again?
After a beat of silence, Peter removed his hand from Max's shoulder.
Okay. Have it your way. At least I tried. For the record, I'm glad you're home.
Another long silence hung between them while Max struggled for his composure.
Oh, to hell with it,
Max muttered and turned, his emotions naked on his face.
I'm glad I'm home, too. I missed this, all of you, and I was a stupid fool to stay away so long.
A slow grin took Peter's face, a look of pronounced relief in his eyes.
So now we kill the fatted calf, for the prodigal son has returned?
Max's lips twitched.
Well, not that prodigal. I'll be the judge of that.
He threw an arm around Max's shoulders, 6 inches taller than his own.
After you tell me all about Denver and actresses and, secretaries.
Max's eyes narrowed.
David has a big mouth.
Peter's husky laugh vibrated as they started down the stairs.
And it's been running on overdrive, little brother.
We're tied.
Phil stood in the makeshift end zone, panting, his breath making huge clouds. He was the oldest cousin and had made himself the leader of the group. Tom didn't really care. He was just grateful there were kids his age at this party his mom dragged him to. It was cold and wet outside, but for the moment, he didn't have to listen to his mom's new boss. He grimaced. His mom's new boyfriend. It would be too weird to even think about his mom that way, even if he liked Max Hunter. Which Tom did not. Seeing his grimace, Phil yelled over,
"You want to stop?" "No way."
Tom leaned over,
braced his gloved hands on jeans wet from tackling and tumbling in the slushy snow.
I want to win.
I'm cold, Jason protested. He was a little younger than the others.
I'm going inside for some hot chocolate.
He tossed a snowball at his cousin's shoulder.
You coming, Zach?
Phil's brother Zach looked at Jason and back to Tom, torn.
Sorry, Tom. I'm gonna quit while I still have feeling in my toes. Come on in. Aunt Kathy makes the best hot chocolate in the universe.
With those little marshmallows? Tom tucked the football under his arm and began to walk back with the other boys, pleased at having discovered a hidden talent for tossing spirals. The boys had been duly impressed with his status of junior varsity starter on the basketball team, so he felt he'd had little to prove by winning at the expense of frostbite.
And whipped cream.
Jason licked his lips, then immediately wiped them dry when the wind burned them.
From scratch?
Tom asked.
Nah, said Philip. One of those cans. My mom makes it from scratch.
And if a little pride stole into his voice, Tom could live with it. He understood how rare his mother truly was.
From scratch? No way.
Phil approached the end of the driveway, where a 15-foot pole stood alone, cemented into the ground. Pretending to dribble, he turned a fast circle, faked to the left, and executed a perfect air dunk.
You think Uncle Max will ever put the backboard back up?
I don't know, Jason answered, studying the top of the pole thoughtfully.
My mom hopes so. She cried when she asked him to come home and he said yes.
Intrigued, Tom eyed the pole as well.
Why'd he take the backboard down?
Phil stopped in his tracks.
You don't know? Uncle Max was one of the best rookies the Lakers ever had. Went MVP at Kentucky, too.
Tom's eyes widened, impressed in spite of his pledge to keep the tall professor at arm's length until he trusted him with his mother.
Your uncle played for the Lakers?
Zach jumped in, eager to share part of the story.
Yeah, until he was in a car accident with our grandfather. 12 years ago, Phil?
Philip nodded.
Yep. You've seen his cane. He was in a wheelchair for years. My dad told me Uncle Max came home from Harvard one time and threw a fit that the backboard was still there. Made Grandma Hunter take it down. I remember him and my dad having a big fight over it when I was about Petey's age. They used to fight a lot.
Tom's stomach went queasy.
A lot?
Phil did another air dunk.
Oh, yeah. Once.
He paused, thinking.
I think it was 4 years ago, because I was almost 11. Uncle Max came home for Christmas, and he and my dad really got into it, screaming in each other's faces and everything. I don't think I've ever seen my dad so mad, even when Zach got caught with that girl behind the bleachers.
Phil grinned, narrowly dodging Zach's revenge snowball.
Shut up, you idiot!
Zach cocked his head, tossing another snowball from hand to hand.
Or Dad might accidentally find that magazine you've been hiding under your mattress.
These were fighting words, and before Tom knew it, Phil and Zach were wrestling on the driveway, inches from a slushy mud hole. Jason sidled up next to Tom.
I bet you a quarter Phil goes in the mud first.
Tom frowned.
Stop it. Stop it, both of you.
Phil and Zach looked up. Their fight paused mid-frame.
What?
Phil asked.
Why?
Zach asked.
Tom shook his head. Stop fooling around and finish your story. I want to know about the fight your dad and uncle had. It's important.
Phil rolled off Zach and came to his feet, brushing off his jeans.
Well, that was pretty much it. Dad and Uncle Max screamed. He shrugged noncommittally. Then Max slugged my dad, and
Tom's heart stopped. Oh, my God.
What did you say? Well, it was really more like a shove, Zach said, shaking snow from inside his sleeves. They didn't give each other black eyes or anything.
Wonderful, Tom muttered. He'd known something was wrong with Hunter right away. His mother was just so blind. She was normally pretty smart about most things, except men. The smartest thing she'd done in the last 7 years was to keep them away. He clenched his fists at his sides. His mom might be naive, but he wasn't, by God. Let Hunter try to lay a hand on her. Just let him try.
You're awfully quiet,
Caroline observed, looking over her shoulder at Max sitting at her dinette table while she poured their coffee into 2 of her best mugs. Best meaning unchipped and void of any Carrington Pep slogans, of course. Nothing she would ever be able to afford could compare to the exquisite china she'd seen in the cabinet at Max's house. His mother used the china as casually as if it were Walmart Corel, telling Caroline that if you were afraid to use it, why bother having it? There was some reapplicable wisdom there, Caroline knew. She'd ponder it later. For now, she was watching Max, who had been uncharacteristically quiet all the way back to her apartment that night, surprising her. His welcome home party had been an unqualified success. Watching Max with his family made her wistful for things she still didn't dare wish for. I was just thinking, Max responded. Thanks. He took the cup she offered and waited for her to join him. I was thinking about you. He grinned when she blushed. And about us. She winced as her hastily gulped sip scalded her throat.
Us?
Us. Sobering, Max reached for her free hand. And the fact that you're one of my students.
Oh?
She felt her contentment evaporate. This didn't sound promising at all. How attached are you to my class, Caroline? She swallowed her sigh of relief that his next words didn't include, best that we don't see each other anymore, or we can still be friends.
What do you mean?
Max set his coffee cup on the table with precision. I mean I want to see you. Anywhere you or I choose. If I want to take you to dinner or hold your hand, I don't want anything keeping me from doing so. Caroline closed her eyes for a moment to get her galloping heart under control. She could feel her cheeks getting hotter by the second.
And my being your student would?
It could. Just yesterday, Dr. Shaw confronted me on it. Caroline opened her eyes to see his gorgeous mouth bending up in a rueful smile.
She did?
Uh-huh. Max sipped his coffee, not taking his eyes from her face. She apparently figured out David is not my significant other, and that you and I went out to dinner that night. And frankly, I'll be damned before I let Shaw get her claws into you. Do you need my class to graduate? She squeezed his hand, her heart still pounding, as the greater significance of his words overwhelmed her. He was protecting her in a way no one ever had before. It felt good. Really, really good.
I only wanted to be in Eli's class one more time. You want me to drop the class?
Would you? If I'm out of line, I'll back off and wait until the end of the quarter to, He waggled his brows suggestively, sending the heat in her face spreading downward. The sudden urge to draw a similar response from Max was far too strong to resist, so she didn't. Propping her elbow on the table and leaning her chin on her fist, she lowered her eyelids. Then lifted her lashes and reveled in the way his eyes flashed and the muscle in his cheek twitched. She might have been inexperienced, but she was a fast learner. And Max Hunter was an exceptional teacher.
But I'll miss hearing you teach,
she murmured, running her finger across the knuckles of his clenched fist. She was no longer afraid of that fist. Oh, no. Not since she'd figured out what made it clench.
Will you tell me how it all turns out for England in the end?
Max shifted in his chair, clearly uncomfortable. John signs the Magna Carta, and England goes on to produce the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Sting. Caroline laughed.
Good enough for me. I'll drop the class first thing Monday morning.
Max visibly relaxed, and again Caroline was struck by the realization that her answer really mattered to him. Good. He pushed his cup to the middle of the table. So, where's your bodyguard? Caroline frowned at his choice of words.
Tom? He's in his room doing his math homework. He has to get a B on his report card, or he doesn't get to go on a camping trip with his friends next weekend. Why do you call him that?
Because of the look on his face when he came in from playing football with my nephews. He doesn't like me, I think. Caroline bit at her lower lip.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Although it was. She, too, had seen the look on Tom's face, and it had been worrying at the back of her mind all evening.
He just doesn't trust you yet. It's just been the two of us for a long time, and he's, protective of me.
Max looked unconvinced, but didn't press it. How long has it been just the two of you? Caroline glanced away, unable to meet his eyes. She'd known he would ask. She'd just hoped it wouldn't be so soon.
Emotionally, all of Tom's life.
And physically? Caroline pushed back from the table and rose.
7 years. Would you like some pie?
Max slowly stood and followed her into the kitchen. No, but we can change the subject. I'm sorry if I got too personal.
No,
she murmured, wiping the clean counters free of non-existent crumbs.
You have a right to your questions.
Her spine straightened a hair.
At some point, you'll have the right to answers.
But not today. She turned then and met his concerned eyes.
Not today. Please.
He tipped her chin up and lightly covered her mouth with his. Not today. He bent to nuzzle the curve of her neck through the collar of her sweater, sending a shiver down to her toes. Ready to change the subject now? She tossed the dishcloth into the sink and lifted her arms around his neck.
I've been ready since you walked down your stairs tonight, all clean-shaven and ready to take me home.
He chuckled deep down, settling his hands lightly against her back. So you noticed. She slipped one hand from his neck to the hard line of his jaw, now smooth.
I was sure your mother could hear my heart knocking.
His eyes went dark, and he hissed in a breath, setting her skin tingling in anticipation. She'd been waiting for him to kiss her all day, waiting for the feelings only this man had ever been able to arouse. A second later, he took her mouth with the force of a breaking dam, greedily, as if he'd never get enough. She knew she never would. She pressed closer, hoping he was as aroused as she, needing to feel the evidence of his arousal against the part of her body that throbbed every time he was close. His hands moved down her back, gripping her buttocks, lifting her to her toes. Not nearly high enough. The thought pierced the haze of her mind when she felt him pulsing against her stomach. Not nearly close enough. She struggled against him, whispering his name against lips that continued to plunder, ready to beg for more, for anything he could give, when abruptly he released her and took a step back. Caroline rocked back on her heels with a hard jerk. She pressed a trembling hand to her heart, hoping the feeble gesture would keep it contained within her breast. In her very limited experience, this had been the pinnacle. Her body was still tingling, her buttocks aching with the need to feel the warmth of his hands there again, her breasts tender with the need to press against him again. But there he stood, eyes closed and jaw taut, looking for all the world as if he intended to run. He'd pushed her away. Hurt pricked at her thumping heart.
"What's wrong, Max?"
she asked quietly. With what looked like an effort, he steeled his spine and lifted his eyelids to stare, and the hurt slid away as she felt the warmth return all over again.
You wanted me to stop.
His husky tone was slightly accusatory.
"I did?"
Caroline moved a step closer, trapping him against the counter. She could become quite attached to the art of flirtation with such a man as her partner. The heat in those smoky eyes of his should be melting the formica by now.
"Funny. I remember wanting a lot of things, but stopping wasn't one of them."
She hooked a finger in the collar of his sweater and tugged him down a few inches.
"I wasn't trying to get away."
She could see his pulse pounding in his throat.
You weren't?
Mercy.
I was trying to get closer. But I think I need to drag out the step stool.
Then she gasped in surprise as his hands slid under her arms and he twisted, lifting her onto the countertop, settling himself between her knees.
How's this?
He murmured. His face was now level with her own.
Much better.
Very conscious of his hands lingering, almost cupping the sides of her breasts, she drew a breath and reached to smooth the hair behind his ear, wondering how far she'd let this go. Wondering now, as reality intruded, what she really would have begged him for. He leaned in closer.
I don't think you'll need a step stool tonight.
His thumb brushed against her breast, and she caught her breath.
How tall are you, anyway?
She asked, aware her body had stiffened, but unable to make it relax. Nerves had taken over, chilling the heat that had nearly overcome her just minutes before. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched her. Then he drew a deep breath and dropped his hands to gently rest on her hips.
6'6",
he answered, and the stiffness in her shoulders dissipated.
So how short are you?
He countered. He'd backed away, and she hadn't even asked him to. He'd backed away simply because he'd sensed her discomfort. He hadn't pushed, hadn't yelled. He didn't even look angry. Her momentary fright had been just that, momentary. Relief mixed with confidence. The combination was powerful and strange.
5'4",
she responded, her voice taking on that breathy quality that still surprised her.
But I'm thinking of buying some very high heels.
His fingers tightened their hold on her hips momentarily before they relaxed and slid between the countertop and her jeans to hold her bottom again.
It's ridiculous how the sight of a woman in high heels can turn a man on,
he murmured, and the heat began to build once again. It was insane how she responded, she thought. But then again, insanity might not be all that bad. His hands ran down her legs, slowly, pausing under her knees to curve her legs around his waist, before continuing to her ankles. The twin thuds of her shoes hitting the floor were the only sounds in her kitchen as he reached behind his back and gently rubbed a line down the sole of each foot through her socks, never taking his eyes from her face.
Oh, God. It can?
She whispered. He bent to press a kiss right below her ear.
What can?
Caroline shivered at his tone and at the way his tongue was tracing the exterior of her ear and at the feel of his hot breath against her skin.
High heels,
she managed.
Turn on a man.
Oh, yeah. High heels make a woman's legs very shapely. He released her feet and moved back to her calves, gently kneading through her jeans. I need to go soon. Her eyes flew open. Why? His low laugh was rueful. Because I want to do a whole lot more than rub your feet, and you don't seem to be ready for that yet. And I'm not sure how much longer I can take this. I'm sorry, she whispered, her mouth tilting down. Don't be. It's been less than a week. He gave her calves a friendly squeeze. Besides, it's been a full day for us both. Thanks for coming to my surprise party. You made it so much easier. You didn't need me. Not really. Yes, I did. He paused and rested his forehead against hers. Caroline, I've not been the most jovial of family members. My family had every right to be apprehensive about me. But they love you, and you set all their apprehensive minds at ease. She noted the flicker of surprise in the smoky depths of his eyes. I can see what's laid before me, Max. Your family started out nervous and curious, but hopeful. I could see it in every one of them when they ushered me down those stairs. They wanted to be one with you, and in the end you didn't disappoint them. She shook her head, pivoting against his brow. The looks on their faces when you came down the stairs with Peter and joined them. Like you'd never left. Then by the end, they were just curious. But not nervous and hopeful. No, I don't think so. Not that I'm any expert on family, mind you. You never talked about yours. Caroline swallowed. I never had much of one. She heard the twang in her own voice and wasn't able to stop the grimace. Why do you do that? He asked sharply. Do what? Try to hide your accent. Because I hate it. She watched his eyes flicker in surprise at the obvious venom in her voice. Why? She tried to pull back, but one of his hands had pressed to the back of her head, holding her in place against his brow. Her sigh was of resignation. Because it reminds me of a time and place I'd rather forget. Max, your parents loved you, didn't they? Yes. It was a simple statement, said with such confidence it made Caroline's eyes burn. Then you can't understand. My parents didn't love each other, and they didn't love me. Your father worked 2 jobs to support you all. Mine never held on to one for long. I was poor. But being poor isn't the end of the world if you have a home you want to come home to every day. And you didn't? No, I didn't. Do you have one now? With Tom, yes. He paused as they each drew a bolstering breath. Do you want more? The tip of her tongue stole out to moisten her lower lip. Yes. His eyes flashed with something indefinable. Then that makes everything so much easier, doesn't it? He murmured. Because so do I. Greenville, North Carolina, Sunday, March 10th, 11:30 p.m. Winters crushed his cigarette in his empty McDonald's coffee cup, put his car in gear, and pulled out behind the white Ford Taurus as it left the hospital parking garage. Susan Crenshaw carefully checked her rearview mirror and made a minor unnecessary adjustment. Her left blinker went on the same as the day before. Same as the day before that. Tracking Crenshaw down had been fairly simple after all. A relief, as he wanted to keep any inquiries to a minimum. Thatcher was asking way too many questions. If he didn't find Mary Grace soon, Thatcher might actually manage to concoct something that could hurt him. Winters scowled at the very thought. His only comfort the knowledge that he did know where Thatcher lived. Winters made himself concentrate on the immediate matter at hand. Crenshaw's white Taurus was exiting at the road to her mother-in-law's house, on her way to pick up her baby. Her husband worked nights, and his mother watched their little tyke when Susan was on second shift. He followed her into an older neighborhood. Grandma's next-door neighbor had an old sofa on the front porch and a car on blocks in the front yard. Grandma's house itself was very well kept up, with a pretty little garden in the front. He could admire a nice garden. That was one of the things Mary Grace had done well, come to think of it. They'd always had bright flowers. Until her accident. At that point, she wasn't able to do diddly shit. A big 0 on all counts. The white Taurus pulled into Grandma's driveway, and Winters parked a few houses down. Red Riding Hood Crenshaw was completely clueless, unlike the careful Nurse Burns. Red could learn a thing or two about self-defense, specifically being aware of her surroundings. He'd been following her for 2 days, and she never once noticed his existence. Red disappeared into the house, emerging a few minutes later with her son and all his baby crap. She tucked him in his car seat and rained kisses on his cheeks. The white Taurus was again on its way. Almost time. Crenshaw was cruising along, suspecting nothing, approaching the Tar River. It had been an incredibly wet spring, and the Tar was ready to overflow its banks. He knew from his trip yesterday and the day before that the river rushed hard here. Almost time. Winters reached for his light, rolled down the window, and fixed it to the roof of his unmarked car. Let the siren squeal for a few seconds. She looked in her rearview mirror and realized in the same moment that he was signaling to her and that there was no place to pull over. She'd need to cross the bridge. Perfect. The white Taurus pulled over, like the good citizen she was. Nary a traffic ticket to her name. But she'd had a hard time with this baby, her neighbor had confided to him in low tones when he'd poked around her house, while she and hubby dear were at work on Thursday. Postpartum blues. She'd rocked the baby and cried. But she really was a good mother, the neighbor had insisted. He pulled up behind her and turned off his light, pushed it under the seat and got out of his car, his wig kit safely stowed in his trunk. Today, he wore no disguise. He wanted her to recognize him, to remember what he was capable of. He wanted her to fear him like she'd never feared in her life. He approached the car and watched her window slide down, watched her watch him from her side mirror. There was a nice place to pull over here. He'd chosen it carefully. The county was widening the road, and the construction guys had cleared a wide space on this side of the bridge. She'd pulled over safely, out of traffic's way. No one would need to slow down if they passed. Not that he expected anyone to pass. This time on a Saturday night, this road was almost deserted. When he got close enough, he paused just behind the driver's door. She craned her neck to see him, but his face was in the shadows. She'd figure it out in due time.
Officer, what's wrong?
She twisted around to look at him.
I know I wasn't speeding.
No, she hadn't been speeding. If anything, she'd been going too slow. Bugged the hell out of him, drivers going too slow. Deliberately, he pulled on the passenger door directly behind her. It was unlocked, just as he'd assumed. It was an older car, made before the locks engaged automatically when the car exceeded 15 miles per hour. God knew she wasn't careful enough to lock her doors. By the time she'd launched herself from the front seat and raged, he had Baby Red out of his car seat and snuggled comfortably in his arms and was walking toward the bridge.
What the hell are you doing?
She exploded. He glanced over his shoulder with what he hoped was his most patronizing look. What an idiot. He hoped he never was unlucky enough to get her as his nurse. She'd probably connect his leg bone to his head bone.
She ran behind him, slipping a little on the red muck, slick from all the rain.
"Wait! Stop! Give me back my baby, please!"
The last was uttered on a sob, as if she finally figured out what was happening. Winters continued his walk onto the bridge, stopping about 10 feet from the edge. The water was higher today. Better still. He shifted the now squalling baby in his arms. Cute kid, 8 months old and dressed for spring. His lip curled. Definitely not dressed for swimming. She was crying now, reaching for her kid. He held the baby closer and shoved her back, just a little harder than necessary. He leaned against the bridge. It wasn't a tall bridge, just an ordinary little bridge, built in the same style as the railroad trestle that crossed the river 50 feet upstream.
"Who are you? What do you want?"
Her eyes had grown wide with fright, and she was shivering. "Good. Susan Crenshaw." It wasn't a question.
"Yes. What? Who are you?"
Actually, her first question might be a little closer to the truth. What was he? Hopefully her worst nightmare come to life. This woman was responsible for his losing 7 years of his son's life. Hatred no longer burned. It was now stone cold. "You volunteered at Asheville General Hospital 9 years ago. You worked with an old nurse." She nodded, still not understanding. Idiot. Still not recognizing him.
"Nancy Desmond. Yes, I volunteered that summer. Please give me back my baby. I'll give you anything you want."
He raised an eyebrow. "Please remember that offer, Miss Crenshaw." She'd kept her maiden name. That always pissed him off when women did that. The guy was good enough to marry, to shackle for the rest of his life, but not good enough to take his name. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too, these feminists. It was enough to make him sick.
"You want money? I'll get my purse. Just don't hurt my baby, please."
"I don't want money. I want information. Mary Grace Winters. Do you remember her?" He saw her eyes glaze.
"No, I don't remember. Please."
"Try to remember. She was the wife of a local police officer. She'd fallen down some stairs. She was in Asheville General recuperating." He watched her closely, saw the moment she remembered Mary Grace, saw the moment she remembered him. Elation flared high. She was terrified. His pulse took a swing upward as adrenaline surged.
"Oh, my God,"
she whispered.
You... Oh, God. Please give me back my baby. He's just a baby. What do you want from me?"
It was a pitiful cry now. Progress. "Nurse Desmond. You assisted her." Her arms reached for the baby, and he smiled thinly. "Miss Crenshaw, the water is very high here today. It'd be a shame if your child were to fall." Her face drained of any remaining color. "I see you now understand. Nurse Desmond, you assisted her."
"Yes. I was only 18. I don't know what you want."
"What were your duties 9 years ago, Miss Crenshaw?" Her hands flexed, trembled, reached for the bridge to hold her upright. "You followed Nurse Desmond around, all the time. You heard what she told the patients. You listened. You were there to learn. I want to know what you learned. You were also friendly with the patients. My wife specifically. You gave her a statue."
"Yes, I did,"
Crenshaw whispered.
"I remember."
"Good. We're making progress. My wife disappeared 7 years ago.
He watched closely. You remember the circumstances?
Yes.
Her voice was hoarse.
Mr. Winters, please.
Winters jerked back from her reaching hands, holding baby Red over the bridge's edge for a split second, long enough for Miss Crenshaw to scream. It didn't matter. They were quite alone. It's Detective Winters. Nancy Desmond told my wife where to hide, didn't she? The woman opened her mouth, but no sounds came out.
Don't even think of denying it, Miss Crenshaw. Your baby.
He glanced over the edge.
So much rain lately.
You'll be caught. Arrested.
Wildly, she looked around for help. No one was around. It was Saturday evening. Anybody that lived along this road would be snug in bed about now. The factories that stretched from here to the next town were just starting into second shift. Nobody would be coming for some time.
I don't think so, Miss Crenshaw. I'm not entirely patient. I'm waiting for you to answer my question.
I'll tell the police that you stole my baby.
He shook his head. Stupid bitch. Did she think this was a spur-of-the-moment impulse? Did she think he hadn't planned this down to the last detail?
I don't think so, Miss Crenshaw,
he repeated.
Your baby's becoming heavy.
Her face went even paler. He hadn't thought it possible. Excellent.
Nurse Desmond, where did she tell Mary Grace to go?
I don't know.
He brought his free hand around to her cheek, seeing the shock register as it connected with her jaw with a crack.
Don't lie to me, Miss Crenshaw. That was a warning.
The next time your baby takes a tumble into the river.
What a shame that would be.
Your neighbors will be all too willing to say you had postpartum depression. Poor Susan, poor baby.
Whatever will your husband say?
Her lips trembled.
You're
despicable? I suppose I can see your point of view. Back to Nurse Desmond. What did she tell my wife?
I swear I don't remember.
You'd better try.
He turned and took a few steps closer to the center of the bridge. Heard her run to catch up with him. He stopped and turned to face her again.
Start by remembering Mary Grace. Remember her face, her neck, her back.
I do.
He had to strain to hear the whisper, almost lost on the breeze.
Then you know I can and will do this.
He paused, watched her fight with herself.
The name of the place, Miss Crenshaw. You have 10 seconds before the bow breaks and your baby falls.
10, 9, 8.
He really hoped she wouldn't make him do this. Baby Red was a cute kid.
5, 4, 3, 2.
He moved the baby to the edge of the bridge, held him over the edge, his hands firm around the baby's rib cage.
Chicago,
she blurted. Her hands reached for the child. Stupid bitch. Chicago was a big town. He could look for a year and not find Mary Grace in Chicago, especially if she were no longer there after all this time. Baby Red was squirming in his hands.
Okay, that's a start. But there was a specific place, wasn't there? Your baby's becoming harder to hold. I'd hate to drop 'em. 10 seconds, Miss Crenshaw.
Her shoulders sagged.
It was a place called Hanover House. Please, give me my baby now.
Hanover House. Success.
Involuntarily his hands tightened, and the baby shrieked in a pitch that would have shattered glass, and he nearly let go. That would have been bad. He didn't really want to hurt Baby Red. This little guy didn't have anything to do with the disappearance of his son. It was Baby Red's mama that would pay. Winters stood looking at her, this interfering bitch that was responsible for him losing 7 precious years of Robbie's life. He stretched his mouth into a thoughtful frown.
I hardly think you're in any position to make demands, Miss Crenshaw.
You said...
Irritated, he threw a sharp glance over his shoulder.
I know what I said, Miss Crenshaw.
He walked to her car, placed the baby in his car seat, and strapped him in. None the worse for the experience. Probably. Who the hell knew what babies heard and understood anyway? He straightened and turned to face the shaking woman. Her skin had taken on a greenish tinge.
I said I wouldn't hurt your baby.
Chapter 12. Chicago, Monday, March 12th, 10 a.m.
Mail call.
Evie Wilson plopped a stack of letters on Caroline's desk. Caroline looked up to find her aide's normal blue jeans replaced by a suit with a snazzy short skirt and a hip-length jacket. High heels made her long, lanky legs look incredible. Caroline swallowed back the little surge of jealousy at Evie's youthful grace, instead leaning back in her chair to blow a low whistle.
Nice threads, or whatever you kids are calling clothes these days.
Evie laughed, even as her eyes brightened. She'd had such a hard life. She was just beginning to come out of her shell under the careful nurturing she and Dana had provided. And, of course, Eli. Eli had been instrumental in getting Evie back on her feet, in school, in a stable job, giving her a chance at a normal future, even if her past had been anything but.
We call them clothes, Caro.
Caroline sniffed.
Smart Alec.
Evie practically skipped to the desk she used in her part-time hours.
Learned it all from you.
At that moment, the door to Max's office opened, and he stuck his head out. Evie, what time does the department meeting start?
In an hour?
Evie stammered, her face going scarlet. Caroline rolled her eyes.
Oh, Lordy,
she thought. Evie's crush on Max had snowballed into a full-fledged giant crush. Good, that gives me enough time to grade some tests. He flashed a smile at Caroline, and she felt her body melt like butter. Poor Evie. She'd be heartbroken when she found out about her relationship with Max. Oh, nice suit, Evie, Max added. He lifted a brow. You're not interviewing for a job somewhere else, are you? Evie shook her head violently.
No, of course not.
That's a relief. See you later. He pulled back far enough so that only Caroline could see him give her a bawdy wink that made her bury her burning face in her budget reports. She heard his door close, and Evie give a tremendous sigh. Then Evie's high heels clicked as she went to prepare the conference room for their department meeting. Caroline lifted her head when she heard the conference room door close. She'd racked her brain for a good way to break the news to Evie, but so far had come up with nothing.
That about sums up today's department meeting, unless anyone has new business.
Evie checked around the table and found all heads shaking. I think that's a no on new business, Max commented.
Then the last order of business is the drawing for the tickets.
Evie said the words with reverence as she placed an envelope holding the coveted Chicago Bulls season tickets for the upcoming month's games on the table. It was one of Eli's legacies to the department. I was wondering when it would be time to do that again. Wade Grayson drummed his fingertips on the table. Hurry up, Evie. It's my turn. I just know it. Evie reached into the hat they used to draw the winning name.
Her face colored to a deep rose as she pulled out a scrap of paper and read the winning name.
Sorry, Wade. This month, the Bulls tickets go to Max.
No.
Evie turned with everyone else to gape at Max in surprise. His face had grown dark, his jaw so taut a muscle twitched. The pencil in his hand snapped, half jumping to the middle of the table. Evie glanced at Caroline, who was as shocked as everyone else.
But...
He interrupted her with a slamming of his books, one on top of the other.
No buts, Evie. I don't want the damn tickets.
He stood, shoving his chair back as he reached for his cane.
And in the future, please ask my permission before including me in any of your little events.
Silence hung heavy, and as a group they winced when the door slammed to his office. Well, Wade puckered his mouth. That was different.
That was rude,
George Foster, one of the other professors, sputtered.
Evie, don't you worry about him. He must be a Celtics fan. I hear they're even ruder than New Yorkers.
But I should go apologize. No, honey.
Caroline laid a firm hand over Evie's thin fingers.
George is right. For whatever reason, Max was insufferably rude. Why don't you take the tickets this month?
With a last supportive squeeze, Caroline released her hand.
Meeting adjourned, everyone.
Caroline knocked once on Max's office door before quickly slipping inside. Closing the door behind her, she leaned against it, watching him stand before the window, arms tightly crossed over his chest, fingers digging into his upper arms, the picture of bottled anger. Her eyes widened as she took in the debris covering the carpet. Papers, notebooks, pencils, and an assortment of paper clips lay strewn, knocked from his desk in a burst of tantrum. A framed photo lay face down between the door and the desk, and she moved quietly to pick it up. With care, she placed the picture of his parents on the empty corner of Eli's desk.
Max?
Go away, Caroline. I'm too angry to talk right now.
Her brows snapped together.
You're too angry. I'd like to know what about.
It's none of your business.
She was at his side before she knew she'd taken her first step.
It's my business when you disrupt my office. It's my business when you crush my aide. It's my business when I'm falling for you, she thought. It's my business when I thought you weren't capable of such anger.
This is my office, not yours, and she works for me, not you.
His voice had an unpleasant note, unnoticed before. Momentarily nonplussed, she could only stare. It was like Jekyll and Hyde. He stood before her, a man carved from stone, a stranger. Certainly not the man who'd courted her with such tender intensity for the last week, who'd held her with such sensitivity and affection, who'd kissed her and made her feel like an important part of his life. A fire of her own began to bubble.
So that's it? Go away, Caroline, you bother me? I don't think so, Max.
She pulled at his arm.
At least look at me when you're being rude.
He yanked his arm away, the force causing him to twist and stumble. Grasping the edge of his desk, he looked up, his gray eyes filled with a mixture of anger and pain, his lips curled back in what could only be called a snarl.
Get out, Caroline. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Quietly, she bent down to retrieve his cane and held it out to him.
You still haven't gotten past your force-changing career, have you? Still pissed about losing the shoe deal, aren't you?
His hands clenched in fury, but he said nothing. When he made no move to take the cane, she stared at him for a moment. Then she dropped the cane at his feet.
Grow up, Max. Get a life. And when you've done both of those things, give me a call.
Chicago, Monday, March 12th, 6 p.m.
Mom?
Tom came running at the sound of clashing metal.
What's wrong?
Caroline tossed a pot on the stove, still muttering under her breath.
Nothing.
Tom blinked and cringed as a second pot followed the first.
Sounds like a pretty loud nothing. Are you sure you're okay?
Caroline heard the concern in his young voice and made herself stop. Taking her fury out on Tom was no better than Max venting on poor Evie.
I'm okay, hon. Just a little pissed off.
Tom eyed her skeptically.
What happened, Mom?
Caroline sighed.
I had a fight with Max. Can I ask what about?
She leaned her forehead on the cool surface of the refrigerator.
You can ask. Once I calm down, I might even tell you. Did he hurt you?
Caroline spun around to find Tom in a battle stance, his face hardened.
No. Oh, no, honey, it's nothing like that. Max is a very gentle man. Normally, he's a reasonable man. Today, he was a very stupid man. Come, have a seat.
She waited until Tom had folded his lanky frame into one of the small chairs, his expression one of suspicious disbelief.
Max has quite a story.
I know, he said grimly.
How do you know?
The guys told me. His nephews. He used to have these big fights with his brother, Phil's dad. He looked away. I wanted to know about him. I wanted to know if he was... Tom shrugged. So I looked him up on the net. Wary, Caroline narrowed her gaze.
Show me.
Impatiently, she waited the 30 seconds it took to get to his room and back, drumming her fingertips on the table. Her mouth dropped open in surprise at the thick folder Tom produced. In silence, he let her look through every picture, scan every article. Finally, she raised her head, amazement in her eyes.
How did you do this?
We're learning how to do research in our computer class, how to use online networks for study. Some of this comes from the LA Times, some of it is from old Sports Illustrated, a couple of articles from his hometown paper, local boy makes good. 12 years, she thought bitterly. He'd carried this grudge for more than 12 years. Disillusionment fueled her anger as she felt her short-lived dream of the perfect man slipping away. Too many men in her life had blamed someone or something for their bad luck. Her father, Rob. Eventually, they'd ended up blaming her. She'd believed Max was different. She still wanted to believe he was different. That he could truly rise above his circumstances, make himself a better human being. She stood up, ready to give Max Hunter one more opportunity to prove her wrong.
Mom? It's okay, Tom,
she assured him.
I need to go out for a while.
Tom pushed himself to his feet, blocking her path.
No, not by yourself.
Caroline drew in a breath, willing herself to be calm with her son, reminding herself that her anger was reserved for Max. Still, her voice emerged much harsher than she'd intended.
Tom, I know you're doing what you think is right, and I appreciate your trying to take care of me, but I am your mother, and quite capable of caring for myself. He's an athlete with a temper. You're not big enough.
His voice was desperate.
Don't go.
She laid a hand on his arm and felt his muscle tense beneath her fingers.
Tom, please, don't make me pull rank. Not tonight. Max will not hurt me. I'm certain of it.
Tom hesitated, then stepped aside, crossing his arms tightly over his chest.
When will you be back?
Caroline buttoned her coat.
In an hour or two.
She could see the worry in his eyes.
Don't fret, son. I'll be okay. Can I have these pictures?
Okay. He stood and followed her to the door.
Mom, be careful. Call if you need me. I will. Don't worry. Lock the door behind me.
Max had almost calmed himself when Caroline showed up at his front door, but one look at her angry eyes set his ire blazing anew. Caroline, what a pleasant surprise, he twanged, sarcasm dripping from every word. Funny, I don't remember growing up getting a life or giving y'all a call. A scathing look was all she spared him as she pushed her way into his foyer. Silently, he followed her into the kitchen, where she was pulling at the buttons of her coat with stiff little jerks, a thick manila folder crammed under one arm. With a fluid motion, she shrugged out of her coat and tossed the folder on the table, where it bounced once, sending the contents sliding free. Eyes dark and narrowed, she stood with her fists planted on her hips, her jaw set, a petite prize fighter poised for a bout. Even in his fury, his mouth watered at the sight of her.
You are a pompous, ungrateful, self-pitying son of a bitch.
His pendulum swung cleanly back to pure fury.
And you,
Max took a step closer and leaned forward,
are way out of line, Miss Stewart.
He towered over her, but she held her ground, staring up with a chew-nails expression.
Am I?
Spinning on one heel, Caroline lurched for the table and grabbed one of the photographs.
I thought I might be falling for a man with integrity.
Whirling back, she poked her forefinger at his chest, her knuckle buckling at the hard wall of muscle.
With some inner strength.
Another poke, softer this time.
With some character. Maybe somebody I could lean on for a change. But do I see that? No.
She shouted the answer to her own question, waving the photo in his face, ignoring his darkening scowl.
I see a spoiled little boy, bitter over being grounded, unable or unwilling to get past a real bummer of a deal, who takes out his petulance on love-struck little girls.
What petulance? He grabbed her wrist to keep her poking finger at bay.
What love-struck little girls? What the ever-living hell are you talking about?
Evie, Max. Evie is head over heels in love with you, and you stepped on her heart like it was yesterday's garbage.
Evie in love with me? Don't be ridiculous, Caroline. It's just a crush.
You don't see it, do you? You think they all care about that damn Kane, and that makes you angry.
Her eyes narrowed.
I see you hiding it every time a beautiful woman walks by.
He was irrationally pleased.
You're jealous.
She started to sputter a denial, then set her jaw stubbornly.
I'm not here to talk about whatever pathetic insecurity I might harbor in your presence, Dr. Hunter. I came to talk about this.
Will you stop waving that paper in my face?
Perturbed, he snatched it from her hand. Then a fist grabbed his heart as he stared down at the picture.
Recognize him?
Caroline was saying, her voice mocking.
I heard he was pretty good.
The picture fluttered as his hands trembled.
Where did you get this?
From my son. He wanted to know what kind of man his mother was becoming involved with.
Max couldn't tear his eyes from the grainy photo, taken his rookie year with L.A., his body suspended in midair as he reached for the slam dunk. He could almost hear the cheers, see the pulses of camera flashes, feel the taut heat of his muscles as they stretched to the limit of his endurance. Slowly, he sunk into one of the kitchen chairs, still staring, blindly now.
This was my life,
he uttered, his throat closed, his voice a mere raspy whisper.
How dare you fling it back in my face this way?
Caroline hesitated.
You threw your life away, Max,
she replied, her voice softer now. Then she retreated a hasty step when he looked up at her, fury darkening the very edges of his vision.
And you're the little expert? Make some pastries, have a chat, give out some hillbilly wisdom?
He wanted to slice as deeply as she'd sliced his heart.
You don't have one minute idea of what it's like, Caroline. So just leave now, and we'll call this whole thing a miserable mistake.
Her face turned red, and for the first time he found her blush completely unattractive. Then her eyes flashed as she stepped closer.
I don't have a minute idea? God, you're a piece of work, Max. Do you think you're the only human being on the face of this planet to be handed a bad break?
No pun intended, he responded from between clenched teeth. Go away, Caroline, before I become really angry.
And then what? Then you yell at your family, yell at me, yell at Evie? Who will you yell at next, Max?
She leaned over and braced a hand on either arm of his chair, caging him in.
Throw another temper tantrum and run away for another 10 years? Well, isn't that the grown-up way? I'll tell you something, Mr. Maximilian Alexander, and you're gonna listen to me. There are plenty of people in this world a whole lot worse off than you. Go to any homeless shelter or inner-city clinic and you'll see it. Then tell me that your life sucks so much.
His jaw tightened. You have no idea what you're talking about. Go home and take these damn pictures with you. Slowly she shook her head.
I have every idea of what I'm talking about. Do you know what rehab is like for poor people, Max? It's not a fancy Boston hospital with therapists and state-of-the-art equipment. Do you know what it's like to do it all alone? Do you have any idea of what it's like to pick yourself up every time you fall down and know that nobody else in the world cares if you live or die? Do you know about that, Max?
She was inches from his face, her voice a cold roar.
Well, sweetheart, I do. Been there, done that. I had an injury, too. A bad one. A broken back and legs that folded under me when I tried to get up and take care of my son. I've sweated and grunted and pushed myself until I thought it'd be easier to give up and die. I have one hell of a lot more than a minute idea of what it's like. It sucks. It's not fair.
She stopped to catch her breath, barely aware of his shocked expression.
So let me give you a little bit of hillbilly advice. What you lost is more than most people have in a lifetime. What you lost was temporary anyway. You lost a few years of your life. You lost a career.
She grabbed the photo from his now limp hands, flung it to the floor.
You had wings. Okay, fine. Now you don't. I wanted to be a ballerina, but I wouldn't have had that even if I hadn't fallen down a flight of stairs and broken my back. Spent years of my life fighting to walk again. Know why?
Why? Stunned, he could only mouth the word, unable to find his voice.
Because I never had enough money to eat. I never had a brother to care about me. I never had a father to love me enough to cry over me. I didn't have shoes to wear to school, much less ballet slippers. You had a lot, Max, and yes, you lost a lot. But you still have it all. You always had it all. And you almost lost it by drowning in self-pity all these years.
He stared in her eyes, blue, dark, and wild, and felt the stab of sorrow fell his anger like a mighty tree. I'm so sorry, Caroline. Her lips pursed, producing tiny lines that marred the smooth skin around her mouth.
No, I didn't tell you all this for you to feel sorry for me.
Abruptly, she straightened, turning her back to him.
That's not what I want from you.
Then what do you want from me? His voice shook, and he never even heard the quake as he watched her bow forward, her arms clasped around her middle. Caroline?
I want you to be the kind of man I can depend on. The kind of man I'm proud to call my partner. I want you to be a steward of what you have left, to take your lot in life and make it fly.
She picked up the photograph from where it had fallen during the fray.
Let yourself fly again, Max.
I can't do that, he said tightly, feeling the old despair wash over him as if his injury were brand new.
Yes, you can. Just not the way you did before.
Slowly she turned and flattened the picture against her thigh.
Do you know how many boys would think they'd died and gone to heaven for just 5 minutes with the guy who played for the Lakers? On the same court with Magic and Jabbar?
Gingerly, she placed the picture in the folder with the others and smoothed the manila cover.
Your legs don't fly anymore, Max, but love for the sport is still in your heart. Find it. Use it. Make some kids happy.
A gleam lit her eyes as she reached for her coat.
My son's high school has a huge need for an assistant coach for their JV team. They're not rich. Probably couldn't afford to pay you.
Her arms pushed the sleeves right side out, and her small hands reappeared to button her coat.
Or there are plenty of courts in Southside or Cabrini. It doesn't really matter where.
He watched as her movements slowed, her eyes grown heavy with fatigue. Where are you going?
Home. Talking about the past makes me tired. I think I'll go to bed early tonight.
Max lurched to his feet and followed her to the front door, then stopped cold when he found David quietly standing in the foyer, his eyes filled with concern.
Caroline?
David started.
Not today, David,
she interrupted, pushing past him to the front porch. Helplessly, David caught Max's worried gaze. She shouldn't drive, Max.
She won't. Let me drive you home, Caroline. David can follow and bring me home.
Wordlessly, she handed him the keys. 40 minutes later, David and Max followed her up the 2 flights of steps to her apartment, where a frantic Tom was pacing the threadbare carpet to bare floor.
What happened?
He demanded, his young voice cracking.
I'm fine, Tom,
she answered, giving his shoulder a tired caress.
Really, I just lost my temper and tuckered myself out. Nothing a good night's sleep won't cure. Good night, David.
She turned with a measuring, sober look.
Max?
Max waited until she'd closed her bedroom door with a quiet snap before facing the question in Tom's eyes. So like Caroline's. She was angry with me. She probably had a right to be.
Probably?
David asked, totally serious. How long were you standing there? David considered a lie, decided against it.
You are a pompous son of a bitch?
You missed ungrateful and self-pitying. I must have been dozing.
She never swears. My mom never swears.
Tom looked back at her bedroom door as if staring long enough would answer his questions. She did tonight. Max laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. Call me if she needs anything. Tom abruptly shrugged Max's hand from his shoulder and spun to face the 2 brothers, fire snapping in his blue eyes.
Don't you think you've done enough?
Tom gritted from behind clenched teeth. His hands fisted at his sides, and he rocked up on the balls of his feet, leaning closer until angry blue eyes were all Max could see, until the very air crackled with the boy's barely contained fury.
My mother's off limits to you, Hunter. Got that?
Instinctively, Max's hand tightened around his cane, and he shifted backward to put some space between them. Tom, please. David took a step closer and grasped Tom's shoulder firmly. Take it easy, Tom, he said soothingly. Nothing happened. Tom's fist came up, knocking David's hand from his shoulder and pushing him away in the same movement. His head turned to glare at David, but his body stayed firmly in position.
Get your hands off me,
he snarled, then turned back to Max, fists still clenched, his body trembling.
And you keep your hands off my mother. You think you can just waltz into her life with your Mercedes and your expensive suits and get her liking your family, then hurt her like this?
Max watched, stunned as Tom shuddered in a deep breath and his eyes filled with tears. Tom took a step back and drew another deep breath.
I tried to warn her about you. Big-time ball player with a nasty temper. But did she listen? No. She had stars in her eyes and couldn't see past your fake niceness, he finished haltingly, tears now running down his face. You don't deserve her. Just go. He wiped his sleeve across his eyes and opened the front door. Go now, please. Max stood there, trying to think of a word in his own defense. There were none. Tom was angry and hurt. And right. He knew Caroline was vulnerable. He knew she'd lived with a man who was emotionally remote. And still he let his temper have full reign over a pair of basketball tickets. Tom was right. He didn't deserve Caroline. David tugged at the back of his winter coat, and Max turned, still numb. David patted his back awkwardly. Come on, Max. Let me take you home. Asheville, Tuesday, March 12th, 8 a.m. Ross folded her hands on her desk and stared at Stephen. Straddling a chair with his chin resting on the chair back, Stephen stared back at Ross. You're reaching, Thatcher.
Stephen shrugged. He'd been up half the night going through evidence, files, his own notes, and he agreed. He was definitely reaching. You got anything better? I'll get right on it.
I thought you were going to look for the legal aid attorney who started the restraining order.
I am. I think I found someone who remembers him, but the woman's out of town until tomorrow. My brain took a different turn. Ross sighed.
Let me get this straight. You focused in on the statue found in Ms. Winter's car.
She raised a brow.
Finally. Working on the actual crime, I might add.
Stephen rolled his eyes and didn't care if she saw him do it. Look, that statue had significance to Winters. He recognized it, according to the boys down Sevier County way. If it had belonged to him, he would have reported it missing after his wife disappeared. The cops went through everything in his house with a fine-tooth comb. There were inventories taken. Winters insisted nothing of his had been stolen. Ross inclined her head.
Okay, I'll walk with you, Thatcher. So it did belong to Mrs. Winters. What next?
Well, I was thinking if it had belonged to her, why didn't he just say so when he saw it in the Sevier County garage?
Maybe he didn't want her to have it,
Ross conjectured. That's the direction I took. Look, we know he abused her. Don't tell me he's never been charged, Tony. Stephen spat out when she tried to do just that. You've been over backwards trying to be fair, but the evidence is there. That woman was abused by someone, repeated and brutally. She lived with him from the time she was 15 until she disappeared at 23. Some of those wounds in those pictures are fresh. Who else would have access to flay her back apart? A cat-o'-nine-tails fairy? Come on, Tony. Ross sighed.
Okay. Winters is a spouse abuser.
She held up one finger.
Accused. He has the right to due process.
Stephen stood up and kicked the chair. He has the right to... He cut himself off mid-sentence, sucked the temper back in. I'm sorry. I'm not normally a disrespectful man. Ross smiled, so subtly he almost missed it.
You believe passionately in your work, Stephen. I can respect that.
Her smile dimmed.
My first homicide was a domestic squabble gone wrong. I'll never forget it as long as I live. The bruised body of the wife, the children huddled in the corner, crying. I want to see the man who put those bruises on Mary Grace Winters brought to justice as much as you do. So sit and tell me how you're going to get justice for this woman and her child.
Stephen drew breath and sat, straddling the chair once again, conscious of the barrier of formality now broken between them.
Would Winters have given his wife a religious icon, Tony? She shook her head.
No, he hates Catholics.
Her lip curled.
And blacks and Jews and women and homosexuals. I sincerely doubt a Catholic statue would have been a gift from Rob to his wife.
Then where would she have gotten it? Winters said she was moody, depressed, and temperamental. But believing he's a spouse abuser, it follows that he kept her isolated. She had no friends. Her parents were dead, no siblings. The only time she would have had private access to other people was when she was
in the hospital.
Ross finished.
She made a friend in the hospital.
Stephen nodded. That's where I ended up. Ross leaned forward in her chair and propped her elbows on her desk, her chin on her fists.
We need to find out who made friends with Mary Grace Winters 9 years ago.
Already on it. Stephen paused at the door to her office. You have my cell phone number?
Somewhere in one of these piles.
Ross gestured aimlessly.
You'd better give it to me again.
He did, and watched her write it on the palm of her hand. What a difference from his own anal retentive boss. Call me if Winters shows up.
I will.
Hickory, North Carolina, Tuesday, March 12th, 7 p.m. Excuse me, ma'am. A nurse in a smock covered with teddy bears looked up. She had kind eyes, Stephen thought, but tired. It had obviously been a busy day in the ER. Her name tag said C. Burns.
Yes, can I help you?
I hope so, ma'am. Stephen showed her his shield. I'm Special Agent Stephen Thatcher of the State Bureau of Investigation. I'm conducting an investigation, and I'm hoping you can help. He really hoped she could help. Out of the 6 nurses that worked orthopedics 9 years ago, 1 was dead, and 2 others couldn't remember anything helpful. 2 were on vacation with their kids on spring break. Claire Gaffney Burns was last on his list. Nurse Burns looked around.
It's relatively quiet now. We can start, but we may not finish all in one stretch.
Stephen smiled, and she smiled back. I understand completely. Can you take a break and get off your feet, or do we need to stay here? She looked around again.
The other nurses are all with patients, so as much as a sit-down sounds like heaven, I'll have to stay here.
That's fine. Nurse Burns, you worked at Asheville General 9 years ago, didn't you? She looked taken aback.
Why, yes, I did. Why do you ask?
Stephen tilted his head. Why were you surprised I asked? She shrugged with one shoulder.
Because I've been here for almost 4 years and nobody asked. Now you're the second person in less than a week to ask.
Stephen narrowed his eyes. Really? When was this? Nurse Burns considered for only a moment.
Thursday evening. The paramedics had just brought little Lindsay Daltrey in for surgery.
She pursed one side of her mouth.
I can't remember the other man's name, but he was looking for someone who'd worked with me back at Asheville General in the summer of,
She opened her eyes wide.
Oh, God, that same summer. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it?
Perhaps. Let's not get too worked up until we compare notes. What did this man look like? He slipped his notepad and pen from his jacket pocket, poised to note anything Nurse Burns remembered. Nurse Burns pursed her lips again.
He was tall and big, not fat, just big, built like a linebacker.
Tall as me? She moved her head from side to side, thinking.
Maybe an inch taller, no more. He had shoulders this wide.
She gestured, and Stephen felt his heart skip to a faster rhythm. Winters was that big. Stephen looked up from his notepad. Black hair, brown eyes? He asked. She shook her head.
No, he had gray hair and a mustache, a bushy one. His eyes might have been brown. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to that.
It's okay, Stephen said soothingly. What did he want to know exactly?
He said his sister had met a nurse while she was sitting with their sick grandmother at Asheville, and that his sister had died recently, and he'd found a letter to this nurse among his sister's things. He just wanted to deliver it. I didn't think that there was anything wrong with that at the time. The nurse he was looking for was young, and maybe not a nurse. Maybe a volunteer. I told him the only volunteer we'd had that summer was a young woman named Susan Crenshaw. She was just about to start college in the fall. She'd wanted to be a nurse since she was a child.
Was this the person he was looking for? Nurse Burns shook her head.
No, he was looking for someone named Christie who'd worked oncology.
You seem to readily remember Susan Crenshaw. Was she a friend of yours? Burns smiled fondly.
Susan made friends with everybody she met. All the patients loved her to death. I remember there was one young woman that summer who was recovering from a broken back. She and Susan were about the same age. They talked all the time.
Stephen raised a brow. Do you remember the patient's name?
Oh, yes. That would have been Mary Grace.
She pursed her lips again, concentrating.
Her last name was a season. Oh, yes, Winters. Mary Grace Winters. Mary Grace didn't talk to many people. She was an odd little thing.
How so?
Well, she had these eyes. Great big blue eyes that looked like they could see right into you. She was always so sad. Haunted is probably a better word, actually. She had this little boy who was the joy of her life.
A corner of her mouth tipped up.
He was blonde like her. Same blue eyes. He was quiet.
Did she have a husband?
Yes. Yes, she did. He came to visit every day, brought flowers and goodies. He was, a policeman. Big, hulking.
The blood drained from her face. Nurse Burns? Stephen reached out to touch her face. Her cheeks were as cold as ice.
Oh, God.
Her eyes slid shut.
It was him, wasn't it? Her husband. The man last week.
And if it was?
Oh, God,
she whispered.
He beat that poor woman. Nancy Desmond was sure of it.
Nurse Burns, I need you to concentrate. Stephen took her hands in his, barely able to keep his own hands from shaking. Do you remember if Mary Grace had a statue of any kind while she was here in the hospital? Burns nodded, little jerks of her head.
A statue of some saint. I can't remember which one. Not expensive, but Mary Grace kept it by her bed the entire time she was here. I remember thinking it odd because she was listed in the file as being a Baptist, not a Catholic. So I asked her about it. She told me it was the first time anybody had ever given her a gift. She said it in such a small voice. She sounded more like a little girl than a 20-year-old.
You're doing great, Stephen soothed, even as his brain screamed triumphantly. One more question. Who gave Mary Grace a statue? Burns opened her eyes. He thought them kind when he first met her 10 minutes before. Now they were terrified.
Susan,
she whispered.
Susan Crenshaw.
Stephen tugged her hands, leading her from behind the nurse's station to a chair. Sit here. I'll get you some water. He found the water cooler and came back to find her in the same exact position in which he'd left her. He crouched down in front of her and pressed the paper cup into her hand. Drink this. Nurse Burns, can I use your telephone? She jerked another nod.
Yes, of course. It's...
She trailed off. It's okay, ma'am. I'll find one. Stephen stood and looked around for a doctor. He peeked in a room and saw a young woman checking a chart. Doctor? She turned.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I think one of your nurses needs some help. Quickly, the doctor returned the chart to its slot and followed Stephen, listening intently. When they'd reached Nurse Burns, the doctor was firmly in charge of the situation. An hour later, Stephen searched the doctor out yet again. How's Nurse Burns?
She'll be fine eventually. She's had a shock, of course.
He scanned the woman's badge. Dr. Simpson, I'll let you decide how to tell Nurse Burns. Dr. Simpson's eyes narrowed.
What?
Stephen blinked. It had been a very long day. He drew a deep breath and exhaled it on a bitter sigh. The woman she knew? Susan Crenshaw? Simpson nodded. Miss Crenshaw was found drowned in a river just outside of Greenville. Her neck was broken. I need to offer Nurse Burns police protection, should she request it. Dr. Simpson nodded.
I've called her husband. He should be here sometime in the next half hour. You should wait until he gets here to tell them both.
Chicago, Tuesday, March 13th, 11 p.m. Winters had never seen so much traffic. Why anyone would want to live in such a gray, dirty place was completely beyond him. He finally found an empty spot along the curb and slid his rental car next to the parking meter. He was here, and so, somewhere in this dirty city, was his son. Too bad secret women's shelters weren't listed in the phone book. He'd have to find Hanover House through more creative means, which was the sole purpose of his sitting here on the corner recommended by the owner of his sleazy motel. The girls were plentiful and cheap, the old guy had claimed. Winters watched the women strut by. The old guy was right. Chicago's streetwalkers were certainly more flamboyant than those who plied their trade in Asheville, and more abundant, both in sheer numbers and in various attributes. There was enough silicone on this street to pump up every flat-chested woman in Asheville. Winters smiled at his own wit and felt the reassuring tug of his false mustache on his upper lip. No slippage. Good enough. He waited, watching for about 2 hours, when he saw the woman he wanted. She was medium height, with natural tits and an Iowa corn-fed wholesome face under her 14 layers of makeup. She had shoulder-length dyed blonde hair, by which she was currently being pulled down the street by a tough-looking black man wearing purple pants and 6 earrings in one ear. He was the wrong color to be an outraged father, so Winters assumed he was the girl's pimp. Purple Pants swung Miss Iowa around by her hair until she faced him and got directly in her face, yelling something that made her eyes glaze over with fear. He hauled off and backhanded her so hard her head wrenched to one side. Miss Iowa's cry of pain could be heard through the bustle of the crowd and Winters' raised car window. But no one stopped the pimp. Nobody cared. Outstanding. Then Purple Pants dropped her hair and pushed her to the pavement and delivered a hard kick to her ribs. She curled into a protective ball, and he kicked her again. The man had style. Winters climbed from his car and intercepted Purple Pants. "What you want?" the man asked, huffing from the exertion of bringing one of his girls to heel. "Her," Winters pointed to the sobbing Miss Iowa. "All night. What's your price?" Chapter 13. Asheville, Wednesday, March 14th, 3 a.m. Ross herself served the search warrant to a white-faced Sue Ann Broughton who stood out of the way, wringing her hands helplessly. They dusted for prints, searched drawers, closets, cabinets, mattresses. They came up with 3 unregistered handguns with accompanying ammunition, 4 theater catalogs featuring wigs and facial-altering props, a belt with a buckle sharpened to razor edge, and a pair of boots on the back porch, encrusted with what appeared to be vomit. "What's this, Miss Broughton?" Stephen asked, pointing to the boots with a pencil. Sue Ann hesitated, wringing her hands.
"We know they belong to Rob,"
Tony said gently.
"I've seen him wear them myself, many times. Why are they covered in vomit?"
Sue Ann Broughton trembled.
Rob asked me to clean them. When was this?
Tony asked.
Monday morning.
Stephen grimaced and threw the pencil in an evidence bag. No way in hell he was ever writing with that thing again. So why didn't you clean him? Stephen asked diffidently.
I couldn't. Why not, Sue Ann?
Tony pressured softly.
I tried. Really, I did. But I got sick. I couldn't come close enough to clean him without being sick.
Stephen watched Tony's gaze pointedly move to Sue Ann's middle, where the woman's hand lay visibly trembling.
How many months along are you, Miss Broughton?
Sue Ann seemed to crumble before their eyes.
2 months.
Tears ran down her cheeks, and she covered her face with her hands. Does Detective Winters know? He asked as gently as he could.
No.
She sniffled and scraped at her face with the heels of her hands.
I tried to tell him, but he didn't want another baby.
Gingerly, Sue Ann touched her jaw, and Stephen clearly remembered the fading bruises he and Tony had seen the night they'd come looking for Rob. Stephen had an unholy wish to give that animal a minor taste of his own cruelty, for even a minor taste of Winters's brand of cruelty had proved fatal. Tony gently pushed Sue Ann into a chair and crouched down beside her.
Why not? Why wouldn't he want your baby?
Sue Ann shrugged, a pitiful sight.
He only wanted his son, Robbie.
Tony put a comforting hand on Sue Ann's knee, lifting it immediately when the woman winced.
Sue Ann, can I see your back?
Sue Ann grabbed the lapels of her cheap robe and pulled them tight, creating a cocoon around herself, rocking herself. Her eyes clenched and her whole body shrunk, as if to take up the smallest space possible.
No. Please,
Tony said softly.
We can help you, Sue Ann. You don't have to live like this.
Sue Ann Broughton looked up at that, and Stephen knew he would never forget the look of sheer hopelessness in that woman's eyes. Because as terrified as she was to stay, Sue Ann Broughton was more terrified to leave.
Just go away,
she whispered hoarsely.
Just go away and leave us be.
Stephen knelt on one knee. He had to try once more. Miss Broughton, do you know where Rob Winters is? She hesitated, a fraction of a beat.
No.
Tony? The call came from Detective Lambert in the bedroom closet. There's something here you should see. Tony pointed to one of the uniformed officers.
Watch her. Don't let her touch anything.
Stephen was right behind Tony and nearly bumped into her when she came up short just inside the closet door. Stephen's eyes widened as he took the room in.
Nice work, Jonathan,
Tony murmured. Detective Lambert merely nodded.
Take a look inside. I've never seen anything like it.
Neither had Stephen. The room was about 5 by 10, the long wall completely covered by a mirror that ran from the ceiling down to the edge of a vanity counter that also ran the length of the long wall. Smack dab in the middle of the vanity was a sink.
I've never had a closet with running water before,
Tony remarked blandly. Or so many heads, Stephen added. It was true. Lining the vanity were styrofoam heads. Stephen counted 10 of them. 5 sported wigs, the other 5 were bald, as it were. Some of the heads had mustaches, some had full beards, goatees, sideburns. At the base of each head was a plastic bag. Stephen pulled a pen from his pocket and nudged one of the bags. It was squishy.
Cotton and saline bags, used to alter the shape of his face,
Lambert supplied.
He shrugged. I'm into community theater. He has the looks for it, Stephen thought. Lambert resembled Robert Redford in his salad days, only even more golden if that was possible. Tony had stepped up to one of the styrofoam heads, bending to see a photograph precisely tacked to the wall behind it.
And even a finished portrait for the how-to,
Tony murmured.
Oh my God.
Stephen stepped closer, studying each of the color portraits. Each face was Rob Winters's, although he would never have guessed had he not been looking. He stopped by the first bald styrofoam head. The man in the portrait had gray hair and a mustache. This is the one he used when he visited Nurse Burns. Tony sighed.
Move that APB right on up to a warrant for his arrest, damn it.
Asheville, Wednesday, March 14th, 8 a.m. The buzz in the Asheville PD briefing room immediately quieted when Ross walked in beside a guy in a black suit. IA, Internal Affairs. Why do they always dress like undertakers? Stephen wondered as he stood in the back of the room silently watching. The black suit stepped up to the podium and Stephen could practically feel the unspoken hisses and boos aimed at IA. As of midnight this morning, we placed an APB for the apprehension of Detective Rob Winters. As of 4 a.m., we issued a warrant for his arrest. Predictably, angry murmurs filled the room. Well, that's special, Stephen thought. No hi, how you doing? A funny thing happened on the way to the precinct? Nope, just launch right into it. He bet this guy was great at parties. Tony stepped up to the podium.
Enough,
she snapped. Every voice went silent.
We have evidence to charge Rob Winters with,
she pointed a finger in the air,
spousal assault.
She added a second finger,
and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree.
She closed her hand into a fist and carefully lowered it to the podium.
When we find him, we will arrest him, and he will be provided the same due process to which every citizen of this country is entitled.
Again the angry murmurs. Again the equally angry snap from Tony Ross.
Enough!
Again the silence.
You think we do this lightly? You're wrong. He is a police officer. He has taken an oath to serve and protect the people of this city. He has taken an oath to uphold the law himself.
She paused and looked around.
As have we all. This is an official proceeding. We will begin an organized search at 0900 hours today. He is, of course, armed. We found an assortment of disguises in his house. He has the capability to dramatically alter his features.
She picked up a file folder.
We'll post copies of these pictures showing what he might look like disguised. Don't look for his face. Look for his build, his mannerisms.
She paused and looked out over the crowd.
You are all good people, good cops. None of us ever wants to believe one of our own can go so bad, but it does happen. The evidence against Rob Winters is very strong, but he will be treated fairly when we catch him.
She looked around the room once again.
And we will catch him. We will read him his rights and bring him in just as if he were any other criminal. He will be cuffed. Are there any questions?
Not one hand went up. She nodded curtly.
You are dismissed. Report for duty.
Stephen dragged a chair up front and placed it beside her. Tony waited until every officer had cleared the room before sinking into it. Nice job, Tony, Stephen murmured, but not one you'd choose to do again.
Not in my lifetime.
Ross looked around and sighed.
Did the Ludds come in?
Not yet. Stephen had requested Winters' cell phone records the night before. Given the mobility allowed by wireless phones, records and traces always took longer to get. I asked for him to be faxed to your office. Call me when they do, okay? I have an appointment with one of the legal aid attorney's old clients this morning. I'm hoping she remembers something that will help me find him.
Charleston, South Carolina, Wednesday, March 14th, 6 p.m.
Have a seat, Mr. Thatcher.
John Smith ushered Stephen to an empty chair across from his desk. His walls were sparsely decorated with dime store watercolors, a poster portraying a series of Charleston's historical landmarks, finger paintings done by children, presumably his, and, importantly, the North Carolina State University Law School diploma.
How can I help you this evening?
Mr. Smith, I'm Special Agent Thatcher of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. He held out his shield for Smith's inspection. A dull red flush began spreading across the man's face.
I hope you can help me in one of my ongoing investigations.
I see, Smith said slowly, bringing out an embroidered hanky to dab at the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Stephen hoped for Smith's client's sake that the attorney showed considerably more finesse in court.
Please, by all means, go on.
Stephen watched Smith mop his brow, hoping his disgust wasn't too apparent.
9 years ago, you filed a restraining order for a woman named Mary Grace Winters. Do you remember her?
Smith fumbled with the hanky, barely stuffing it in his pocket before pulling it out again to dab his forehead some more.
Why, I can hardly be expected to remember all my clients from that long ago, Agent Thatcher.
Stephen leaned back in his chair.
Could you check your files?
I don't have my files from Buncombe County in this office. They're in my home office.
Stephen stretched his legs out, crossing them at his ankles.
Well, perhaps I can refresh your memory, Mr. Smith. Mary Grace Winters came to you about 9 years ago to file a restraining order against her husband, an officer with the Asheville PD. You served it to the judge, who wanted a little more information before granting a restraining order on local law enforcement. That night, Mary Grace fell down a flight of stairs and ended up being hospitalized with partial paralysis. A few weeks later, you moved away from Asheville.
Smith swallowed and swabbed his neck with the now damp hanky.
I vaguely remember her.
Why did you move from Asheville, Mr. Smith? Stephen asked, not kindly.
Well, my wife's family lives here in Charleston. We decided to move here.
His eyes narrowed.
How did you find me here, Agent Thatcher?
I looked up your old cases in the court record. One of your clients, Mrs. Clyde Andrews, sued her neighbor for damage done to her prize roses by the neighbor's cocker spaniel. She remembered seeing your North Carolina State diploma on the wall. He lifted one corner of his mouth. She's a Duke fan, so she remembered your diploma with considerable disdain. At any rate, once I knew your alma mater, tracking you down through the alumni files wasn't that difficult.
Very creative, Agent Thatcher.
Smith visibly swallowed.
However, I'm quite afraid you've wasted your time. I really don't remember anything that would be of value to you.
Stephen shook his head and straightened his tie.
I think you, Mr. Smith, are missing a critical element required for success in your chosen field.
And that would be?
Smith raised his brows, trying for cool and collected, and failing miserably.
The lying gene. You, sir, lie very badly. We could do this via subpoena, but that would be an unfortunate use of both my time and yours. You'll either tell the truth on the stand or perjure yourself as badly as you're lying to me now. Or you could tell me the truth now.
I could invoke attorney-client privilege.
You could if your client was still alive, Stephen snapped.
If he hadn't been so pissed and disgusted, Stephen might have felt pity for the shock on Smith's face. But he was pissed and he was disgusted.
Hadn't heard about that?
He asked in as non-emotional a voice as he could muster.
Mary Grace Winters and her 7-year-old son disappeared 7 years ago. There was some question of foul play, but there was never any evidence to support it. No body in her car was never found, until a few weeks ago when her car was dragged out of Douglas Lake.
And her body?
Smith stammered. Still none found, Stephen answered. But I believe her husband had a hand in her disappearance. I want an ironclad case of spousal abuse, and I think you can help. When Smith said nothing, Stephen added softly, "How did Winters scare you out of Asheville, Mr. Smith?" Still the man said nothing, simply sat looking tortured and sweaty. "You have children?" Stephen picked up a family picture from Smith's desk, watching his face all the while. "I'd walk through hell and back for my boys." He caught Smith's eye. "Don't make me subpoena you, Mr. Smith, because I will." Stephen turned the photograph over in his hands. Smith expelled his pent-up breath in a loud whoosh.
Damn you. Damn you for finding me, and damn you for making me feel like pawn scum.
He grabbed the photo from Stephen's hand.
See my wife? She was 6 months pregnant with our daughter when Mrs. Winters came to me for the first time. It took me a month to convince Mrs. Winters the law was her best hope before she'd filed that damn restraining order.
He shook his head, his expression bitter.
I congratulated her on her bravery. The day after she filed, I got a call from her husband. She was terrified of him. Me, I was green, fresh out of law school and bent on saving the whole damn world. He told me to tear up the restraining order, that his wife was of dubious mental faculties and unable to speak for herself. I told him it was now up to the judge, and he just laughed.
Smith dropped his eyes to the photo of his wife and son.
He laughed and said his wife had taken an unexpected fall the night before. She wouldn't be coming back to finish the work we started. Then he said, "Your lovely wife is pregnant, isn't she? Pregnant women can be so awkward and prone to unexpected falls." He said, "Unexpected falls," just like that. Scared the ever-living shit out of me. He knew where my wife worked, and that her obstetrician was on the second floor of the medical center. He knew where she went to jazzercise, for God's sake.
Smith lifted haggard eyes to Stephen.
I tossed and turned for a week. Then my wife came home one day with a twisted ankle. Said she got jostled from behind on a crowded escalator and tumbled. Luckily, someone at the bottom helped break her fall. And no, she didn't see who did it. It could have been coincidence, but I wasn't willing to take the chance. I never told her about Mrs. Winters or her husband. I just drew in my shingle and came here. End of story, case closed.
Except that Mrs. Winters turned up missing, Stephen remarked blandly.
I didn't know about that, I swear it.
Stephen leaned forward, pinning Smith with his eyes. If you had, would you have come forward? Smith looked down at his hands.
I don't know.
Stephen blinked, content to roll his eyes in spirit only. Did you keep her files, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I documented everything at the time.
He rose and walked to an upright filing cabinet, more government surplus.
I kept copies in my safe deposit box just in case anything ever happened to my wife and kids.
He pulled out a file folder and thrust it at Stephen.
Take it. They're my originals. Send me copies if you want. I'd rather never see them again.
Asheville, Thursday, March 15th, 9 a.m. Stephen met Tony Ross in her office for the morning briefing.
Ludds came in last night,
Tony declared wearily. Did you find anything in him? He asked. Tony slouched down in her chair, her expression more drawn than the day before. She was aging before his eyes. Stephen decided she wouldn't want to know that.
Yeah,
she answered, her voice husky from lack of sleep.
Not so much who Winters called, but who called him.
Stephen pulled up a chair, straddling it. I give, Stephen said warily. Who called our pal?
Ben Jolly.
No big shock, Stephen shrugged. According to Lambert, Jolly and Winters have been buddies a long time.
Yeah, but the calls to Winters' cell phone didn't start until after he was considered missing.
Stephen grabbed the LUDs and scanned them again, matching them with the key dates and times he held in his head. Jolly called Winters about an hour after I got back from Sevier County. He glanced up at Tony and she nodded. And again an hour after you told me you were revoking his paid leave. Jolly's been keeping Winters pretty damn well informed. He looked down again. But Winters was in Chicago when he received the call. He looked up again, puzzled. He's in Chicago? Tony nodded.
Far as I can tell. Why he's there, I have no idea.
You've notified the Chicago PD?
This morning at about 2 a.m.
Why didn't you call me? Stephen demanded.
Because I knew you'd be dead tired from your trip. I thought I'd let you sleep.
Stephen frowned. Where's Jolly now? Tony rubbed her hands over her eyes.
In interrogation 1. Stephen, there's more. You aren't going to like it. Look at his calls for last Saturday.
He did, and the cold fist of fear clamped his heart. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to turn to ice. Oh, God, he breathed, then looked up to find Tony's gaze focused on him. He was in Raleigh. He was near my kids. Abruptly he stood and shoved his fingers through his hair. His heart was racing. I've got to call my Aunt Helen.
I did already,
Ross assured him quietly.
And I called Lenny Farrell. He put 24-hour surveillance on your house and on all of your kids, 2 from and during school. He said you were relieved of the assignment if you wanted to get home.
Stephen dropped back in his chair and pressed his fingertips against his eye sockets. 24-hour?
Yes.
I'll call my aunt and ask her what she wants me to do. For now, I'll get working on how Winters got all the way up to Chicago. Can you ask Lambert to help me check the airlines, just in case our boy likes to travel in style?
What did your aunt say?
Stephen looked up from his laptop where he'd been checking his email in the relative quiet of the sweltering little conference room. Tony stood in the doorway, her expression concerned. She said what I thought she'd say, he answered. That she and the boys were fine, and I could do more good here trying to find the bastard than hovering over them at home for God knew how long. Tony smiled.
She called him a bastard?
Stephen raised a brow. Actually, I called him a bastard. Aunt Helen called him something slightly less repeatable. Listen, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to show you something. Did you know there was a website devoted to patron saints? Tony shook her head.
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
He double-clicked the mouse, eyes locked on the screen, then tilted it in Tony's direction.
Saint Rita of Cascia,
she read.
Patron saint of impossible causes. Just like you thought.
Read her bio. Tony read, then looked up with a frown.
So it all fits together. Susan Crenshaw gives Mary Grace a statue of the patron saint of impossible causes that also was an abused wife. Rita's husband beats her, dies. Rita takes her vows and enters a convent. Susan knew.
Tony? Thatcher? Stephen turned to find Detective Lambert standing in the doorway, holding a manila folder, the light from the window turning his head into a shining halo. Stephen still had to fight to keep from thinking of Jonathan Lambert as a pretty boy. But he'd do it. Tony Ross considered Lambert her right-hand man, and Stephen had come to respect her as a class act.
What do you have, Jonathan?
She asked.
Please tell me it's good news. I need a little of that today.
Lambert entered the little conference room, his linebacker's body making it that much smaller. I've examined Rob's hard drive and internet cache. He waved the folder with a satisfied smile. Interesting stuff. And? Stephen asked. Have a seat, Lambert. Make yourself right at home in my little sauna. Lambert pulled out a chair with a sympathetic grin, sat in it, then handed him a summary of Winters's computer journeys. Up until Monday the 5th, he visited basically the same sites. A lot of porn sites, a lot of white power sites.
Surprise, surprise,
Tony murmured. Then on the 5th, he started visiting People Finder databases. Stephen frowned. What? Why would he do that? He was putting in names like Mary Grace, Mary Ann, Mary Beth. Last names varied from Smith, Jones, Summers, Falls, Spring, to name a few. Stephen looked at Tony, brows nearly fused together. He's looking for his wife.
Why would he look for her? Why would he search for a woman who's been dead for 7 years?
Cognition lit Tony's eyes.
Unless maybe he thinks she's not dead.
Stephen rubbed his temple. I can't believe this.
Why would he suddenly believe she's not dead?
Tony mused. This whole thing started after he'd seen the car in Sevier County. Stephen stood up and paced the length of the tiny room. It has something to do with that statue. Tony was quiet for a long moment.
Nurse Burns told you that Mary Grace said it was the first gift she'd ever received, right? It would be important to her.
Stephen stopped pacing and stared out the window. It's a symbol.
Freedom. Independence.
Stephen thought of the hopelessness in Sue Ann Broughton's eyes. Hope.
Pretty powerful emotions.
Stephen nodded, thinking, creating the scene in his mind. Yeah. And for Mary Grace, those emotions were more powerful than fear. That car was launched into the lake, not pushed. Picture this. Mary Grace makes some friends in the hospital. Susan Crenshaw's one of them. Susan gives her a statue, and Mary Grace treasures it. She gets home from the hospital, and what will hubby dearest do? Break it, Lambert answered. Stephen met his eyes with a brief nod. To break her. It was cracked and glued together. She glued it back together. Maybe hid it so he wouldn't break it again. Vandalia said Winters was, agitated. Tony sucked in her cheeks.
She's outsmarted him.
Rob wouldn't like that, Lambert commented dryly. Tony's grin was wry.
No, he wouldn't, would he?
He's infuriated, Stephen continued, barely aware of their comments. But she endures somehow, makes some friends, connections, somebody helps her escape. He turned to stare out the window, not really seeing anything but the scene unfolding in his imagination. They take the car to the lake. Can you see it? She has that statue, her own symbol of freedom. She uses it to launch her car in the lake, leaving behind everything that was Mary Grace Winters. She's reborn. He stopped, wheeling around to catch Tony's eye. She's someone else now.
That would explain why she left her purse behind,
Tony agreed. And why Winters is checking databases for variations on her name, Lambert added. Tony frowned.
But why did she leave her walker behind?
I don't know, Stephen answered. But I bet we'll find out when we find Mary Grace Winters. There is one more piece of information that was irregular, Lambert said, a gleam in his eye. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Stephen returned impatiently. Lambert just grinned. He was using the yellow pages on the internet. He hooked up to the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, the computer science department. Tony scrunched her brows.
Why?
I guess, Lambert asked. He wanted a hacker, someone who could get into the personnel database at Asheville General. The hospital's website was the last one he visited before looking up UNCC. He tried the career opportunities area, but of course that told him nothing. He may have been looking for names of hospital personnel. Stephen ran his tongue over his teeth. Susan Crenshaw. Lambert stood up. That's just a guess.
A damn good one,
Tony stated.
I feel like we're finally getting close to this bastard.
Stephen sat down in a chair heavily. If he's in Chicago, it's because Mary Grace is there, or someone who knows where she is. Lambert sighed. It's hard to believe Rob would go to such lengths to find her. He shook his head. My God, he murdered that nurse. Power, Stephen muttered. He gets his rocks off by controlling people. She outsmarted him. He can't live with that. And once he finds her, he finds the boy. Sue Ann said he was obsessed with the boy to the point of wanting no other children. We need to find him. Tony straightened her shoulders.
Before he finds her first.
Chicago, Thursday, March 16th, 3 p.m. Max sat alone in the deafening quiet of his office, staring at the note. All week she'd prepared his coffee, sorted his mail, and typed his letters. She'd greeted him with a good morning, exited with a good night. In every way, the model secretary. Except that never once did she smile. Certainly never laughed. She'd stayed away from his office, coming in only once the day after that terrible meeting to pick up his papers and restore his desk to rights. He'd catch her looking at him with eyes so sad it nearly tore his heart out. Then the blue would flash with challenge, and she'd turn away. He knew what she was waiting for. But the bitterness had become a close, if not hated, bedfellow. 12 years of anguish was a hard thing to simply erase. He'd tried. God, he'd tried. He'd returned to his house after taking her home the night after their explosive fight and stood in his driveway, staring at the pole that had once held the backboard where they'd played ball as kids. He'd stood and listened to the echoes of pounding balls, grunts and hoots of glee, swishes of the net as the ball cut neatly through. All in his memory, all long gone. He'd stood and stared until David pulled him inside. Just last night, he dragged himself up the attic stairs, found the box of newspaper clippings his grandmother had so religiously saved. He'd managed his way through 3 or 4 articles before the grief returned, stabbing deep. He ran a hand down his face, trying to relieve the tension pressure behind his eyes with no success. It had been days since he'd drawn an easy breath, since he'd slept through the night, since he'd had the energy to care about anything. And although the March sun shone brightly at his back, the world seemed gray. David wasn't speaking to him, and Ma nagged him continuously to apologize to Caroline. But worst of all were the words that kept running through his mind, mostly Caroline's. She needed a man she could lean on. He wanted so desperately to be that man. For her, for himself. But it still hurt. The pain of losing his wings was still so strong it crushed him inside. And now this. He felt like tearing it up, but he only stared at her hastily written note.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you more than you'd already hurt yourself. You'll have my resignation on your desk tomorrow morning.
No signature. Certainly no love, Caroline. With a sigh of capitulation, he picked up the telephone. Chicago, Thursday, March 15th, 4 p.m. Winters was lying on the hotel's lumpy mattress smoking a cigarette when his cell phone rang. He immediately swung himself to a sitting position and answered it.
Yeah? Rob, Ben here.
Winters ground the cigarette in the cheap metal ashtray with an oath.
What are you doing calling me here? Don't you know they can trace this call? I'm using a payphone. I thought you needed to know the latest. You told me Ross revoked my paid leave and ordered me back. I told you I can't come back yet.
He was close, so damn close. One more day, and he should have the list.
Yeah, well, now she's put out an APB for you.
Fury erupted, and the hotel phone went flying into the old television set.
An APB? Like I'm some common crackhead?
His hands itched to find their way around Ross's black throat, to hear her gurgle an apology that would be way too little, way too late.
When this is over, I swear to God.
The hotel room door opened, and Angie slipped in. Rob didn't believe the hooker's name was Angie, but it didn't really matter in the whole scheme of life.
Did you get it?
He growled. Angie nodded and tossed several sheets of paper on the bed.
Bingo.
Winters held his cell phone to his ear once again.
Thanks for the update, Ben, but I got the information I was looking for. Before long, I'll be home. I'll deal with Ross then.
He disconnected and picked up the first page. It was covered with names. The guest list of Hanover House the summer Mary Grace stole his son. He scanned the list for Mary Grace's name and came up nil.
This many?
Angie shrugged.
That Hanover House helps a lot of women.
Rob grabbed Angie's shirt and yanked her face down level with his, finding the fear in her eyes a real turn-on. He was already hard.
That Hanover House is responsible for the breakup of good marriages. The husband is the head of the household and has every right to discipline his wife and children. It's biblical.
He closed his fingers on the back of her neck and pulled her down to the mattress. Angie liked it rough.
"Till death do you part,"
he quoted, "and soon I'll find a bitch that made that promise to me. Then I'll release Mary Grace from our marriage," he finished to himself. "Till death do us part, Mary Grace. If that's what you want, then that's what you'll get."
Winters smiled and rolled on top of Angie, pinching her nipple through her shirt, hard. She whimpered softly. He liked to hear her whimper like that. Soon he'd be hearing Mary Grace whimper like that once again. He could hardly wait.
"Tell me the setup of the place again."
It's an old house. It has a parking area off the street, room for about 3 cars, that's all.
He yanked at the buttons on the shirt he hadn't seen before.
"Where'd you get this shirt?"
Dana gave it to me.
Dana Dupinsky. Angie had come back talking about her the first day she'd found Hanover House.
"The head-interfering bitch."
He stripped the shirt from her body and, kneeling astride her, ripped it to shreds with his bare hands.
"Don't be taking charity from that woman, Angie. You work for me."
She shrank away from him.
I need to be getting back, Rob, or they'll know I'm gone.
"Honey, your job there is finished."
But...
He silenced her with the back of his hand.
"Don't argue with me, girl. I hired you to find the place and get taken in. You did good, pretending to be an abused woman."
He said the words mockingly.
"Asking that social worker how to find Hanover House? Making up the friend that had heard of it? Nice touch. You got into the office, broke into that bitch Dupinsky's files. That was good. You found the names of all the women who'd come through Hanover House 7 years ago. Good job again. Now you'll finish a job, here, with me."
But...
He slapped her again, and blood swelled from her lip.
"Surely you're not that stupid, Angie. Surely."
He trapped her hands above her head and grabbed the roll of duct tape he'd purchased at the corner hardware store especially for this occasion. Angie saw the tape and her eyes widened. She screamed and fought, clawed her nails down the side of his face. Swearing viciously, Winters forced her back down to the mattress, overpowering her with no effort at all. He taped her wrists together, then silenced her with a 6-inch strip across her mouth. Her ankles were last. He looked down at her face, eyes wide and terrified. She shook her head, desperate. Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes down into her ears. He smiled, stood, and grabbed one of her ankles and taped it to one of the posts at the foot of the bed, then repeated it with the other ankle. She was spread-eagled, wide open. He shrugged, looking down at her with revulsion.
"You're a hooker, Angie. Did you honestly think this would never happen to you?
He taped her bound wrists to the rails of the headboard. He'd planned this from the moment he walked into this sleazy flea bag of a hotel. Lumpy mattress, but a great bed frame. Leaving her to struggle to no end whatsoever, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Randy Livermore. Wonder Hacker.
I got some names I want you to run through the Illinois Department of Motor Vehicles computer, Winters said. I'll fax you the list in 20 minutes. I want you to find their addresses and pictures. Oh, and narrow the search to any women 5'5" and under.
She could change her name and maybe even her hair and eye color, but Mary Grace couldn't change her height. Most people wouldn't even think of lying about it.
Call me on my cell phone when you're through.
He disconnected and turned back to Angie, who was lying very still, but still breathing. That was important. Only sickos did women after they were dead. Asheville, Thursday, March 15th, 5:45 p.m. The phone rang in Ross's office, and all present jumped in their chairs. They'd been gathered, silently waiting since 4 o'clock. Ross picked up.
Ross here.
She nodded to the group.
I'm gonna put you on the speakerphone.
She pushed the speaker button.
You still there, Lieutenant Spinelli?
Yes, I am. Who do you have in the room?
Detectives Lambert and Jolly from my department, and Special Agent Stephen Thatcher, North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. Tell me, did our idea work?
Well, yes and no.
Spinelli sighed.
Technically, it worked like a charm. Jolly chats with Winters, we trace the call through the local wireless company faster because they know the exact time to search for the signal, and we deploy our men to the scene.
But you still didn't find Winters. Stephen didn't even have to ask. Spinelli sighed again.
Nah, we got to the hotel too late. The room was empty with the exception of one thing.
And that was?
Tony asked, frustration etched deep in her face. Stephen watched Ben Jolly stiffen. After Tony had confronted him with his calls to Winters' cell phone, Jolly had agreed to place the call only to clear his friend's name once and for all. From the tone of Spinelli's voice, Ben Jolly was about to be gravely disappointed.
A dead hooker. Hands, feet, and mouth duct tape. She'd been sexually assaulted.
Jolly paled, sweat beaded across his forehead.
No, he whispered hoarsely.
Tony dropped her forehead into her hand.
Sweet Jesus.
Jonathan Lambert leaned his head back, closing his eyes. Stephen watched Lambert's throat work as he struggled for composure and realized how difficult this must be for all of them. Discovering a man they'd stood with for years was capable of cold-blooded murder. Stephen cursed softly.
Broken neck?
Yep, Spinelli answered, his voice hard.
I gather this is not a new M.O.
Stephen turned to look at the photo of the broken, bloated body of Susan Crenshaw, his stomach rolling over.
No, it's not new. Did you find any physical evidence linking Winters to the murdered woman? That's the good news. She scratched them good. We found skin under her nails. The lab will get us something tomorrow afternoon at the latest. He must have been so excited about whatever it was that she brought him that he didn't think to clean under her nails. We posted his picture and the picture you sent of his wife in every precinct in the downtown area. He'll make a mistake soon, then we'll find him.
Stephen sighed when Tony disconnected.
Potato chips.
He can't seem to stop at just one.
Tony agreed woodenly.
Let's pray we find Mary Grace soon.
She looked over at Ben Jolly, whose pale face had become noticeably green. Stephen almost felt sorry for the man.
Are you okay, Ben?
Jolly nodded shakily.
Yeah,
He stood, visibly trembling.
I need to get some air.
He turned for the door, then turned back, his expression tortured.
I didn't know, Tony. I swear it. He swallowed hard.
My God, he whispered. What have I done?